Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting in to the first part of What If Dale Survived the remake and the still ongoing series, because What If Eastman Survived was more or less a shorter story than I've done in a minute, besides What If Negan Killed Maggie the remake, and because even if the story gets dark a while later, as I've mentioned before in other videos and streams, it still has a massive story to tell. But before we get into all that and the story itself, let's talk about Dale for a second. You see, I did a What If Dale Survived about almost a year at this point. Actually, 2 years at this point. But I nerfed Dale and Herschel much more so than I reasonably should have. But soon enough, as my channel would grow and I would tackle bigger stories, I actually gave Herschel and Dale, and am still giving them more time to shine in the world of The Walking Dead. For example, my What If Sophia Joined Negan finale had Herschel live straight to the end of The Walking Dead and die peacefully, like many of us thought he would, and how Maggie thought he would too. Then, in my What If Madison's family joined Rick near the finale of that story, I had Dale live all the way to the Whisperers getting killed by the likes of Dante, which really didn't focus on Dale too much. It did in some aspects. Didn't even with Herschel. I'm just saying that I made them live longer. But I haven't made a story that truly tackles Dale, what he's about, and that little mini 13-minute thing that I did, I really could have done better. With Herschel, I can't really work with much, really. Some levels of, like, his family, but not him as a central character. But Dale, his moral compass, what he stands for, I think it's time that we finally dive into a remake, which will turn Dale's character into something that it should have been brought into. And with that, let's set the scene. So, we're right in the middle of Season 2, near the end, right whenever Randall is destined to die. Dale, unfortunately, exiting himself out of the situation, seeing a dead animal, and would originally get killed by the walker that Carl failed to put down. Now, there are 3 ways in which he could escape this fate. Not all really, mattering, but just 3 ways. 1, Carl shoots the freaking walker instead of playing with it like a stupid little child. Because honestly, he's even admitted and was right, he killed Dale. 2, Dale sees the walker coming much earlier and is able to shoot it, or, shoot it right whenever it gets at his face. Either way, both of those don't really matter. And number 3, and like I said, this is just another little thing to add there. Whenever Dale is getting attacked by the walker, and this is all split second by the way, he manages to fight off for a little, but just before the walker can claw at his stomach, Daryl comes in just a few seconds early, right before the nails of the walker begin to reach Dale's stomach, and knifes the walker with minimal effort, saving Dale straight away before anything major could happen. Now, either one of these 3 scenarios happening in the moment would change the story a little, but the fact of Dale surviving is already so humongous that either one of these 3 scenarios wouldn't matter as to how he lives, because it's just one little tiny little way that he could live. Either way, the central part being Dale survives. And Andrea is very thankful for this, and says to Dale that Randall is still alive and that they did not kill him. And she wanted to personally come and tell him about that before that walker came in and everything. Dale just shrugs off the whole walker thing and is very happy that he was wrong about the group, and seeing that they're still human that they've not lost their humanity like he had originally thought. But then, right as he says these words and thinks it to himself, he looks over to a certain someone who he knows, is not going to be happy with this. Shane. Now, he and Shane had talked in the original before this, and Shane said that if they kept him alive, he wouldn't say a word. But considering that at the last minute probably, he was destined to live, Dale just picks this up as a last minute decision. He doesn't know that Carl came in and everything like that. But he knows that Shane's not going to be happy about this. But everything goes much more peacefully with Dale not dead. And Carl, he wouldn't feel guilty here probably at all. He would probably feel like he would get reprimanded for, like, you know, coming in and, like, disrupting the whole Randall thing. But that wouldn't really be a big deal, at least to the characters here. He wouldn't be afraid to hold a gun because he didn't kill Dale. He would say, or probably admit to someone that he called in the walker or didn't kill it, but if he did kill it, like in one of those scenarios, then it wouldn't really matter. But what does matter is that Lori still talks to Shane, which prompts Shane to go and kill Randall. Because if it weren't for Lori saying sorry and getting all like that with Shane at that moment, he wouldn't have gone and killed Randall. That much was clear. And soon enough, T-Dog, like the original, notices that both of them are gone. Shane's nowhere in sight, and Randall is nowhere in sight. Dale picks this up too, right behind T-Dog, and is the first one right away to pick out that Shane is gone along with Randall. And his mind goes in a bunch of different places, knowing exactly what this means. But since no one else can really pick it out, will Dale be the only one to check out Shane's treachery like he has multiple times before? Will he be around to see Shane try to kill Rick firsthand? Or will the story go the same, but with Dale still playing a centerpiece part in this particular part of the tale? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys like the short little introduction to the story. It's mainly because the story's still ongoing, and I'm still way far ahead enough to make up, like, for that, like, hundreds of pictures. But I always like to start small with my stories in general, and then work up, like my What If Eastman Survived. So, I truly hope that you guys like this little introduction to the story, and enjoyed my What If Eastman Survived story. Also, the new Rick as a Super Saiyan picture, and, like, new intros and outros that I'm working on recently. Hope you guys check them out, and just really appreciate the new art and everything. It's all thanks to Power Director that I was able to make this. But anyways, hope you guys like this part, and stay tuned for more parts of What If Dale Survived, the remake. Like and subscribe, comment, I'll see you guys then.
Now it's time.
Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 2 of What If Dale Survived, the remake. Now, in the last episode, we pretty much covered him surviving the walkers, or walker, rather, and either way, all the outcomes that I picked for him surviving said walker honestly did not matter. The end result being that he survives, but Shane still goes through with his plan, kills Randall, and now we're going to get into him staging the whole Randall event and how Dale will act in this whole charade. Now, we start this particular part with Shane killing Randall and getting ready to go out to Rick and stage what he wants to do to kill Rick. But Dale, whenever Shane starts to yell at everybody and say what happened, Dale is one of the main ones, if the only one in his eyes, to see that Shane is definitely hiding something. And there is no way that, as weak as Randall was and everything like that, that he got the jump on Shane. There's no way. Even if, like, they had a whole disagreement about him living and everything. This isn't about that. This is the fact that he knows that Shane is definitely hiding something. And along with Rick, Daryl, and Glenn, Dale chooses to go too. Because, not only because if Shane's actually hiding something, but just as an extra hand in case Randall somehow, some way is, out there and armed. Andrea, feeling much more on the side of Dale, especially after almost losing him, because we all know how she felt after that. She definitely felt how she wanted to feel around him before he died. Felt a lot of regret. Now, though, with him living, she now more than ever is much nicer to him and doesn't want him to risk his life if Randall really is out there. But Dale says that if he can survive a walker nearly killing him, he can survive going out to the woods, especially with more than one person backing him up. Rick and Shane are led out to the field by Shane's extent, and that whole encounter begins to play out as you would expect. Dale, accompanying Glenn and Daryl, patrol through the woods, but there ain't no tracks. Soon enough, though, they begin to see little tracks, like Shane and Randall were in the same place. And then, out of the blue, Walker Randall comes, and Daryl notices that Randall's neck was snapped, and somehow he isn't bit anywhere on him, and yet he's still turned into a walker, which means that Shane killed Randall, or something somewhere did, and he still turned into a walker. Dale's eyes light up with pure fear and realization kicking into his system, knowing 110% now. Shane killed Randall, and Rick is in danger. This was all a setup. And what also surprises him is the whole revelation that somehow Randall turned into a walker even though he was killed and not bit. But that's minor compared to the realization kicking in that Rick is in serious trouble. And with that, he says that he's going to go off and see where Rick and Shane are and try to stop whatever might happen. Now that they know for sure Shane lied, Glenn tries to stop Dale now, like Andrea did, and tries to plead more on the case with Dale, having known him just as long, if not longer, than Andrea. But Dale insists on the fact that it's not just about surviving a walker, and it's not just about going after Rick and Shane. It's about making sure that Shane stops whatever he's doing forever. And even though he's not insistent on, killing any human being, he's still going to help Rick in stopping Shane. Daryl says that he trusts Dale's judgment and everything, but to be dead-eyely careful, and that nobody might be able to save him this time if he does actually die. Dale says he knows, and that he must make haste if Shane really is going to go through with something, whatever he's planning. They don't know yet, but they know he's lying. Anyways, Dale rushes forward to the area in which Rick and Shane went away from when they split up. Meanwhile, Rick and Shane are out in the field. Rick knows by this point that Shane means to kill him. And Shane, he just outright admits and just spouts on to Rick everything that he wants to spout out to. And soon enough, this forces Shane to make Rick, or try to make Rick, raise his gun. But as the canon Rick, even more so now, Rick is even more insistent and even kind of less angry because of Dale not dying to do anything but surrender his gun and try to use the police tactic he used to kill Shane. But just before anything can happen, anybody gets close to anybody, they hear a voice shout out, "Stop!" And they both turn to see Dale moving towards them from the bushes and the trees with his rifle cocked and a very surprised and angered look on his face. Now, Shane would of course know that Dale was there and knew him to be perceptive, but he didn't expect Dale to come out here. Now Dale looks at Shane with eyes that only a mad and disappointed father could give a person, and says that he should have expected this coming from Shane, but he wanted so badly to not be right about Shane. After all he was right about before, Shane goes ahead and does whatever he's about to do here, try to kill Rick and lie about Randall? He thought that he changed for the better. This isn't him. Shane says to Dale that he knows nothing of what he's like. He knows nothing of what he's had to go through. And, to be completely frank, Dale has been a nuisance in Shane's path far more times than he cares to count, trying to threaten him and just honestly get on his actual nerves. So if anything, Dale's to blame for half the situations that they've been in, including Randall. He did what he had to do, and if Dale doesn't back down, he'll die alongside with Rick, whether he likes it or not. Dale is just completely dumbfounded at the madness of Shane, how dark he's become. But then, he gets an honest look at him, and a sly smirk, and says that, well, if Shane really wants to go through with this, and if he is no longer some kind of friend in his eyes, then I guess Shane will have no problem with him telling Rick about what really has gone down between them ever since Rick came back to the Atlanta camp. That's right, Dale is going to reveal that Shane almost tried to kill Rick at the start. But how will that turn out? And is there anything more that Dale has to tell Rick? And if there is, how will Rick respond? And will Shane kill Dale? What else will happen? And that's where we leave things for the moment, with the revelation that Dale will tell Rick everything about Shane, including, that particular moment. Whether it will break Shane enough to kill Dale, break Rick enough to kill Shane right there, or just really anything could happen. Either way, like and subscribe, comment, and I'll see you guys next time.
Look, I don't care what you are. This ends now! We're the ones who win.
Hey guys, and welcome to part 3 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, in the last one, we covered Dale, meaning, well, kind of a bit at first, not really too much changing at first, but then the revelation of Shane killing Randall really weighing on Dale's mind. And when he finds out with Daryl and Glenn about Randall's murder, everything begins to click into place. Then, Dale immediately knows what he must do, and runs off towards the direction of Rick and Shane to see Shane about to murder Rick. Just bringing him back to when Shane almost tried to murder Rick and held his gun on him in Season 1. And that's exactly what he is about to tell Rick about right now, along with Randall's murder. That being the other thing that you want to tell him. I left a lot, kind of up in the air in the last episode. Shane, knowing, not caring, and fearing about what Dale is about to tell Rick really, kind of all emotions flaring with Shane right now, holds his gun at Dale, basically saying, "Shut up, dude." But Rick, he actually, knowing all of what Shane's done, and the fact that he was about to kill him, and everything else like that, hearing that there's more, Rick wants to know. As much as he really doesn't want to believe that Shane's any more of a monster than he's made himself out to be, and believe me, Shane's done a lot, and Rick doesn't even know, like, what happened at the CDC. But that isn't what Dale's going to tell him. But Rick still wants to know. And that Rick tells Shane he'll deal with him after, but he is going to wait. Shane really just wants to ice either Dale or Rick right now. But every part of him that cares about them, or at least Rick, is holding him back immensely. That little part that cares about them is the only thing that's keeping him from shooting either of them. And Rick says that he'll deal with him after he hears this. And then they will deal with each other alone, like they, planned. He'll, shoo Dale off or something. And he promises this to Shane. And then turns to Dale and basically wants to know, after Otis, and after finding out about him and Lori being together, what more is there to tell? And did they find anything, out there, like Randall or anything like that? Even though he knows that Shane's story was a lie, it'd be nice to know at least, something. Dale first off admits that Shane killed Randall, so any suspicion that Rick might have had about that possibly not happening, no, that happened. That full-on happened. But that's not what Dale wants to explain. He'll get more to that later. That's not really the most pressing concern. The pressing concern that he wants to address, that he never got to, is the fact that Shane, this isn't the first time that he tried to kill Rick. And this really, Rick wants more. Dale then explains, back at the Season 1 Atlanta camp, well, he wouldn't say Season 1, he would just say Atlanta camp. I'm just being specific. But anyways, he explains at the Atlanta camp, when they were arguing, he was out there too, and saw Shane aim his gun at Rick, hold him in his sights, and he had him there. And Dale says he wished he would have said something to Rick sooner, but he just didn't see Shane for the monster that he truly was starting to become until now. He really started to put it all together. And he didn't want to believe it, but everything just happened. Rick cannot believe what he's hearing. Shane's wanted to kill him, even before he figured everything out and they fought each other over Randall? And this just breaks Rick more. While Rick isn't truly broken, he's still soft, plenty. Even though, Sophia and everything else like that. And this happening just now. But before he can lash out at Shane a handful, although he's kind of already done that, he whirls around to see Shane sledgehammer him straight in the dome, knocking him unconscious for the moment. Shane then yells, "Enough," basically bringing back a not too long ago scene from the barn, which would have literally happened not too long ago, saying that as much as he cared about Dale and everything, now he's opened his mouth far too much. And now he's not just going to kill Rick. He's going to kill the both of them. He gave Dale a choice. Either side with him or go against him. And he said that he didn't care. So, this is unfortunately how it's going to have to be. But he looks up straight as he's saying all this to Dale holding his rifle straight at Shane. In fear, absolute fear this time. Because before, it was just Dale keeping Shane away from the guns. That's petty. But this is actual fear for Dale's life and Rick's. Especially after what he just saw everything happen. And what he just said. Bringing back all too familiar moment again of Dale holding the gun at Shane with, the whole gun thing, like I just mentioned. Shane just steps up to the gun again, like he did in canon, and just calls Dale's bluff. Dale tried to shoot him once. He didn't pull the trigger. So, he doesn't believe that Dale's going to do it here. He knows Dale. Dale might have made his point here with Rick and everything, but he knows Dale is just a softie. He would never kill a human, and if he did, he would dishonor everything that he stood for and everything he tried to do with Randall living, which, that didn't work out. And he's right. As much as Dale has, stood out these past couple parts, and we're just getting into the story, he's of course not going to kill another man. Even though Dale's, seen the monster that Shane can be, and everything else like that. He just can't bring himself to do it. And Shane just smirks at this, because of course he was right. He just prides himself in knowing that Dale was just not going to do it. And now he's about to make his move, and even gets lightened up a little bit more, knowing that Dale wasn't going to do it. Thinking about maybe changing his mind about Dale at least, when bang! A gunshot does go off. But it's not from Dale, and it's not from Shane. It's from Rick, who regains consciousness after a good few moments of, that happening, and shoots Shane square in the head. Now, you'd think that he would just stab him like he did originally, but for one thing, circumstances. For another, Shane really, especially with Dale calling him out like he did, Rick was definitely not going to go the nice way this time. Especially after knowing Shane's wanted to kill him since he came back. Okay, maybe when it got to Randall, that's one thing. But all along, you gotta think of how long Rick would just hold that little police tactic maneuver in. And this happens right when Carl's walking up, because it was longer this time that this conversation and everything was drawn out. Sort of like my What If Rick Exiled Shane remake and everything. Carl does see Shane on the ground. He didn't see Rick shoot Shane, but he did see Shane go down and ask what happened. Rick is about to tell Carl, because he fears that Carl might have at least seen, part of it, or at least Shane go down. But Dale says now is not the right time, for two reasons. Number one, Carl does not need to know this right now, especially everything that's happened, and he knows how much Shane meant to Carl too. And for another, and then he points to the distance of where they're at, and they see a huge horde coming towards the farm. Because remember, the gunshots from the barn, that whole barn seems Sophia still happened. And even though Shane's gunshot didn't go off, Rick's did. So that one gunshot led them, if the others did not. And now the horde makes its way. With Randall's being a walker still known, will the group still find out that they're infected from Rick? And how will Dale help with the leaving of everyone from the farm? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I hope you guys enjoyed this part and are enjoying the story so far. We are only 3 parts in, really, and this is going to be, spoiler alert, a long series, and it's still ongoing. But for what it's worth, so far, I hope you guys are enjoying the story, because it's going to get really detailed in the future. Like and subscribe, comment, I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into part 4 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Dale revealing to Rick everything else about Shane, from actually killing Randall if there was any doubt in Rick's mind, to Shane aiming his gun at Rick at the Atlanta camp. Then, we get Rick getting knocked out by Shane, Dale pulling his gun on Shane and not being able to fire, Shane about to fire at Dale, and then Rick getting back up and putting Shane down for good, not shooting him in the head. But if you think that's going to lead to the group not finding out about the infected, we're getting that revelation today. But then, we get the Horde arriving at the farm, right before Rick is about to tell Carl about what happened, seeing as though the conversation lasted longer, but Carl only saw Shane go down. Now they see the Horde, and Rick tells Carl and Dale that, yeah, they need to move now. But then Dale has an idea, a very good idea, one that if he were alive would have made great sense for him and the rest of the group to do. He suggests that he take the RV and collect everybody around the farm, so that way it could save everyone without any casualties or worry, and Rick and Carl can lead whoever is near the barn away to the RV. Then they can light up the barn, cause a distraction, and that will serve as more better survivor rate rather than the walkers just roaming around and getting them all, or even just a few of them. It would be a great distraction. Rick agrees with this, and the plan is set in motion. Rick and Carl light the barn like they do originally, except it's by Dale's point and not Rick's. Dale then runs to the RV, which is thankfully still intact, because remember, Jimmy was driving the RV. Thankfully, Dale is able to get there right in the nick of time to stop any walkers from getting near Jimmy, and collects full control of the RV, handing the RV to Dale, because, you know, it's his. Anyways, we then get Carol getting saved by Andrea, and that playing out the exact same way, because I don't see why it wouldn't. And then, right after this happens, Carol is collected in the RV, with Dale pulling right up. This is a swerving RV, because he saw Andrea, and he's like, nope, and goes to save her right after she saved Carol. They share a look, and it's like, you gotta get on the RV now. There's no doing this by yourself. I have a plan in motion, you're gonna be a part of it. But just then, walkers begin to swarm all around the area, starting to make their way into the RV. And this has put Dale, Andrea, and everyone around in this particular part, meaning just kind of Dale, Carol, and Andrea, in a very tough situation. Because Dale now has one of two choices. He either drives the RV straight through the walkers, risks getting it stuck, and walkers swarm in and kill him, Jimmy, and Carol, and Andrea possibly still die, or leave her, and her possibly do whatever, and they all live. And he really does not want to leave Andrea. But Andrea gives him a look like, let me make my own decision. There's really not a choice here. Save yourselves. Let me figure my own stuff out. It's basically a look that would reprimand that kind of, you know how you can like look at someone and you know what they're thinking? This would be in that moment, and Andrea is looking into Dale with her heart and soul because walkers are swarming around. They couldn't really hear if she yelled out. And Dale knows exactly what Andrea's thinking, and he really, really does not want to leave her. She could die, and he didn't want anyone to die. That's why he set up this plan. But he agrees that, for one thing, this would be to make up for every time Dale did not let Andrea make her own decisions. But it also makes him regret saying at the CDC about making him care and then checking out. But he doesn't have a choice, and they drive away, leaving Andrea to fight off walkers and be on her own at that part. Meanwhile, Herschel with his infinite shotgun is by himself until Rick and Carl convey on the scene with everybody else near the area, and they ask about Lori and everything, and of course, they're gone by this point. And The three of them are, it pretty much goes the same as you would expect, with Dale pulling up with the RV straight at that moment, unfortunately saying that he could not save Andrea, but Carol and Jimmy are in the RV and that they need to go now. Unbeknownst to them, Lori and the others are long gone by this point, and they didn't get a chance to get everyone in the RV. They all got their own separate vehicles, and Patricia paid the price of this unfortunate turn of events by getting bit like she did in the original, and Andrea does manage to survive like before and gets lost out in the woods. We'll convey with her a little bit near the end of the episode, which really doesn't need to be pointed out. We know where she ends up. Then we get everyone conveying at the highway, where they do originally after the events of the barn, or, farm area. And the two main survivors, the two only survivors differentiating from the original, are Dale and Jimmy. And this I've done before with the two of them surviving, but the influence is stretched out more with Dale because he's the prime source of this story. Now, we then get, with the RV included, everyone driving to the clearing, except I feel it would be past the clearing because the RV is still there. So they would most likely pack in, if anything else, leave like cars behind, and the RV would be like the last one, which would be really cool for a good stopping point for the RV. Dale then talks to Rick about not being able to save Andrea and goes like more in depth about it, and says that he didn't see anybody else, Patricia and everything like that. At least they were able to save pretty much everybody, but he really feels bad about not being able to save Andrea. But what he can say is that he at least tried, and they only lost 2 of their people, and not a huge amount if they wouldn't have gone with this plan. Little does he know, really, an extra 1 or 2 people would have died even if they hadn't gone with this plan. I'm talking about the original story. Rick is just taking everything that happened in. Because remember, we just got through him having to kill Shane, so, his mind's going to be a little blown at this point. Daryl then goes over to where Rick and Dale are, because they would be talking in private. And he mentions to Rick something that Dale was just about to bring up before they left the farm, and just about to bring up now. He mentions that he knows that Rick and Dale know this, because Dale was with him and Glenn, and Rick, he knows that he knows. But Randall, his neck was snapped, but he still turned. And this is when Rick would tell everybody in the group, like the original, that they are infected. And he wouldn't, since Shane was shot in the head here, he would go off of Randall's death instead of Shane. So it wouldn't probably hit him as hard, even though he still had to kill Shane, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, the group takes it as you would expect, with most of them hating Rick for this, like Carol and them, and Jimmy being unsure, but Dale not really being mad at Rick for this. He would back him up on it. He's sure he had his reasons. But then Dale gives Rick a look of seriousness and is like giving a look like Andrea did to Dale, being like, tell him the rest. There's more that we gotta talk about here. And Rick knows exactly what Dale's talking about. He was thinking of conveying it to the group later on, especially Lori and Carl. But he was going to tell Carl before they left, so this time he's just going to tell him before it turns to night, like the original. He tells the group that he had to kill Shane, and about everything about Shane leading Randall out, killing him, and then leading Rick out, and it all being a farce. And then he says that Dale actually stopped them from fighting at first like he originally wanted to. But then Shane knocked him out and was about to kill Dale. But he had to put Shane down. There was no other way. And then he goes on to further explain that Shane has wanted to kill him since the Atlanta camp, and Dale told him he pointed his gun at him at the Atlanta camp. But he didn't know. Shane was a monster that needed to be put down, and it was very much against his better judgment to put down his best friend. He would be much more deaf here and much more saddened by Shane, especially after Dale would tell him about what happened. And the group, they would be much more on Rick's side here. Sure, like maybe Carol and maybe Maggie or Beth would be still against this like they were in the original, but if they were, Dale would back Rick up to an absolute T here, saying that, yes, as a matter of fact, Shane did point his gun at Rick at the Atlanta camp, and he was there, and Shane just acted like nothing happened. And about Otis and everything that he did, he agrees with Rick 110%. If Shane was not put down, he would have killed him, Rick maybe, and possibly more in the group if they didn't follow along. He literally threatened to kill him if he didn't side with him. So Rick here, he just did what he had to do. And if he didn't do it, the group would have been most likely leaderless or in the wrong hands with Shane. So this time, the democracy with Rick, the Ricktatorship, that's not going to happen. I've done that small little bits in here before, because especially with Dale's defense with Rick and Shane's whole field would back him up completely, especially if he told him about what really happened. I never added that in the original, but that would make it even more monumental to Rick's leadership in the group. Now, meanwhile, Andrea meets Michonne in the woods and gets saved by her, and they go along with the whole being alone in the winter thing, like they do in the original. Like I said, I'd convey with them a little more at the end, but it's really not much to talk about. And then we get into Season 3, where the group would eventually find the prison, but with 2 extra survivors and a much different character development progression with the entire group, or, basically the entire group. But how will that go into the Governor Saga? Do you think that Dale being around especially will mean that maybe the Governor doesn't become evil like I've done in What If Laurie Survived? Or do you think that it will absolutely not matter and get maybe even more of the group killed? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys like this episode and are enjoying the remake of this. I definitely think that, even though I've teased a dark ending for Dale's character, that how the story's going, since it's still ongoing, if I haven't mentioned that enough times, it will definitely be worth it once you guys watch it all the way through. But anyways, like and subscribe, comment, I'll see you guys next time.
We are the Walking Dead. Who are you? Someone's trying not to kill you.
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 5 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Dale being with everybody, including Jimmy surviving, getting off of the farm, Shane still dying, Andrea unfortunately being split from the group despite Dale's efforts to truly save her, but Andrea nodding in approval to Dale to save his own skin rather than getting them both killed. So, now, with Shane's death and the revelation of everyone being infected being a lot more softened up with Dale being around, that means that going into Season 3, the group is much lighter, including Rick, Laurie, and Carl. Rick, because of Dale's moral compass, even though he did kill Shane and Sophia, it's still better for him because, one, Dale, the moral compass, like I said, Jimmy, not really too much of an influence, but overall, it's just the way that his character has gone in the story so far. And Lori and Carl, Lori's not going to act out for the whole Shane thing, and Carl, therefore, is going to be better to his mom, too. Soon enough, the group find the prison after surviving the winter, and Rick is just as happy, if not maybe a little bit more so, depending on how his character would react in this situation, to be at the prison and finally find a home. I feel like he would be more happy because there are more people to worry about. Especially for my what if Madison's family joined Rick's story, there'd be a lot. So you gotta think, if it were any more people than the original group that went there, Rick would definitely be overjoyed. Dale takes the spot on one of the guard towers with Carol and whoever else was in that tower, and stops Carol from almost shooting Rick's freaking foot off. So yeah. Beth and Jimmy joined the others in luring the walkers onto the gates and taking them out that way. So besides Jimmy being around to help with Beth and everything else, this part would pretty much go unchanged, including the entrance into them getting, like, the whole outside of the prison cleared. Except, Dale and Jimmy are there. Speaking of, once Rick initiates the plan for everyone to go into the prison, Dale is on the ropes with them, with him being there with an axe and huddled together with T-Dog, Daryl, Rick, Maggie, and Glenn. And besides Dale killing walkers in the Atlanta camp, we had never seen him actually fight walkers with like a melee weapon or anything else like that. So this would be a dramatic turning point for his character, and we've just gotten into the story. There's a lot more to cover with him. Now, Beth and Jimmy, they just stand to the side. They're the ones watching with everybody else. They don't really do much. Besides Jimmy being there to help Beth with her, just their relationship would develop more, basically, than it had. Because Beth didn't really seem to show true affection towards him. Anyways, we get further into the prison, and Dale is able to stop the walker on the ground from biting Herschel. So Herschel does not get bit here, thanks to Dale's influence. However, because of the length of where they walk to and Herschel almost getting bit, the prisoners are still introduced, albeit kind of differently, yet kind of the same. It would happen regardless, like I've done millions of times. Now, Dale being there and Herschel being conscious adds a much different feel towards the prisoners, I would feel. They would show fear, but I don't think that... I feel it would be more direct with fear from Herschel than Dale. Oh, of course he'd be scared, but he wouldn't really... He would be more like he wouldn't know what to think. And then we get to meet them all. Tomas, Big Tiny, Andrew, Oscar, and Axel. We already know these people. But anyways, then Rick makes the deal with them to help him clear out a cell block if they give him half their food and everything else. And I feel that the way that Axel would say, why don't we make this work so everybody wins, Dale would try to moralize that more. And I feel that it would work to maybe they wouldn't take half, but maybe like less than half of the food. So it would be a much fairer deal. Meanwhile, Herschel being conscious stays with Lori and everybody else, and that's where they would have the talk about Lori talking to Herschel, except it would be lighter and it would just be about the baby. It wouldn't be about Carl or Rick hating her, because she wouldn't have reacted the way she did because of the whole Shane thing. Now, then we get to Rick and the group accompanied by Dale, teaching the prisoners how to fight and kill the walkers, and that all happening pretty much the same way up until we get Big Tiny, where he would originally get scratched. But since we have extra hands, Dale, which being the real only main one in that area with them, is able to stop the walker and kill it before it can scratch Big Tiny. So that means that Big Tiny is not going to die yet. And that isn't the first time that I've done that either. I made Big Tiny live till the freaking end with What If Sophia Joined Negan. Made him become a royal prison guard, ironically. So, Big Tiny not getting scratched and killed by Tomas means that the group don't know how much of a monster he is yet. But that truth would soon come out whenever Tomas throws the walker at Rick and swings at him with his weapon. I never remember what that was called. I couldn't tell if it was a crowbar, a friggin' just a slanted blade. Never picked out what that thing was. Hey, it could have just been a normal pipe for all I know. Anyways, unrelated business. After swinging at Rick and throwing a walker at him, even though Tomas did not kill Big Tiny, it's still very known at this point. This guy's a monster. Rick faces Tomas and is about to kill him like he did in the original, but Dale stops him and says that he doesn't need to do this. But even though Rick is kind of softer, and definitely Dale being around with his moral compass has helped him, it still doesn't change the fact that, Tomas, he states this, Tomas just tried to kill him. And what? Is this just going to be a repeat of Randall? I mean, he agreed with sparing Randall back then, but geez, this guy literally just tried to kill him. He did more than Randall ever could before Shane put a stop to him, and who knows what he could have done if he actually was bad. Dale says, well, that might be true. The prisoners wouldn't be alive and everything if they were total monsters. And yes, he did just try to kill him. But if they were true monsters, especially Tomas, don't you think they would have got the death penalty long before this started? No, they didn't. So obviously, it's worth keeping them around. And Dale would go on a speech about keeping humanity and further emphasizing what he truly should have said and going on to a much deeper speech than he did back at the barn. But he did really good with that, before he originally would have died. Rick takes a minute to think about this, and Dale's got a point. If the prisoners were truly monsters, they would have most likely gotten the death penalty, and that's something worth thinking about, actually. Yes, Tomas did just try to kill him, but he's seen firsthand so far that this world could turn people into actual monsters, and even though the prisoners have been sheltered, they're just simple prisoners who've had nothing to live off but this stuff. So Rick decides ultimately, begrudgingly, telling Daryl and T-Dog to lock up Tomas, but Andrew follows suit when he tries to fight. So ultimately, Tomas and Andrew are both locked up together in a much deeper part of the prison. Not too much deeper, but at a very far away cell block. So that way they are absolutely sure that they, number one, it can't get out, and number two, take them longer to reach them if they do get out, and they can actually just end them right then and there. And Dale, begrudgingly himself, agrees with this plan. But do you think that they'll actually stay in that cell locked up and everything? Or do you think that one or both of them will find a way to get out and cause utter mayhem to the group? Especially because Tomas hasn't died. And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys enjoyed this 5th part to the series. It's definitely been a slow start, especially since I've teased that this series is going to go to near 40 parts, if not a tiny bit over. But that's just some of the parts and what the story has to tell. But trust me, as we go further and further into the story, you guys will realize that each part is definitely worth the wait. This story or not this story. Anyways, like, subscribe, comment, and I'll see you guys next time.
Who are you? Come into the light. Who are you? Come into the light. Pissing our pants yet?
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 6 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Last time, we got into the prison arc, and it playing in sort of the same, yet not the same way, with Dale's influence definitely showing, especially after the farm, even more so with the prisoners, because instead of Big Tiny dying, he lives. And instead of Tomas getting killed and Andrew getting kicked away and left to supposedly die, the two of them are imprisoned in a faraway cell block. And that's where we resume the story. Tomas is furious because, for one thing, he was planning on just getting rid of Rick and making this prison his, and now he's lost that advantage. And to add insult to injury, they are in a faraway cell block, locked in with no means of escape. This is just like them being stuck in that friggin' food cabinet or whatever all over again. And tells Andrew that they need to think of a way to get out and take back their prison. Andrew, being fiercely loyal to Tomas, agrees heavily, and they both try to think of a plan. And then Andrew thinks of something that he did in the original story that would work in favor and even more so accurately work with Tomas taking charge of it. He mentions what he does. He mentions the plan that he did in the original. Of course, he wouldn't obviously. This is different because this would be the plan coming into the fold. He wouldn't magically know that he thought of it. This was him being, like, thinking of it firsthand to Tomas, just for any confusion there, sorry. But Tomas listens to Andrew's plan about setting up the walkers and setting off the alarm and flooding walkers in, and ultimately, if they can't kill the leaders, they will try to go to the boiler room to shut off the alarm system. Or at least one of the prisoners that are loyal to them now will think of it. Tomas likes this plan and actually is like, why didn't I think of this? And is glad that Andrew is fiercely loyal to him. But then he says there's one small, meager, tiny, teeny little problem with the plan. They can't get out. That's the only problem now. If they really want to go ahead and do this whole big plan, and yes, it very much can work, and it will work, but how are they going to do it if they can't leave? And now they got to find some way, somehow, to get out of the cell. They get out of the cell, they could do the plan. But unfortunately, they look around the little cell that they're both confined to, and there's not really anything that they can use. I mean, there are probably some things on the outside of the cell, but to reach those things is very few and far in between to try and get them out. So, to both of them, it seems like this plan was all for nothing, making Tomas even angrier. But just then, Andrew sees in a far corner on the ground of their cell a blending in rusty nail that was blent into the wall and the bed that they were by, and it was just there. just blending into the ground that they didn't even see. Now, even though this might take some time to try and pry the lock open with this nail, it can do the trick, but it will take some significant time to figure out how to do it. Even if they gotta maneuver their hand on the other side of the cell to get it that way, if the lock didn't go both ways, if you guys get what I'm saying. Meanwhile, Big Tiny, Axel, and Oscar are put in another cell block because Rick just isn't sure, even with Dale's moral compass, if they should be able to trust them yet, because obviously Tomas just tried to kill them both, or kill them all, really, Rick mainly. So putting him in another cell block for now is honestly the best decision. And they're not going to put him in the cell block with Tomas and Andrew because they don't know if they're all just going to team up afterwards and, you know, they'll have a much bigger problem on their hands. Now, we're going to cut to Woodbury because I feel that that's obviously something that we need to do. Michonne and Andrea, obviously, I still made Andrea go with Michonne, go out for the winter, and she still meets up with Merle. They get kidnapped by Merle, and they investigate Woodbury, and pretty much that all goes down per normal. Nothing changes there. But we do get a big change whenever Michonne says to Andrea that all is not well in Woodbury, and that they need to go, discovering more and more that this place is not what everyone says it is. But this time, Andrea's resolve to stay is different, because she will tell Michonne that she's not just staying because she thinks that this place deserves a shot, and she's not just staying because she doesn't want to go out anymore into the frickin' world and just barely make it. She is here because she doesn't know if Dale is alive, and that's what's mainly keeping her at bay. Because she was so disrespectful to Dale, especially after he almost got killed. And she was more horrible to him than she should have been, and he was like a dad to her, and Amy, her sister. And after everything, she wants to believe that he's alive, and she would like to go with Michonne and maybe try to find him. But staying here to her is just much more important. It just makes her feel like this place is just much better suited for her, and she just doesn't want to be out there anymore, because that's precisely what got her sister and so many others killed. And she doesn't want to do it. Michonne understands Andrea more. With Andrea having a resolve like this, it definitely sits better with Michonne, even if she was still in a dark place at this time. But it sits better with her more, even though she still wants to go. So ultimately she does. But she's not upset with Andrea as she was in the original story. Back at the prison, all soon becomes not well, as some of the group being outside sees walkers begin to flood in to the specific part of the prison that they did in the original. And you guys might be wondering, well, since Herschel didn't lose his leg and everything happened kind of in a different way, who's going to be outside to see this? Well, Rick, Carol, T-Dog, Glenn, Dale, and Daryl would all be outside. Carol and Glenn would be outside because, you know, Carol wanted help trying to perform the C-section for Lori's baby. And T-Dog would be also there to keep tabs on the walkers. Daryl and Rick, I feel, would be outside for the same reason that they were. And Dale would just be an extra backup man. But, unfortunately, T-Dog still gets bit trying to get rid of the walkers, and yeah, he is destined at this point to die. But someone else besides Carol witnesses this, Dale, and he wants to go over and help, but he can't, for 2 reasons. Actually, 3 reasons. Number 1, T's pretty much destined to die anyway. Even he knows this. And he's just really, really just not wanting to admit to himself that T's about to die. 2, Carol is right there, and he feels that if he went there, he'd probably just be an extra distraction, and who knows what could happen then. And 3, honestly, there's not much that they could do. It's basically just 2 reasons. T-Dog's destined to die at this point. T-Dog ultimately still struggles through with Carol before Dale can try and come up there and try and talk his way out of his own head to go and help T, but then he sees T go after Carol, and them both go into the tombs, and he can't really do anything at this point. Lori is the next major focus. Because of being inside the tombs, not the tombs, the prison itself, she is not outside, and thus her, Carl, and Maggie are not all going to be stuck in that little part of the prison area, and Lori dies giving birth to Judith. So, like the majority of my stories since I made What If Lori Survived, Herschel and Maggie being present and Herschel having more, focus now because he doesn't have a lost leg, means that Lori once again lives. And honestly, this has become a reoccurring theme since I made Lori survive, but that's only because I found a way to make her more likable. So, what can you do? If the story calls for it, the story calls for it. If she has to die, she has to die. Now, for the rest of the walkers, Big Tiny, Oscar, and Axel are all permitted to help because Big Tiny and Axel mainly say that they can help go to the boiler room and try and shut everything down. So that, because they want to help. Oscar, he doesn't really care because we know Oscar, but he does still know about the boiler room though, so he's willing to help too. Rick says, all right, well, guess we're going to let them help us, and devises a plan. He gets the group of Glenn, Dale, Maggie, Daryl, Big Tiny, Oscar, and Axel, and they got them all grouped together because they got to deal with 2 problems. They got to deal with the boiler room, like they did, and the walkers, because both things are a problem here. But the walkers are going to be more heavily focused on since they have at least a little bit more people in the group in this point in the story. So the plan's going to go differently here. They're going to split the group into 2. Axel, Oscar, Glenn, and Maggie are going to go to the walls, and they're going to take care of the walkers, and the walkers that have flooded in to that specific part that they were just at. While they take care of them, even if they can't kill all of them, they can at least take care of the vast majority of them and try and get away. If they can't take all of them. That's only if. And while they're doing that, Rick, Dale, Daryl, and Big Tiny will all go to the boiler room so they at least have a prisoner that knows how to get there and shut everything down, and that they have plenty of people on the walls. But they need to split the resources 4 and 4. 1, because it's a great even number for their resources, and 2, because both things are an immediate priority, and they need plenty of people taking care of it. So, they get to the boiler room, and they do not expect what they encounter. Big Tiny, the second that they walk into the boiler room, is sledged straight in the head with the weapon by Tomas, and he looks daggers in Rick's direction with menacing eyes. And this time, since Tomas has not been slain and Andrew's by his side, not alone this time, how do you think this part of the story is going to play out? Do you think that Tomas having the upper hand here will give him more of an edge and maybe even kill more of Rick's group? Rick himself? Or do you think that this is just a futile endeavor with Tomas and Andrew? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys enjoyed this part. Definitely a little bit suspense towards the end there, because this would be the first story that I've really made Tomas survive for longer than he did. Spoiler alert, he's not going to survive as long as you might think he would, even with Dale's influence. But he has survived longer than he did, so I feel that that's worth pointing out in its entirety. there is a what if for him in the future, but that's for another story, honestly. Hope you guys enjoyed this part. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
I can't believe they let an amateur like you step into the ring. Every time you so much as open that cruddy pie hole of yours, all you do is prove to the world that you are the biggest dumbass alive.
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 7 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Last time, we got into the prisoners, and Dale especially being a key asset in Tomas not getting killed at the first opportunity. And Tomas and Andrew coming up with a heavy scheme, this time Andrew recommending it to Tomas, and Tomas taking the head way in exacting the plan, with the walkers flooding the prison and the alarms making more come in. And once Rick, Big Tiny, Daryl, and Dale get to the boiler room, Tomas kills Big Tiny and stares at Rick menacingly. Just at that moment, Andrew comes out of bloody nowhere and attacks Rick, this time actually getting a strike into Rick, not a fatal one, but a strike nonetheless. So, with Tomas's inclusion, Andrew gets a much better attack point on Rick and the group, because Tomas is there to lead the surge, meaning that they have a much better upper hand. And right when this happens, Daryl is able to get a moment from the door where the walkers were flooding in, and goes and attacks Tomas, and the two actually get into a decent scrap. This would actually lead to Tomas having an actual fight with the group, meaning Daryl, and not just being, killed off. The only major thing that he did in the original was killing Big Tiny, but here, he's getting a little bit more of a better chance to show what he's capable of. Meanwhile, Rick and Andrew are in their scuffle, with Andrew definitely holding his own better than he did, and he did hold his own significantly well against Rick in the original. But then, Dale stops the both of them by holding his rifle up, and Rick, he knows that Dale's not going to shoot him, obviously, but he also doesn't know whether or not that he's actually going to shoot Andrew based off of what he heard about Dale in the woods with Shane before Sophia was found in the barn, and again before he unfortunately had to put Shane down. So thinking that he's going to take out Andrew here is a tall order. But Andrew, he personally doesn't care. He just thinks that Dale might end up shooting Rick. So honestly, it's very perplexing as to what Dale is actually going to do. But Dale says that for Andrew not to move. He has never wanted to take a life. He's never agreed with taking a life. And he's the one who vouched for both of them. There is still a way back from this. He has it in his head that Andrew wasn't doing this of his own accord, and says for him to just give up and he doesn't have to do anything. But just at that moment, Daryl and Tomas's fight wraps up, with Tomas getting in a few lucky strikes with his weapon, but not enough to give him the overall upper hand. Daryl gets the true upper hand by kneeing Tomas straight in the stomach, punching him square in the noggin, and slitting his throat straight at the opportunity. Andrew sees this and is like, you know what? I was probably going to listen to this old man somewhat, but now that Tomas is dead, screw that. Because, he was going to attack Rick at the first opportunity when he killed Tomas originally, so why wouldn't he here? He was fiercely loyal to Tomas, prompting Dale to not shoot him, but shoot to the wall next to him, which scares Andrew and makes him fall to the ground in a heap. Because who wouldn't after almost getting themselves killed? This prompts Rick to get the upper hand on him and hold him at gunpoint with his python. And this would be like a double-edged sword. Dale was prompted to shoot the wall next to Andrew after Andrew was prompted to try and attack, which in turn all of that prompted Rick to actually get his gun onto Andrew. So it's literally like a triple prompt, if you will. Dale says to Rick that Andrew doesn't need to die. Sure, Tomas might have deserved to die a little bit because he kind of did that to himself. And after he's the one who vouched for him, he will admit that. But Andrew, for all they know, he probably was just working alongside of Tomas. Rick asked Dale if he's really willing to risk that, based off of a what if. Funny. Anyways, Rick says to Dale that even if that were the case, Andrew, these two in particular, were the monsters out of all those prisoners. Sure, Big Tiny, who just died, and the two others, they seemed like nice prisoners, and they didn't seem like the type to attack. Otherwise, like Andrew and Tomas here, they would have done so already. But he is not willing to risk their well-being anymore based off of a what if. Once again, funny. But Andrew, yeah, he's not really going to be siding with Dale at this point. Andrew definitely was fiercely loyal to Tomas, and he might have listened to Rick before he killed Tomas, but as Destinies has proven, Andrew can have his own one-track mind. And he wasn't fiercely controlled by Tomas or anything, and says that he fiercely enjoyed working for Tomas and killing those that stood in his way. This is his prison, and no one's gonna take... And right at that moment, he is killed. Because Rick was just undoubtedly sure at that point that, yeah, Andrew was not getting out of this alive. And then he looks to Dale, who he knew would be shocked by this, and says that he didn't have a choice. It was either kill him or risk one of their own getting killed again, like just now. And they don't even know about T, remember? So, or Carol, finding her way somewhere else and possibly being dead. So, they just think that Big Tiny was dead. And he looks to Dale and is like, if he didn't do this, Andrew was just going to do the same plan over again. They tried Dale's way, and they had to do it this way. There was literally nothing they could do. Dale, although very against this because of how we know Dale to be, obviously, even though he is heavily against this, for he knew that it was like Andrew was like Randall in a way, except now he knows that Andrew was much darker before Rick unfortunately had to put him down. So, he can't really do anything. He agrees with this. Now, besides Big Tiny, who would have originally survived past when he did, I mean, he kind of did, Dale being another survivor, even though T-Dog died, we still have two survivors besides Dale himself. Lori, who survived her pregnancy thanks to Herschel and Maggie, and Jimmy, who really hasn't had a true death date yet. Meanwhile, at Woodbury, like I said, everything with Michonne and Andrea would progress the same way. We get to meet the governor, we get to know a little bit about Woodbury, and we see the governor show Andrea around, including the fights, which would show Merle in high regard ever since that they saw him and were, quote-unquote, kidnapped by him. And pretty much all of that Woodbury segment, for now, going the same way that it has. But that's going to change here soon. But before that, let's talk about the prison before we hold Woodbury in high regard. Daryl and Maggie, I feel, would still be the first two to go and get formula for Judith, but it would just be them going just out of just going. It wouldn't be because Rick's not doing good or Carl not being so good, because there would be no Savage Rick if Lori didn't die, which is not the first time I've done this. Ever since I did What If Lori Survived, I've almost made Lori survive on the regular, but that's because I could figure out a way to make her live, and just because the story, if it calls for it, it calls for it, basically. Kind of sound like a broken record on that, but hey, if you have to, you have to. But anyways, with Rick not seeing Lori or knowing that she's dead and getting all crazy, this would mean that they would actually go into the deeper part of the prison to find Carol, at least, because she would be the only one that they know of to be unidentified, which means that Carol would be found a few episodes sooner, and she would be in much better shape than she was, giving her recovery much better progress. Granted, she wasn't, it definitely seemed like she was near death's door, but it didn't seem like, I don't know how to explain it. She would be in much better condition than she was. Meanwhile, at Woodbury, things start to fold into a different texture, with Andrea and the governor getting a little bit, together, and Michonne leaving, even though she understood Andrea's resolve more, and Merle, Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio going after her. Michonne killing Tim and Crowley, having a standoff with Merle, and then getting away injured, with Merle injured himself and unfortunately having to put down Gargiulio. Afterwards, this is where things with the Woodbury segment begin to change. Besides the whole Andrea having a different resolve thing, but that's minor. This time, it's not Glenn and Maggie that are gonna go and get the formula. This time, it's Glenn and Dale. Why? Because I feel that with Dale, how close they were, like Glenn seeing him as like a teacher and father figure, and just in the context of this, it would be good to put them in this place, because Glenn and Dale definitely deserved more scenes with each other. And I don't mean that in a wrong way, if you guys get what I mean. Anyways, let's ignore that. And while they're doing this, they meet a very unexpected person in the form of Merle. Merle is even more surprised because this time it's not just Glenn that he recognizes. Dale is there too. Now, we don't know how often Merle and Dale saw each other at the Atlanta camp, but we for sure can guess that they knew each other. Glenn raises his gun surprised, and Dale is equally, if not more so, surprised to see that Merle is alive. Like I said, we did not see any scenes with the two of them together, but we can definitely infer that they knew, that they of course knew about each other, and they had to have spent time at the Atlanta camp before the show basically started. Merle at that point, seeing as there's two people that he recognizes, is for sure knowing that these two know where his brother is, and not just like, oh, it's Glenn. He's gotta know, right? And now, since Maggie's not there, this just gives him more incentive to ask about his brother. Because Dale's there, it gives him extra influence that his brother is going to be alive. So, he asks, and he'll say that he'll call off everything that happened in Atlanta. But Glenn, like before, he is a lighter person with Dale alive. But he is definitely still unsure as to whether or not to trust Merle. Because if this particular scenario happened and you were in the place of Glenn, would you trust him? I would definitely think not. But Dale says for Glenn to back off for a second. He will talk to Merle for a sec, and then they will talk. But Glenn's got to let him take care of this. And Glenn, holding Dale in high regard, of course we know, allows it. I mean, he doesn't technically allow it, he just lets it happen. To be frank, his compliance isn't a factor. Dale turns to Merle and says that they've never had a chance to truly speak or, talk with each other, but they will talk in a second. But Dale wants him to stay there and not make any sort of sudden movements. He's not saying that he's going to do anything, but he wants to talk to Glenn about whether or not to trust him or not. Because, of course, they're going to be wary. So if Merle could just sit there and let him talk it out, then they should be good to maybe come up with a plan to get Daryl to Merle. Merle begrudgingly complies because he knows how honest Dale can be from what he knew of him, and just sits back and just waits. This gives Dale and Glenn a conversation in which to trust Merle or not. Of course, Glenn is much less skeptical, but he is far from being, trustworthy of Merle coming to the prison or anything. What if they're with another group, and Dale tries to argue this, but Glenn is having none of it, and he still says that he wants to trust Merle, but knowing of what he knows of him, and what everyone of the group knew of him, he's no Daryl. Who knows if he's actually going to, turn good and be all, yippity on the frickin' board plane with everybody in the group. Who's to say that he won't turn on them at the first opportunity? And what if he's with another group? That could just bring every one of them to the prison. Just like they had that little problem with Randall. They're lucky that that didn't happen to them. Is Dale really willing to risk that? And Dale says no, but look at Merle. He looks beat up. He has a freaking knife hand, for crying out loud. How is it possible that he is with another group, and yet they haven't attacked? Don't you think they would have attacked by this point? Or at least, someone would have sent word or something. It just doesn't really add up. But before Glenn can make a compiling argument, Merle has officially lost patience, feeling as though this conversation is just meant for him to just, be sat on the sidelines. This is just a diversion, and Merle is having none of it. And at the first opportunity, before Glenn can make a compiling argument with Dale, he grabs Glenn at the first opportunity, and instead of Maggie hostage, he holds Glenn hostage. And Dale, unfortunately, can't do anything. And he is not like Glenn here. He's not going to raise his gun. And even if he did, he would not want to shoot. We know Dale by this point, even if he has evolved a little. So what is going to happen here? Dale can't do anything. Will he be forced to go to Woodbury with Glenn hostage and Merle leading them both? Will this be a different interrogation to what Glenn and Maggie had? Or it will be even worse, if not around the same, except without, the assault? Or do you think that Dale will actually go and rise above his station and actually shoot Merle? Or do you think that Michonne, who's hiding, by the way, will actually step in sooner and save them both? And that's where we leave things for the moment. We actually got a bit of a longer episode here because there was a little bit more to cover, but it definitely holds the question for if Dale's going to rise above his station or what's even going to happen with the interrogation here as a whole. But I hope you guys enjoyed the 7th part to the series and are enjoying the story as a whole, because like I keep saying, we have got a lot to unfold here with this story, and we're only just beginning. But I hope you guys enjoyed nonetheless. Like and subscribe, comment, and I'll see you guys next time.
Look on the bright side. At least you're gonna get beat by a real champ. If you press me again, you a dead man.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 8 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, wherein last time we ended all ties with Tomas and Andrew, and got into Michonne and Merle and all of Woodbury finally coming into contact with the group, and Dale's influence actually being shown with Woodbury and changing that whole story in its entirety. And with Dale and Glenn going instead of Dale and Maggie, provoking the question, what would happen when Merle took Glenn hostage? And that's where we are going to recap and begin this part of the tale. After Merle gets Glenn hostage, after waiting forever, it seems, for nothing to happen, seeming like he's never gonna find his brother with all this just sitting around, and this seemed like a waste of his time. Dale tries to talk him down, being Dale, and saying that all he had to do was wait, but Merle said, nah, he's done waiting. He waited for someone to come up and rescue him after he was left to die on a rooftop. That never happened. He had to rescue himself. And now he's waiting to try and see his brother again, and it seems like he's just wasting his time. So now they're going to play by his rules. But Glenn isn't ready to give up yet. And with Dale being around and Glenn's whole resolve being softer, obviously, because of how much Dale was, like, better in terms of, like, a father figure than Herschel was, he tries to talk Merle down too, but Merle just slaps him with the gun and points it straight at Glenn's head, saying that clearly he didn't hear him the first time when he said it to Dale up there. They're playing by his rules now. They're going to tell him exactly where his brother is, or he's going to pull the trigger. And unlike T-Dog, he isn't going to be merciful and not pull the trigger. He means it. Dale, he wants to talk Merle down. He wants to do everything in his power to just bring him back and just be the person that he is. And he knows how much Merle cares for Daryl. But there's just so much of him that does not want to tell him about the prison and everything, and just let Merle come back with them and everything and not make a big deal. But he's gonna have to tell him. Like, there's no getting out of that. It's either he tells him about the prison, or Glenn, and possibly him, dies. So he literally is, like, he can't shoot him, obviously. And he wouldn't regardless because of who Dale is. So, against his very much so better judgment, Dale just sighs and is like, fine, but you have to promise to let Glenn go. Merle, feeling an advantage here, raises his gun away from Glenn, kicking him in the gut and just pretty much tossing him aside as if he were a piece of garbage. Points the gun at Dale and says, talk fast. And Dale, feeling his own advantage here, cocks up his rifle and just, whatever part of him was going to shoot isn't now. But just before he's about to tell Merle what he wants to know, a sword pierces through Merle's chest, right through the heart, similar to how the governor died whenever Michonne saved Rick from him. This time, it was Michonne saving Glenn and Dale from the likes of Merle. She slices Merle straight through the heart, cocking her sword back, and this time kicking Merle away as if he were a piece of trash, leaving him to bleed to death. Glenn and Dale hold up their guns, but Michonne, for one thing, says that she isn't here to fight them, and even if she was, she's in no position to fight, and shows a bullet graze in her leg, and the fact that she already had a scuffle with Merle before. She had been on the sidelines and seen that the two of them were going through this trouble and then ran into Merle. She wasn't sure whether or not to help or whether they were friendly. But then she recognized who Dale was. And she has someone back from the town that she was just at, where Merle came from specifically, a girl named Andrea spoke fondly and a lot about her, a guy named Dale, over the winter, and goes on to say that if he truly is Dale, she's the one who was with Andrea all this time and that she's actually alive. And she's kept her alive all this winter time, and they've been in a town called Woodbury for some time. But before Dale can inquire more, hearing Andrea and being all shaken up about this revelation and the fact that Merle was just killed by this lady, Michonne unfortunately groans and gasps in pain. Because of this being drawn out and not almost immediately happening, like Glenn and Maggie's tale, Michonne is near to passing out like before in the original, and Dale and Glenn have to figure out what to do. On one hand, they are thankful that Michonne saved them from Merle, and even though Daryl's going to be very enraged at this, they feel that because she helped them and knows about Andrea, that they should bring her back to the prison and figure out a game plan. But Dale says, no. Glenn can go ahead and bring her back, heal her up, and get the formula to the baby. But he's going to go to Woodbury alone. After thinking that Andrea had been dead for so very long, letting her be and just thinking that it was just over for her, now hearing that she's alive and Merle was there too, he can't sit this one out. He is going to go and find Andrea. Glenn wants to stop Dale, but even he knows how much Dale and Andrea meant to each other. Even though Andrea, was mad at Dale from time to time, he knew about all of what happened, obviously. And how much he cares for Dale, he can't take away the fact that he cares for Andrea. And just lets it happen. He takes Michonne, who is still awake, mind you, but she is slowly passing out because of the drawn-out exposition here that we had gotten here. So, Glenn and Michonne, along with the formula, go back to the prison and are going to tell everybody about what happened. Meanwhile, still at the little store, mind you, Merle has reanimated as a walker because no one put him down. It pretty much all happened at once, mind you. Merle was stabbed through the chest, and then Michonne made herself known, and then all that happened. No one had the time to put Merle's walker down when he turned. So, he turns now. Dale cocks his rifle, and it's like, well, unfortunately, Daryl might not be happy about this, but it's what needs to be done. Shoots Merle's walker, and gets ready to make a beeline for the town of Woodbury. And even if it will take him a minute to find it, Michonne, saying what she said already, will give him enough of a clue. So, he makes his way towards the town. Meanwhile, the governor and Andrea have gotten a lot more acquainted, annoyingly. And soon enough, while they're in a little bit of a session, everybody hears a shot from outside, and then another, and then another. Some people from inside the town can see an old man frantically yelling, coming out of a car with something or someone else in it, but they can't make out what. But they can make out what he's saying. It's Dale, and he frantically yells in a very serious tone that would make all of Dale's character much different. He yells for the leader of the community to step out, and that he wants to see Andrea. But he's not saying this in a threatening tone, and that's where we're leaving him for the moment. Meanwhile, Glenn and Michonne, who is injured, mind you, and Glenn has to care for at least part of the way to the prison, along with the formula, make their way to the prison, and Rick wants to inquire the information from Michonne, except he's obviously lighter, with Lori being alive, and the fact that Dale, like I said, has had a much more significant moral compass. And also, he's being accompanied by Glenn, and not, just coming by herself. Glenn states all of what happened since they last saw each other, saying about how she saved him and Dale, but unfortunately has to get into the bad part of the news, saying that even though they got the formula and he came back in one piece, Dale unfortunately did not return, and Michonne unfortunately had to put down Merle because she saved them both from him killing either one or both of them just to figure out where Daryl was. And Dale went to the town Woodbury because Michonne had been with Andrea all winter and is staying at the town. Upon hearing of his brother's death, Daryl instantly holds up his crossbow, literally a second away from shooting Michonne straight in the temple. But Glenn yells at Daryl, in a very reminiscent situation to another What If, mind you, to not shoot, except nothing bad's going to happen here, unlike that particular tale, if you guys get what I mean. Saying that Michonne literally saved him and Dale from dying. Merle was going to kill them just because he wanted to know where Daryl was. It couldn't be helped. So, ultimately, they should be thanking her. She saved their lives. Merle was not the same person. And he kind of was, if you get what I mean. Rick wants to inquire more on the fact that Andrea was there and saved by this woman and is now at the town with the town's leader, and Dale went after and is possibly walking into a death trap. And the fact that Merle was killed. It's a lot to process, even for someone like Rick, even if he is a lighter person. But Daryl says that if Dale's walking into a death trap, he will go. And only him. Why? Because it was his brother, and if he can't kill her, which he's not truly mad at her now, he's still not gonna really outright forgive her. But he's willing to push past this to save Dale's life, and to at least get vengeance on someone. And that will be the town's leader if all does not turn out all right. But will all turn out all right? Is Dale's conversation with the governor going to lead to promising results, getting Andrea back? Will Dale end up staying at the town Woodbury under some weird circumstances? Or has he just signed his own death certificate by even going to Woodbury and with the death of Merle, even though it wasn't on his hands? That's all for now. Hope you guys like this episode. Like and subscribe, comment, and I will see you guys next time.
We all go a little mad sometimes.
Hey guys, this is Nick here, and welcome to part 9 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, the last episode, we covered Merle's untimely demise at the hands of Michonne, saving the likes of Glenn and Dale from certain doom, or interrogation by the hands of the governor, like Glenn and Maggie unfortunately had to go through. But, with Michonne's interference, and the knowledge of Andrea being alive, Dale ventured to Woodbury to confront the governor and get Andrea back. And that's where we resume. The governor confronts Dale at the gates of Woodbury, and Dale, instantly, after being questioned as to why he's here and what he wants, the governor not really seeming to deem too much of a threat from an old man just by himself. Still weary about what happened to Merle, Tim, Crowley, Gargiulio, and the fact that Michonne is gone and everything, when Dale gets into the trunk of his car and throws in front of him, kind of, hardly because it have some weight to it, the dead body of Merle Dixon, and says that he has not come here to fight, but he wishes for Andrea to be returned to him and the group that he resides with. And at this point, he kind of knows he might have said a tiny bit too much, but he really, after learning about Andrea being alive, he doesn't care. The governor, he doesn't know what to make of this. On one hand, this confirms his suspicion about what could have happened to Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio. They're probably all dead, and now Merle's seem to be as well. But he doesn't understand, did this dude know Michonne? And maybe they, teamed up together and killed all of them? And if so, what happened to her? And he inquires to know more about this, and why he should listen to Dale at all. And how does he even know Andrea? Dale simply tells the governor the truth, that none of these people were his doing, and he and his people that he is with did not know Michonne, but he knows that Andrea did. He and another one of their group's people encountered Michonne after the two of them were almost killed by Merle. Those three other men he's talking about, they weren't there. So clearly, Michonne killed them too, even though, Gargiulio got killed by Merle. Anyways, he says that none of this was him, and he brought Merle along to show how serious he is in not only getting Andrea back, but the fact that it wasn't his fault that Merle died. It was his own. And he says seriously that he has not come here to kill anybody, and he wishes not to. All he wants is to be reunited with the person that he cares most in this world about. Certainly the governor being a handy person in ruling a community or taking care of community, he can understand about care. The governor, he's listened well to Dale. Because remember, this is soft governor. Even though he was still a bit crazy, he wasn't mad and unpredictable like the governor we know and love. So he listens to Dale. And he doesn't sense any kind of threat, hostility, or tricks from him. Because, honestly, he knew that this guy wouldn't have the ability to kill Merle or any of them regardless. And he was trying to seek out some kind of lie. And he should still like to know where Michonne is and what this other group is. But, seeming no need of it and sensing no immediate source of urge to do so, he decides, you know what? If these two want to reunite, he cares about Andrea this much, why the frick not? And Andrea soon comes out to the streets. And she is dead, set, surprised, shocked, sad, happy, all of the above, to see, standing at the gates, Dale. The person whom she did not see since she wisely told him to leave that very night at the farm. The two have a very tearful and happy reunion, and Dale would be very, very happy to see that Andrea, in turn, Michonne told the truth, and she actually was alive, and it's clear that this leader did not do anything to hurt her. But someone's about to get hurt, because right at this moment, unbeknownst to everybody, the governor is pulled from behind as to where he is, with a knife straight to his throat, telling him to turn around and face him slowly. The governor does so, but it's not whom you'd expect, or at least those of you who wouldn't have paid attention to the key context clue in the last episode. Daryl Dixon, faces the governor on his perch from where he's standing, unbeknownst to most of the group at this point around this part, because this was very happening in the moment. So Daryl approaching like this, who knows what's going to happen now. Meanwhile, at the prison, Tyrese's group finally makes their appearance in the same way that they do in canon, because this would be around that time where we see them. And as for everybody else, not too much outside of, Daryl being gone and, just a few minor changes would be any different. But Rick, instead of being crazy because Lori's alive, is now thinking about whether or not he wants to go to this town and try and see if Dale and in turn Daryl are okay, because it's been some time since Daryl left out, and since Glenn and now Michonne came to the prison in the first place and told him of the events. And he's wanting to probably go, especially considering that Andrea is alive, presumably to him, because they don't know that yet. Lori, having fully made a better status with their relationship after the pregnancy, and Rick finally making, in turn, things better off, especially with the fact that Shane was not killed the way he was, and Lori did not have such an outright insignificant approach towards it, it means that whenever Rick confronts everyone in the group about wanting to go and, find if Daryl, Dale, and Andrea are all okay, it's not like Lori and Rick are going to have a huge heated discussion or Rick's just going to turn her away or something like that. Basically, what if Lori survived, and afterwards, in a nutshell, because really, every story that's come down to it has come down with Rick and Lori getting along, because only if it calls for it. If Lori's destined to die, then I'm not gonna, push her away from that, justifiable death. But just before they're about to go, Beth comes out of one of the cell blocks, or one of the parts of the prison, looking very depressed. Maggie in turn asks, "What's wrong?" Carol comes out alongside of Beth, injured, tired, dehydrated, but alive, and reveals that T-Dog saved her life and urged her to go into a distant corner of the prison while he risked his life for her. Herschel and everybody else, even though they did see T-Dog's remains, obviously, and they did in canon, they still lament the loss of T-Dog, even though they really didn't in general. At least Glenn and a few others did. I'm just saying in general. But anyways, Herschel would ask Beth once again, "What's wrong? Is she crying about T-Dog?" Beth saying, "It's not just that. It's the fact that she's happy that Carol's alive, but not only sad that T-Dog's dead, but the fact that whenever she and Jimmy, because remember, he's alive here, when they were going and searching around for them, Carol and T-Dog and anyone else, they were close to finding him, and whenever they were getting close to where Carol was, a few walkers got in the way, and Jimmy, unfortunately, fought them off and died. So basically, Jimmy pulled a T-Dog. Except it was more unjust because the walkers basically swarmed him. Maggie comforts her sister and says that, well, now that they've lost 3 between the last few days, they now just have more people to grieve. But she comforts her sister and is very sad to hear that. Because this time, Jimmy and Beth would have gotten closer. Carol feels really guilty for this because she feels like now 2 people have died for her, and she feels like she doesn't deserve it. But no one blames Carol because, it was the prisoner's fault, not hers. Carl then approaches from another part of the prison and states to Rick and everybody else the Tyrese's group, who obviously I don't know yet, has approached the prison, talking to them and basically, meeting them like they do. Except this time, Rick is actually present because he's not crazy. And like some of my other stories, since that whole thing is not going to imply here, Rick being crazy and driving them away, that means that Tyrese's group is going to join the fold. So, with all that said, Rick letting them be here basically gives him a little bit extra incentive to go find Daryl, Dale, and Andrea, because now he knows that there are more people here to defend the prison if something were to go wrong. So, with all that said, there is one teeny tiny problem. Even though two of their people have already gone out alone, him going out alone, it doesn't seem right, but it also doesn't seem right to bring more people. At this point, it's kind of a stalemate about whether or not to bring more people or to risk himself. But Lori says, you know what? More people is more safe. And if there is trouble going on at that town, going alone, it's better to just bring more people to basically safeguard the entire operation of bringing them back. So Michonne, Sasha, Tyrese, and Oscar will all go to accompany Rick. I know that Rick went alone whenever he was looking for Shane and everything in my What If Rick Exiled Shane remake, but here I feel, especially with Dale's thing, with his moral compass around, I feel that it would be different, like that whole decision. And I'm trying to obviously make it different. I'm not trying to, even though there have been slight similarities in many of my what ifs, I don't want to make everything obviously the exact same for obvious reasons. Anyways, what will happen at Woodbury now? Do you think that Daryl's confrontation with the governor will go unnoticed? Do you think everybody else will notice and this will turn into a big deal? And what will happen when Rick and their people approach Woodbury? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys liked this episode and are enjoying the series so far, because we've still got a lot to impact. Like and subscribe, comment, and I will see you guys in the next video. Welcome everyone to part 10 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Last time, we got into Dale being at Woodbury and trying to negotiate getting Andrea back and showing Merle's dead body as a sign of what actually happened, and that he was a complete and total honest man of his word, and all he wanted was Andrea back. And now today, with Daryl having made a surprise visit, we're going to see how Andrea and Dale react to seeing Daryl and hold the governor at hostage point. Once Andrea and Dale do notice this, a few seconds after Daryl's arrival, they ask what Daryl's doing here and what's going on. Andrea mainly. Dale can kind of figure that out on his own, you know? But Daryl says that he's here, obviously, because this guy was responsible for sending his brother out and ultimately getting him killed. Dale knows this, but Andrea didn't. And Dale can concur with this, but he tells Daryl not to do anything rash at the moment, because he can still, or they can still figure something out. Nothing truly awful has happened besides that, so they can still work on something. Andrea is definitely shocked and kind of broken about this, thinking the governor to be an honest man of his word, and looks to him like, is this true? the governor asks Andrea if she's really willing to believe some redneck guy and an old man over someone who took her in along with Michonne and literally did nothing to them. It didn't hurt them, didn't kill them, didn't poison them. No. You're really gonna believe these two over everyone here, including me? It's basically that kind of moment. And then he adds on to this, saying that Daryl, for all he knows, he could have gone crazy and perhaps just killed the brother himself and is just, a crazy guy, and the old man could just be covering for him. They don't know anything yet. They could just be on loops together with friggin' Michonne and, pretty much lying. Daryl doesn't take too kindly to this and points his crossbow straight at the governor, and he is just all seeing red right now. He is really about to put an arrow straight into the governor's temple for even suggesting that he would try and hurt or harm his brother. But the governor doesn't take this as a threat, raises his arm, and every single one of the governor's soldiers, including Martinez and the main ones, aim their guns square at Daryl mainly. A few aim their guns at Dale, but they see no threat in him. The governor didn't either, but hey, you can never be too cautious. Dale says for Daryl to put the crossbow down, and then turns his attention to the governor and says, they don't have to do anything here. All that's happened here is something small. A few of the men died. Yes, that's a little bit of bad luck, and Daryl's brother died, but they don't have to be this way. The governor says he's all willing to make a small truce, or even still maybe take them in. Let bygones be bygones. But he and his men are not putting their guns down until Daryl over there with the crossbow puts his weapons down, because he's the only one out of all three of them, besides Michonne, because they have no idea where she is, that seems like a threat. But Daryl, we all know that he's not going to be putting down his crossbow any kind of time soon. And he is just getting angrier and heated by the second, even with guns trained on him. So, the governor, seeing no kind of Daryl stopping at this moment, just basically is like, he shrugs his shoulder and is like, this is the way it's gonna be. But then a gun does ring out. A gunshot rings out, and it hits the ground straight next to the governor's feet. It was Andrea. She's had enough at this point. Hearing about Merle being killed and the governor sending him out after Michonne and everything like that, and the fact that Merle was going to kill Dale and Glenn, and now the governor willing to risk going to absolute war, even trying to think about shooting Dale, it's just become too much for her. And she wants to know exactly what's going on, because she feels there's way more to the governor than he's let on. And maybe Michonne was right in saying that this place is not what it seems. The governor says that he has absolutely nothing to hide, which we obviously know is a complete and total lie. And once again states to Andrea, why are you willing to risk believing a redneck, an old man, over someone who took you in? And he understands that she was part of that group before, but he thinks that they just got into her head and is about to lambast Andrea more, as along with give some kind of order to shoot at Daryl, before Rick, Michonne, Sasha, Tyrese, and Oscar arrive on the scene with their guns drawn. And Rick demands to know what in the crap is going on after seeing that Dale, Andrea, and Daryl are all okay. He's just wanted to be sure of that before he did anything. Michonne and Dale, well, Michonne obviously came with Rick, but Michonne and Dale together, the two who is sensed the most out of the governor's ways, would tell about everything that happened that they weren't able to before. Dale would actually go more in depth from what Michonne and Glenn told Rick, because Dale did not go back to the prison, even though they're literally the stories connect. And the fact that Michonne, out of everybody, including now Andrea believing, knows that there's more to the governor in this town than meets the eye. And then Rick turns his attention squarely to the governor. And he's like, if you don't tell me and my people what is going on right now, there's going to be things happening in this town that you are not going to like. You want your town to stay standing? Then you better tell everybody, including myself, what's going on. And why you sent men to kill my people. The governor said that he knew nothing about what happened after he sent Merle, Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio after Michonne. He at least admits that part. But it was to bring Michonne back, not hurt her. But we obviously know that's a lie too. And that Merle, he got himself killed. Daryl yells at this, saying, no, you got my brother killed. If you hadn't sent him out to get Michonne back, which he says kill Michonne because he isn't buying a word of what Michonne is selling, the governor is selling. He doesn't buy a word of it at all. And that if he hadn't sent him out, he would still be alive. The governor says that whatever he did after he sent him and out with the other men, that's his fault. He didn't order him to hunt their people. He ordered him to go after Michonne. And Merle, he's better off dead. And at this, Daryl's done. He has just lost it with the governor. And then, just angrily, with every fiber of his being, enjoys the shot of the arrow that he shoots into the governor's leg. Instantly, the governor cries out in pain and collapses to the ground, clutching his leg, trying to pull the arrow out, but he does not have the strength to. Because remember, the governor hasn't gone all crazy yet, so he's still weak, basically. And after this, and the gun ringing out was one thing, but it didn't shoot anybody in particular when Andrea shot. But Daryl shooting the crossbow arrow into the governor's leg, the governor's men are ready to just kill everyone who's appeared now. But Rick yells at all of them that to not make a move. Nothing has to happen here yet. They haven't got the information that they needed. This was just a warning shot at their leader. He'll accept that Daryl did this as a warning. But then he gets straight in the governor's face. And he's like, now you know that me and my people are dead serious. And he says he doesn't care about Merle. He doesn't care that they went after Michonne. All he cares about is what the governor is hiding. And why he wants them to stay here so bad. And just some information. Plot. Condense. You know? But then Rick has a moment of clarity and says to Michonne, what information are you specifically looking for that would explain why the governor wanted you here so bad and why he acted the way that he did, especially towards Daryl, and why he treated Merle like crap? Like, what kind of person was he that you wanted to figure out what he was so bad? Michonne says she doesn't know. All she knows is the governor's ways just didn't seem right to her. And when she snuck into his house, which she admits to in front of the governor, by the way, she knew that something was in his room, but she didn't get the chance to go in. Rick then makes the decision. They're going to see what's in the governor's house. That has to be what he's hiding, or who he's hiding, something to explain who he is and why everyone, including Dale now and even Andrea, are desperate to find it out. So Rick tells Daryl to stay with the governor as a prisoner and they're going to find out what the governor's up to. The governor immediately tries to get up and stop them, knowing what they'll find in there. But Daryl just punches him square in the face, the hardest punch that we would see from Daryl at this time. This would be full of hatred. This would be an actually powerful punch, straight to the noggin. And this knocks the governor to the ground, and Daryl agrees to this, but he can't promise that he'll leave the governor. Well, he'll leave him alive to the best of his ability, but he can't promise he'll be, like, you know, in a position to talk afterwards. Basically meaning that he's going to literally punch him half to death if he tries anything, which he knows he will. They get to the governor's house, and what they find inside is not what they were expecting. They find the room with the tanks full of the heads, and this explains a lot, at least to a few people's standards. And then behind door number 2, Penny, the zombified daughter of the governor. And this doesn't explain a whole lot. The heads even explained more. But this inferred as to who he was. A madman. Crazy. And Rick's about to put her down when his mind flashes. It flashes back to the barn. Back to when Sophia came out of the barn as a walker. And Rick manned up, accepted what he did, and that he failed her, and shoots her. And then his mind flashes back. He realizes he can't do it. Sort of like I did in some scenarios with Rick and Lizzie, whenever she would get out of control, and it's like that, so to speak. So, Andrea does the deed for him, and puts Penny down. And, now that they've gotten this taken care of, Andrea, she just can't believe that this man who took her and Michonne in, Michonne was right, and she didn't listen. She wanted to believe that he was a good person, and that she was just unsure, that being on the road just made her, like, so, you know, unsure of everything. She wanted to believe it was that reason. But Dale tells her that it's not her fault. And Michonne, she admits to being sorry for the way that she treated Andrea, but she does admit that she was right. And Andrea full on actually accepts this. And, you know, Michonne's attitude and her way of speaking, she wouldn't get all sassy about it because she was right. She should have listened instead of turning her down. And whenever she mentioned about Dale possibly being alive, she wanted to go. But her mind just wouldn't let her. So everyone who went into the house goes to the streets of Woodbury, where people have lined up around the governor and Daryl. The ones who, apparently, at that point, everyone would be out in the streets. Let's be real here. And one of the tanks carrying one or two or three of the heads, it really doesn't freaking matter, is thrown onto the street, busting the tank in the process, with the heads being left out in the open, and Penny's remains as a walker. After the governor sees this, he knew what was going to happen the minute that they went in there, but he just wanted to believe that it wasn't real. His daughter, in his eyes alive, is now dead. And he is so ready to just kill all of them and order his men to attack. But with how injured he is from Daryl beating him, as well as the arrow in the leg, because he still hasn't had the strength to remove it yet, he can't do anything. And he knows that in the situation, there's nothing he can do. Rick then turns to all the men of Woodbury, and all the soldiers, the people, everybody including his own group that are at the town at this time, and says that this is the kind of man that your leader has proclaimed to be. A faker, a crazy man, a loony. And unfortunately, they have to kill him. Otherwise, it's only going to get worse. And this is not the kind of leader that the people here deserve. They've made something of this town, and Rick applauds that. But this man, he can't be a leader here. And he wanted to believe that the governor was not bad, but he tried believing that before with several instances, and look where it got him. The governor has to die. And then he goes on to explain that this is what the world does to people. He tried believing it with a girl named Sophia, looking for her forever, didn't work, and she died. Tried believing it with his best friend Shane, but no, he tried to kill him, had to kill his best friend, and it didn't work. And then tried to make station at a prison from where they were at, and prisoners ended up being all bad. It got one of those good prisoners killed, and one of their best group members, T-Dog. True that two of the prisoners were the main baddies, but it still doesn't matter. What matters is that the governor is absolute proof that this is the way the world works now. People are just only ever out for themselves. But the town deserves a strong, alert leader. One who will actually make this town something of what it should be. Because he doesn't want to abandon the town. But the governor can't lead, and he must be stopped. Dale stops him almost immediately right before he's done with his speech, saying that they can't kill him. How are they any better than this dude or anyone that they've met before if they just kill him? It's like with Randall, and it's like with the prisoners. They can't lose their humanity because of one guy, or two, or three. They can't push themselves to be worse than the people that they encounter. Otherwise, they'll lose of everything of who they were. And he doesn't want that for anybody, including the governor. And let's be honest here. Let's be completely honest here. The governor, even if he was out of his mind and a little bit crazy, he wasn't actually, worse off than many of the people that they ran into. Like Shane and the prisoners. They were worse. They had done more at that point. So what they need to do is just, they can't kill him. There has to be a better way. Something that they can do that can make this right. He doesn't have to be in charge anymore. But they can't just end his life. After they kill him, there will be no going back. They've already killed when they didn't have to. Even if they called for it with the prisoners, they need to do what's right. They can't let themselves be inhumane, even if it is an inhumane world. And Dale admits that. But Rick, Michonne, and Daryl, their minds are almost made up completely. But Dale's words echo across the town to everybody. And then, Rick in particular has an idea. An idea that might actually work. And it's regarding the governor's room. And the governor himself. An idea that could actually benefit and show that the governor is really crazy and deserves to be treated as such. But what is this idea that Rick has come up with? And what does it involve? Does it involve sparing the governor in a twisted, sensical way? Does it involve maybe just, killing him and keeping him as a walker somewhere? And will it matter, or will it make things worse? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys like this longer addition to the Dale series so far, because we've still got a lot to impact, as I've been saying. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like and subscribe, comment, and I will see you guys in the next video.
You get yourself in some trouble, partner?
Looky what we have here.
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 11 to What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, last time, we got into the governor's plans officially being thwarted, really, before they could even begin, and Dale reasoning and pleading with Rick to do everything in his power to find another way besides killing the governor. It's not about him being in charge anymore, it's just not about killing him. And Rick had an idea. And that's where this episode comes into play, as to what the idea is. But before we begin, here's a little intervention that I think we need to talk about. Did you know that physicists believe there are two alternate realities? One in which you do subscribe to Nick's topics, and one in which you don't. Now let me lay out the scene for you so you get a better understanding, alright? So, if you don't subscribe to Nick's topics, the world will be thrown into an apocalyptic cesspool of lava and death and dinosaurs raining out of the sky like a Minecraft server, killing everybody, destroying cities, and basically turning our world into a barren wasteland. But if you do subscribe, you will be gifted the opportunity in your front dresser drawer the next morning you wake up to receive a lifetime supply of bubble soap, as well as a free passport to the Mariana Trench. Now, if I were a betting man, and a man way above my time in terms of figuring out things and telling stories and whatnot, which I frickin' am, I would choose the option in the second reality of subscribing to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, so that way we don't all end up getting killed by a bunch of dinosaurs raining from the sky like it's frickin' Sharknado the frickin' 5th. So, with all that said and out of the way, you guys should definitely subscribe if you want us to all not remain, get eaten. And with that, let's get into the story. Now, Rick's plan, you might ask? That's where this episode comes fully into play. So, after Dale goes on the speech and saying that they don't have to kill the governor, that's when Rick has the idea. And without expressing it too much at the moment, he tells everyone to gather the governor, and they're going to the room in which they found the governor's heads in the tanks and the governor's daughter. And whenever people ask, why are we bringing him in there? Well, Rick doesn't elaborate just yet. He just says that they need to do this, and that he's come up with a brilliant idea without killing the governor. The ultimate form of torture. So, they do what Rick asks. And soon enough, everybody in Rick's group, mainly the leaders and everybody else who wants to take part, find themselves once again in the room with the heads and Penny. Which they bring Penny back, obviously, because they brought her out as long as one of the tanks. The tank that was already smashed, there's no point in getting the heads there, because, there's plenty more tanks in the room, since they weren't all destroyed, because there wasn't a fight in there like the original story. And as soon as they get in there, Rick cuffs the governor, or at least would tell someone to cuff the governor, to a chair, the chair in which he sat in that room, and now he's cuffed in the chair, sitting straight in front of all the tanks with the heads, and then Penny is sat up right on the wall with them. Why am I doing this? Well, you see, this is the ultimate form of torture. This is basically making Negan live, but instead of locking him in a cell, they're going to literally do to the governor and show him all of the crazy things and make him feel more sorry. So yeah, instead of just simply confining him to a cell like Negan, they're going to confine him to the room in which he did his little crazy experiments and all that. It's basically like the best form of torture that they can think of, and the best plan that Rick can think of without killing the governor outright, It's really all that they can do in the way. It was my best way to make the governor live, because otherwise I'd just kill him right off, whether Dale would want it or not. Anyways, afterwards, everyone that is still at the prison is taken to Woodbury, and effectively, the prison is thus forth abandoned. Because I've had the prison be abandoned and Woodbury take center stage pretty much like the vast majority of my stories. But especially here, and then I just left it at the prison would just be left alone or as like a second base. But really the overall thing that I should like now permanently rectify and saying for this, if everyone were to leave, like all my other stories and everything, the prison gets abandoned, is that it just belongs to the walkers again. If I never clarified that in the story, which I think I haven't, there you go. That's for every other story, including this one, what happens to the prison afterwards. Now, for people who survive, and like just survivors in general, and the status of Woodbury, that's what we're going to get into next. Milton and Martinez, they're still alive. And even though they were loyal to the governor, after knowing about what happened and everything, and Rick taking center control, I think that Martinez would be a little bit like, you know, he wouldn't be totally on board, but Milton would accept it, because he would have known it would, like Dale, it would be the best way without killing him, even though he would want more for the governor, because we all know how much Milton respected the governor before he went crazy. And as for survivors in general, we got Oscar, Axel, Milton, Andrea, Dale, Ben, Alan, and Lori. I don't know why I called him Bill, just ignore that. And as for small characters slowly making themselves more presentable, Lizzie, Mika, Karen, David, and Bob would eventually be shown up at Woodbury. I mean, granted, pretty much all of them except Bob were already at Woodbury. And especially Karen got a debut before Season 4. So now we get more center focus around them at this point in time. And they would be presented at Woodbury instead of the prison. Now, something small I want to touch on that's really not going to mean much. Clara. She's someone I've never really gotten the chance to touch upon. And I'm not really going to with this story. I really didn't. I'm going to do something with her. But it's not going to be until a lot more happens, and you guys probably already know what I'm teasing with that line. So just know that after everything big happens, pretty soon here, you'll see her pop up eventually. And I have a center-themed what if for her in the future. It's just not going to come out for a great long while. So you'll just see what I do with Clara in this story a few parts later on. And by a few, I mean quite a few. Now, something I've also done in the majority of my stories is make Rick, Lori, and Carl go to Atlanta for the weapons instead of Rick, Michonne, and Carl. Because even though they would have good armament, especially with Woodbury, and the stuff that they had from the prison, I feel that Rick would want to make absolute sure, not even just if the governor somehow got free or something, even though he made sure the plan would be so they would be safeguarding him at all times, but just to make sure that no other group threatens the community or town or whatever. So, they arrive in Atlanta, back in their old hometown, and encounter Morgan. And with Lori around, it changes some dynamics, which I've done before, obviously, especially in my Lori-themed What If. You guys should know that by now. It really wouldn't change much overall. Lori would just be more center-focused. It would be much more center-focused on the Grimes family rather than Michonne fitting in with the Grimes, if you get what I mean. Morgan goes crazy, attacks Rick, and we have that whole standoff, and Rick tries to make him remember who he is. Now, here's where things change. After Morgan tells Rick about Dwayne and everything, Rick asks Morgan, or rather tells him that he's meant to come back with him. Now, in pretty much every story, including What If Morgan Went with the Governor, I have confirmed and said that Morgan going with Rick in this state, whether Lori would be alive or not, it just wouldn't seem right for Morgan because he was just in the clear state of mind. But that's about to change, and this is where the story is going to take a dramatic turn. It's not going to be like What If Morgan met the governor, or What If Morgan went with Rick to the prison. No, that's not going to be it at all. It's not theming Morgan. It's to show not only am I changing the dynamic here because the governor, there's no threat. It was because Morgan was crazy, Lori was dead, so Morgan was less sure, and just because he was in the clear state of mind. So, threat, Clear, and Lori being dead. But here, with all of this in the context that I'm going to change it around for with the story, Morgan actually says yes, and that he will go. He's still in the clear state of mind, mind you, but this is just because of everything that's happened and me changing it up, feeling that it's more right for Morgan to go now, with there being no threat. I know there's been no threat before, and I just feel like I can't make it the same all the time. I have to change it up. Can't be the same all the time. You guys get what I mean when I said all that, right? Anyways, Rick says that he made the right choice. It's much better than staying here and just, you know, being a shallow form of his former self. Carl, once Morgan and Rick come outside, they talk about everything that went on and everything. Says he's sorry to Morgan, who he shot. Morgan tells him, don't ever be sorry. And Lori would get some dialogue with Morgan, thanking Morgan for saving Rick's life. Morgan would likely just, you know, it would be very mixed. Because even though Lori would be very grateful, which I've had Lori and Morgan talk before, mainly in my Morgan-themed, or Lori-themed What If, but Morgan would honestly take all this with a grain of salt, because he hasn't been... He's still crazy. So whatever Lori or Rick or Carl would say, besides him wanting to come along, not even just wanting to come along, but him just going along, basically, no real motive in it for him, it would just be the words bouncing off of him and him holding himself back immensely from just sticking to his guts and clearing all of them. But they all go together nonetheless. Morgan's trap house officially being abandoned without getting burned down. Now, the four now make their way to Woodbury. But while Rick was gone, nothing stayed peaceful. Nothing stayed the same. Something happened. And what did happen, Rick's eyes are petrified with fear, horror, and unbridled emotion. But what did happen? Did the governor somehow escape and kill everyone? Or is he actually still around but has a much more sinister motive? Or does this not revolve the governor at all? Did some other group like the Claimers or another group infiltrate Woodbury? And that's officially, bet you guys are starting to pick up what I'm putting down about that dark ending with the plot twist. All what I've been teasing, we're finally there. And this is where the story is going to officially become long. And you guys are not going to be disappointed. I hope that you guys are eagerly going to be anticipating the next part, like my new subscribing promotions that I'm going to be doing before I start the stories. And I will see you guys in the next episode. See you then.
Hope you enjoyed the show, assholes!
I like you and your big old massive lady nuts.
Name's Negan.
Cause the world is better treat when you're on easy street.
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 12 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. The tie-in to the dark ending and all of the stuff that I've been teasing up to this point, we are finally about to get into. Today is going to be a long episode, basically saying what Rick is so afraid of when they approach Woodbury, and how it will tie into this story dramatically changing, and that is the tie-in to how the story will become so long. So you guys better get a snack, a drink, and brace yourselves in for this amazing part to the tale, because there's a lot to tell. And a lot of action. Well, action slash, like, drama, mainly. But anyways, before that, did you guys know something? Physicists believe that there are two alternate realities in which we live in. One in which you do subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Basically, like two separate universes. Now, we've of course already touched upon 2 of those timelines, getting into the last video. But here, let me set the scene for you with 2 other universes that could have either dramatic, very bad consequences, or perks depending on what you do. If you don't subscribe to Next Topic's YouTube channel, you will be forced to be put and imprisoned in the highest room of the tallest tower, like Shrek, except way different than Shrek, guarded by a dragon, surrounded by hot boiling lava. But that won't be the only thing that you gotta worry about. Oh, no. You, while being trapped by a dragon surrounded by hot boiling lava in the highest room of the tallest tower, in the tallest tower, you will be forced to be playing Russian roulette with Kermit the Frog. Yeah, that's right. We're not getting any Aaron, Gabriel, and Maze drama here. No. You're gonna be forced to play Russian roulette with a Muppet. Kermit the Frog Muppet, if anything else. So, there's one little side for that. But, if you guys do subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, you will get a good dragon perk. Ironic that the both of them are dragons. I only noticed that when I made this. You will get a good dragon perk and the chance straight in front of your computer screen or whatever, thing you use to watch movies or do stuff or edit stuff, whatever the frick. You will get chance in front of your own little area in which you do videos, watch videos, or whatnot to get a wish from the Dragon Balls with them appearing straight in front of you. Now, if I were a betting man and a man who knew how to make decisions coherently and knew what I was talking about, which I am, I would choose the option that does not revolve around getting surrounded by a dragon in a big, huge castle in the highest room of the tallest tower, playing Russian roulette with a puppet, a frog puppet, mind you, and I would choose the good dragon option and subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, because I don't think that anyone wants to be trapped in a tower with a dragon guarding the outskirts and playing Russian roulette with a puppet. So, you guys should probably subscribe to Nick's Topics. Anyways, let's get into the story. So for this, and the reason why it's so long, this is where it's going to start. Let's turn back time to right before Rick, Lori, and Carl went to Atlanta to get those weapons, and ironically this time, Morgan joined the cause. So, as I discussed in the last episode, the governor is cuffed into his own room with the tanks full of heads and Penny sitting right up against it. And he's imprisoned there. Basically as a to show how crazy he is, and so he can live with that for the rest of his days. And, of course, they would go in and uncuff him for food and everything to keep him alive. It's a Negan thing, but it's not, if you guys get my meaning. Now, Rick, Dale, and Andrea, during this, and ever since the plan did begin, are the main 3 in charge of the governor, like going in and basically, they're the 3 big ones that'll keep charge of the governor to whenever they go in and uncuff him for food and everything and he tries something, that they will actually, make sure that he doesn't get away and put him down. Not put him down as in kill him, but put him down as in he can't get away. Now, you guys might be asking, what about Daryl and Michonne? Why can't one of them or both of them be a part of it? Well, there's a very specific reason for that. It's because if Michonne or Daryl, and Rick even thought of this too, whenever he thought of the plan, if Michonne or Daryl were to keep watch on the governor, Michonne would attack or kill the governor because of who she knew him to be and her slightly disagreeing with the plan, because they're not together, remember, Michonne and Rick, so they're obviously not going to be on boat with everything. Michonne still agreed with Rick even before she was with him, but everything, you know what I'm talking about. And Daryl would kill the governor because he inadvertently caused the death of Merle. So, whenever Rick, Lori, and Carl all leave, Dale and Andrea are still put in charge. So really, their rule has not left. Rick just has. But Rick trusts, from the decent amount of time that they've had him locked in there, that Dale and Andrea will know that if he does try something, to take initiative. Speaking of, the governor, having sat in his own solitude, looking at his work, has given him a lot of time to think. Now, of course, this isn't going to be him turning good, even though I've had that happen before in What If Laurie Survived. But honestly, it's given him time to think about revenge. This, looking at his own work and his Walker daughter, which now he's getting more and more and more sure of that, you know, she was actually dead. But all of this solitude has given him immense amount of time to think. Thinking about how he's going to take his town back after it was taken from him. At first wrongly, and then they just destroyed everything that he built for. And he goes over and gets Penny from the wall she's perched upon. And the even more rotting Penny, since, you know, they kill her. And now knows that the next time someone walks through that door, he's going to kill them. He is going to kill them. And whenever the door does open, it's not who you'd expect, or the governor would expect. Dale and Andrea are there, but Rick is not. And the governor is sitting in there thinking to himself, where's Rick? And of course he isn't going to say anything, because then Dale and Andrea would find this suspicious and his plan would be a total bust. But if he really wants to get his town back and get revenge, he's got to keep up appearances. And the governor was very good at keeping up appearances. We all know that. Even before he turned all crazy with the Penny thing. He's crazy after the death of Penny. He just hasn't lost his eye yet. So, yeah. I've had that happen before in What If Sophia Joined Negan. So, Dale and Andrea have come in to basically check on him and give him his food for the day. So, whenever they uncuff his, or, you know, unlock his cuff with the key or whatever, the governor strikes. He pulls out a knife. The main knife that he used. Mainly before he turned crazy, because after that he just used guns. But this knife he cleverly hid before he was imprisoned in here. So that way, no one would be able to see it. And it wasn't like they didn't frisk him or anything, but they still couldn't tell. The governor was very sneaky, so him hiding a knife like this would definitely be in character for him. And the moment that they uncuff him, the governor strikes, pulls out his knife, and holds Andrea at hostage point with his blade. And at this point, he tells Dale that if he even thinks about moving an inch, he's going to kill her. At first, he wanted to be on... He thought that Andrea was on his side. But after killing his daughter, which he would still cling to, by the way, it's just he's getting slowly but surely more focused on, like, the fact that she was actually dead, but that hasn't happened yet. So basically says to Dale that if he moves, she dies. And Dale, having, you know, Andrea's life in the balance of his hands, he wants to shoot, but he can't. And... you know, at this point, having thought that Andrea died back at the farm, and then finally getting back to her after all this time, and having to go through all this would change Dale's character a lot. So, he would want to shoot more since he's grown as a character. But being the pacifist that he is, he's fighting with Andrea's life, his moral compass, and the part of him that really just wants to kill the governor. But that's a very, very dimmed down part. That's like 2% of him, the part that wants to kill him. And the governor once again says that if he attempts to shoot, he will kill her. And he knows that Dale isn't going to do it. Because why would Dale do it after he risked everything to just come here, basically ruin the governor. If it weren't for Dale, honestly, him and Michonne, and there's just so many people he can't wait to get back on. And Andrea basically just looks at Dale with that same look that she gave him at the farm, basically signifying that, no, you cannot do anything. She knows that Dale wants to do something, but at the same time, he can't do anything. It's basically like a mixed package. Nobody knows what to do here. And Andrea's like, no, you gotta give up. You gotta give up, Dale. And Dale is about to negotiate or say something or drop his weapon or do something, but right at that moment, Andrea pulls an entire rule reversal with this fake giving up rule, pulls out the knife that she has in her pocket, and stabs the governor straight in his eye. This was just what Andrea needed for some initiative. And this, of course, makes the governor fall back and recoil, but only for a second, clutching his eye. And Andrea is just about to attack the governor or cuff him back, but the governor is still holding the knife. So, right whenever Andrea stabs him in the eye, he recoils back, stumbles back, and seems like he's about to fall. He grips the blade in a forward motion, turns around in a complete and total acrobatic way with the knife, slits Andrea's throat, and instantly Andrea falls to the ground. Instantly dead. This would be a great, savage, and complete awesome way to introduce the governor as a true villain. After the governor does this, he holds Dale at gunpoint and says that now playtime's over. He might have not caused the death of Andrea, but he's not going to let him do anything after. So, he holds him at gunpoint while he finds something to bandage his eye, whether it be a bandage, an eye patch. Let's just say that he holds him at gunpoint, because I don't think the governor would just want his eye just left out like that. T-Dog did in Destinies, but we all know the governor and Merle wouldn't play that way. And Dale, he's going to have a lot of emotions right now. He doesn't know how to feel. He just lost the one person that was most important to him. And seeing how the governors truly became, it flashes his mind to Shane. How he thought that Shane was so good at first. And it flashes to him threatening to shoot Shane just before he busted open the barn. And if he hadn't given those guns, maybe Sophia wouldn't have been found. They would have kept looking for Sophia forever. And then it just flashes to him knowing Shane for what he truly is, a monster, and even considering shooting him before Rick does the deed himself and truly shows how Shane became a villain and what Rick needed to do. But above all else, what he sees with the governor and Shane's resemblance as villains, he sees anger. For the first time, Dale feels anger. And his killing the governor thing now, it's really starting to spike up, but he just doesn't know. He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't want to kill, but he wants to so badly. Because he just lost the number one person that he cared about. Amy, that was one thing. But Andrea, he risked everything after the farm to try and see, to try and hear. And now she's gone forever. It was all for nothing. And Dale saying what he said to Andrea back at the CDC about making someone care and checking out, that line that he said himself comes to hit him back emotionally. But he says to the governor that no, he's not being the nice guy anymore. But before he can even utter the sentence and cock his gun, the governor shoots him straight, square through the hand, making him drop his weapon almost instantly. And whatever Dale thought he was going to do, or like whatever anger was spiking up, he instantly just drops to the ground in defeat and just raises his hands. Well, hand, because one of them's currently shot through. And the governor says that he knows he's not going to do anything, and he knew he wasn't going to do anything. He just didn't want to give him the chance to do anything now that they killed Andrea. But he should have at least give Dale credit for one thing. He's not the one who attacked. Andrea did. So, ironically, Dale did not kill Andrea here. Andrea killed herself. That's the governor talking, not me or not Dale, just so we clarify that. And now the governor goes about his plan to get everyone hostage that wronged him or hurt him, and I'll explain more on what his true plan is in a moment. He goes to one of the houses, very sneakily with Dale as a hostage, mind you, and it's the house that Daryl resides in. Now, whether or not Daryl will reside in a house or like a bunker or something like that is really out there for Woodbury style, but since we never got to know that, I can't really point as to whether or not that would happen. But either way, Daryl is ambushed almost instantly. What do you know? The hunter being hunted, shot in the leg right when he detects someone's here. And someone is here. The governor, holding Daryl at gunpoint, looking pretty worse for wear, and Daryl would be like, what happened? And he would already know the second after he was shot who it was, what happened, and the governor's like, isn't this a delightful turn of events? You tortured me, now I'm going to torture you. And Daryl, knowing this guy for what he truly is, inadvertently causing his brother's death, and now he's just made it easier for him to kill him. But he doesn't get the chance to do that when he cocks up his crossbow, because then he is shot in his other leg. So now Daryl is shot in literally both of his legs, dropping him to the ground, and this gives the governor the open advantage. If Daryl had another second or so, he might have actually gotten a kill or at least injured the governor. But what fun would that be to have this build up for nothing, right? So, the governor says that now the torturer or the hunter will be the hunted. And I literally just said that, but I feel like coming out of the governor's mouth would be really awesome. But just before he's about to torture him more, not kill him, mind you, Michonne whirls in with her blade, having heard the commotion. But before she can whirl it straight into the governor's heart or his head, she is shot in the stomach with an arrow. Sort of like her season 10 hallucination, because the governor took Daryl's crossbow. And I think the picture I made, as well as the visualization of the governor using Daryl's crossbow, would be kind of out of character for him. Because we never saw the governor really use anything other than a knife, a sword, and basically just guns besides that. But using the crossbow, that would be really cool to see. And unlike the season 10 hallucination, where she was shot with the arrow in the chest and then died, she's just clutching her chest with the arrow still in her. And the governor's like, no, as much as I want to kill you people, you and Daryl and Dale, I have plans for, as well as everyone in the town. And right after he says this, he wails on Michonne and Daryl a huge bunch. Dale, he doesn't feel like he deserves that. For an old man, he feels like shooting him in the hand and putting him at hostage point is enough. But Daryl and Michonne, he definitely would torture them a good minute before enacting his true plan. And the first stage, after getting the main ones hostage, is getting every loyal soldier. Martinez, Schumpert, Haley, and Alan and Ben were already on the prison side, but I feel like the governor would know them to possibly turn to his side in a good moment's notice. And this would be all on the fly, mind you, so the governor is like thinking of like everything straight away. And if afterwards, everyone is surprised to see the governor back, and with just one eye. But many of people, if not almost everyone, is still loyal to him. So when the governor says they're taking back the town, and they're going to take it back from Rick and everybody else, pretty much everyone, including the ones that I just said, would agree. But Tyrese, Sasha, Herschel, Beth, Maggie, and Glenn would all protest this, and I'd like to think that all of them would raise their guns, but I think that it would mainly just be Sasha, Glenn, Maggie, Beth, and maybe Herschel. I would think maybe Herschel. But the governor shuts that down. And with pretty much everyone at his disposal, because like I said, many of the people, including the ones I just mentioned, would still be endeared to him. So you gotta think. It would basically be, they couldn't do anything. And the governor says that if there's any retaliation from anyone, they're going to kill them too. The governor's only going to kill if absolutely necessary. And soon enough, they perch themselves at Woodbury's gates, waiting for Rick's return. And they do return eventually. Rick, Lori, and Carl soon make themselves known in a car. That's who the governor can see at first. But then he sees someone else. A man with shaggy black hair and looking very, very monstrous. And the governor doesn't know who this is, obviously, but now the governor's true plan can begin. And this would bring us to a very reminiscent scene of season 4's finale, where the governor had everyone hostage, mainly Herschel and Michonne. But here, it wouldn't just be Herschel and Michonne. It would be a lot more. And this is still like mid-season 3, like close to season 4 territory. So, be a bit early. And Lecture Storm's done something like this before with What If Shane Killed Rick, so it's not like I'm the only one who's thought of something like this. But this ties in perfectly as to what Rick was so afraid of. This is what he saw. And that's where this part ends. So what do you think's gonna happen now? With everything that I've teased, everything I've built up, everything that's going to make this story longer, how do you think this confrontation's going to go? Do you think that it will go the governor's way? Or do you think that Dale or Rick or someone will plead the case of everyone maybe getting away? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this part. And the second subscriber promotion. Because we have done a lot here, and we've got so much more to do. Because next episode, this is where it ties into the dark ending and the longer storyline fully. So, you guys better be braced for next episode, because you will not want to miss it.
'Cause the world is but a treat when you're on easy street.
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 13 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, the longest episode of the series, and the longest episode that I've ever made besides a finale. So that goes to show this episode is going to be major. This is the turning point of the story that switches in all of what I've been spoiling up till this point. So get yourselves a snack, get yourselves a drink, because you're going to want to pay close attention to this, and you can't miss this. So let's dive in. But before that, did you know that there are 2 alternate realities in which we live in, or that physicists believe that we live in? One in which all of you, either new or old, subscribe to the Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one reality in which you don't. Now let's set the scene for these 2 particular realities. If you don't subscribe to the Nick's Topics YouTube channel, alright, you will be gifted 15 free ice cream sundaes, but there's a catch. I know, it sounds like a perk. Who wouldn't want that many? But the second that you receive them, your whole entire neighborhood or house or whatever the frick you live in, right when you get them, you will be ambushed by an army of beavers with tanks, flamethrowers, missiles, airplanes, etc. Basically an entire army of beavers just to get their hands on your ice cream treats. So, that's one reality. But if you do subscribe to Nick's Topics, you will be given an entire gallon of clay, even more so than a gallon. Now, what would you do with a gallon of clay? Well, let me tell you. You will be given this gallon of clay, or however much would be more than a gallon, like a huge pool of clay, to make a statue of yourself in the front of your yard. Now, if I were a betting man, one might think that I would go for the 15 ice cream sundaes, the free ones, even if it meant an army of beavers ambushing my house like it was frickin' World War III. But I would rather not have an army of beavers chase me just because I want ice cream, and I'd go with the option to make a statue out of myself, even if it was out of clay. So I think that you guys should definitely subscribe to Nick's Topics if you don't want an army of beavers raiding your house whenever you get ice cream sundaes. Now, you better subscribe to Nick's Topics. Anyways, let's get into the story, and you guys are going to pay close attention to this. You're going to want to, you can't miss this. Now, we ended off last time with Rick arriving at the Woodbury gates and basically saying what happened, and the governor escapes and takes everyone, Dale, Daryl, and Michonne mainly, hostage. And that's the first thing that Rick sees. That is what got him so terrified. And, well, you know, the governor and all of his men being out there, obviously. And all three of them are looking a little worse for wear. Dale, sorry, those two names can get mixed up. Dale looking the best out of all of them, considering Daryl and Michonne did more. Now, the second that Rick sees this, he regains his composure from being scared to raising his gun with a very angry expression on his face, and basically says to the governor, I should have just killed you. I should have just killed you. And the governor says, yeah, you should have. But you took my town from me. You took half of my people's loyalty from me, and you took my daughter from me. Because he would still go on about that, because he hasn't got to the point where he recognizes that Penny was truly dead. So, now the governor says that things are going to go his way now. Now, Rick has one of two choices. The governor and all of his men can either kill every single person here of Rick's group, including Dale, Daryl, and Michonne, or they can all drop their weapons, meaning Rick, Lori, and Carl, and Morgan. Obviously, he doesn't know who that is. And they drop them all their weapons, and the rest of their people here get to go free, and they never come back to this town again. Basically, it's up to the four of them collectively to save everyone in the town. Now, the governor, you'd think on one hand that he would just ignore this deal and just kill all of them the second that Rick, Lori, and Carl and Morgan showed up. But remember, the governor even in season 4 seemed reasonable to a fault before Rick started talking him down. So he would definitely make this deal here again. It's all down to how unpredictable we could know the governor to be. But Rick, do you really think he's going to agree with this? Because he doesn't trust the governor an inch to keep his word. And things aren't going to go his way. Cocks his Colt Python and aims it square in the governor's general direction and says, things are going to go his way. He is a much better leader in this town than the governor will ever be. He might have done what he thought was right, but Rick is doing what is right. He doesn't trust the governor an inch. Things are going to go his way. All of his people are leaving here right now, or none of them leave. And this is not going to go down pretty. It's pretty much like the season 4 speech, like I mentioned in the last episode's ending, except it's not. And the governor, this time, instead of getting angry, just smiles and is like, I should have known that you would say something like this. And with the snap of his fingers, nobody understands what's happening yet. No one's shooting, no one's aiming their guns forward, but from the right direction in which Rick, Lori, Carl, and Morgan are all located, steps out a singular walker. And most would recognize this, mainly the people in Woodbury, as the walker of Andrea, since she died in the last episode. But no one from the 4 people, Rick, Lori, Carl, and Morgan, know this until Walker Andrea starts nomming down on Lori, taking the 4 of them, at least, by surprise. But even if someone from inside Woodbury would have warned them, it still would have been too late. Lori would have gotten bitten regardless. And I say Lori because, honestly, I've made her live a lot, and to be fair, she has lived past her original death date. So me killing her off afterwards, anytime, even if she were a better character, it doesn't really matter. Because it's how it would go. And sooner or later here in the episode, you'll understand that things are about to get really nasty. And Rick and Carl notice this immediately once they hear Lori's screams, and they don't know what to do. They're sitting there in anger, fear, sadness, and shock that Lori has just gotten bitten by another one of their own, and Andrea's dead too. How much more did happen since they've left? But Morgan, he has a much different reaction, because remember, Morgan is still clear Morgan here. He might have been talked down in this particular outing, but he's still clear Morgan. And what he's thinking of is Jenny and Dwayne. How he tried to save Jenny, but he couldn't. And then he tried to put her down, but ended up costing the life of his son. And how weak he was. And Rick and Carl seeing Lori die just reminded him of how much he failed. And just at that moment, Clear Morgan's clear senses skyrocket to 11. And he instantly, with whatever weapon he's holding, because remember, he wouldn't have the staff, just ignore that picture, obviously. He instantly puts his spear or whatever weapon he'd be holding straight through Walker Andrea's temple. And Lori, she wouldn't be a walker just yet, but her face would be so torn open, and her body, she'd look like a deep dish pizza. So, yeah, Morgan knows that she's going to turn, and he's not going to make the same mistake twice. And instantly plunges his weapon straight into Walker Lori's temple as well. And then, straight after, within the span of a few seconds, this is all happening, mind you, which would be pretty freaking awesome to say the least. He aims his gun square into the governor's general direction, except, unlike Rick, he's actually going to shoot. And the only reason Rick didn't shoot is because Walker Andrea popped out of nowhere. But Rick, finally regaining his composure and Lori's death finally sinking in, yells to Morgan at the top of his lungs to not do this. But Morgan's far from listening. Because remember, Clear Morgan's clear senses have been skyrocketed from 10 to 11. Screw that! 100. So he's not going to be listening to what Rick's saying. Everything is just red in his eyes. And he takes the shot. Boom! But because of so much happening at once, even that, it still gave time for the governor to dodge the gunshot just enough so it barely scars his face. Because he was given ample time throughout all this dialogue and this confusion to be able to dodge, so it only lightly scarred his face, the bullet. But Rick instantly, boom, he slams Morgan against the side of a dumpster and basically yells at Morgan in a voice no version of Rick Grimes would ever be recognized to use. Yelling at Morgan saying, "You just killed everyone in the town!" But Morgan, like I said, he's beyond listening, and he snaps back. Not as loud, but still loud. Saying that, "You couldn't put down your wife. Nor could I. I did what you couldn't, and what I couldn't. So, if there's anyone that we just saved, it is all of them." But Morgan's not paying attention to the circumstances. But Rick, now he's yelling even louder. So much so that afterwards, half of his words become incoherent, like they're hard to understand. He has strained so much of his vocal cords from yelling so loud, it's basically becoming almost like you can't basically understand him, saying that you just kill everyone in the town. He just says that over and over again and slams Morgan straight into the ground. And this actually snaps Morgan straight out of his clear mode, because even clear Morgan is surprised at how angry Rick is. How Rick just became like a totally different man. But the governor, he's not as angry, and he's not surprised enough to pay attention to how angry Rick and Morgan are, how crazy they are. But he does say that they had their chance, and now playtime's over. Rick snaps out of this, even resting his throat, because how crazy Rick just got, even he recognizes that he has probably just busted a part of his vocal cords from yelling so loud. And now he's just understood what is about to happen. And with every fiber of his being, Rick yells out to the high heavens and above, straight in Woodbury's direction, "No! Don't do this!" So loud that every single person from 10 miles away could hear this amazing yell, but a yell that would make people cry, get scared. There's just so much emotion tied to Rick's voice. But the governor isn't listening. There's just so much not listening in this moment that I bet you 1 million people would turn this away if this were in the show. They would just stop watching. But the governor says that they had their chance. Raises his gun straight towards the back of him, where Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, Sasha, Herschel, Beth, all of them were. Raises his gun, and he starts to shoot. Over and over. Glenn, Maggie, Beth, Herschel, Axel, Oscar, Carol, Tyrese, and Sasha are all gunned down mercilessly by this one assault. Next, he goes to the top 3. He slashes Michonne with her own blade, kills Daryl to death with his own crossbow, and shoots Dale with his own rifle. And this would be signifying every single... It would be so much emotion to people dying from their own weapons, at least the top 3. Rick, he's just staring. He can't even talk, can't yell, he can't cry. He's just staring at every person. It's just like the season 7 lineup. He doesn't know what to do, but it's even worse because of what's just happened. So many people have just died straight in front of him. And once they're all killed, Rick just drops to the ground. And then he starts bawling. Something fierce. This would be the saddest moment. And this would give Andrew Lincoln and Rick's character an amazing lead and performance. Because this would be the most that we would ever see any iteration of Rick cry. Sure, it was sad enough when he cried, but think about what he's just lost. Everyone that meant something to him, aside from his son, his daughter, and Morgan. Everyone he just cared about has died. And when his eyes look up straight into the governor's vicinity, all that there is of Rick is pure, unbridled malice. All sadness, all focus is gone. There is just complete and utter madness. But it's madness with streaming tears. Just like Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan. Nice little callback or reference. But the governor says that he knows what Rick is thinking. It's all his fault. But really, it's all his. If his friend over there hadn't shot at him, all of them would be alive right now. But he started this, and the governor is ending it. But there is a way to save the only thing of family that Rick has left. Judith. As well as, Carl, of course. But that would be an absolute last resort if the governor doesn't get what he wants here. And aims his burst assault rifle straight at Judith's head. And no one ever threatened Judith except Martin, so this would be very big here. The governor looks at Rick like, make the right decision. Surrender. Or the baby dies. And Carl and Morgan way less now because of how Rick's acted, but Carl mainly because of Lori and everyone that just died here, is like, no, we're not surrendering to this one-eyed freaking fool who just killed everyone that we care about. But Morgan, like I said, what Rick did to him, throwing him down like that, pushing him against the dumpster, and how he's acted, snapped Morgan out of his clear mode. So call him a Violent Eastman, if you would. I don't know, something like that. It's like, they're both fighting like whether Rick's gonna make the right choice or if he's gonna fight more and risk Judith. But Rick, with every fiber of his being trying to tie down his malice, just says, bring her to me. Signifying that Rick, at this point, has given up? Which even the governor is taken aback by this. And Morgan and Carl are especially too. They were expecting Rick to fire this time and not stop. And the governor, like I said, he would be very taken aback by this too. He expected the same result, but it was the smart result. So Judith is not going to get shot here. And therefore, Judith is handed to Rick. And you would expect him to just carry the baby and Carl and Morgan follow and they just run off somewhere, just the four of them. Right? Is that the long part of the story? Wrong! He gives Judith to Carl and says, get out of here. Take Judith and go. And once again, everyone's taken aback. Mainly Carl. It's like, what? Say that again. Rick basically says in a much more sterner tone, trying to hold back his malice 1,000-fold, and says, get out of here. And says that he is going to take on the governor and all of his men alone. This is something I have to do. This would be an Optimus Prime move and a Goku move from the Frieza saga. You know how I like to, put things into other series and stuff to make it cooler. And this series definitely deserves it. Morgan's like, Rick, seriously? You can't take them all on yourself by yourself. You'll get yourself killed. But before Morgan can even finish his sentence, Rick yells out again at the top of his lungs, I said, get out of here! You already caused the death of everyone in that town with your dumb freaking shooting. Take Cora and Judith and leave! And, oh, this would be such a cool moment from Rick. I cannot stress it enough. Which is why I said this episode especially is very influential to the series. So Morgan, once again snapped out of his clear mode, turns to Carl as if to say, listen to your father. And with Judith in his arms, Carl and Morgan abandon the town and start running. And with that, Rick turns straight towards Woodbury, the governor, and all those bunches of people, and prepares to take them on alone, and smiles all of a sudden. Now, the governor was already taken aback by the fact that Rick abandoned his daughter, his son, and whoever that other guy was to take on Woodbury and him all by himself, and even smirked at the concept. But him smiling, this actually makes the governor a little annoyed and angry. And tells Rick, "You're all on your own. You abandoned the one chance that you had of fighting me and all of my people. Why are you smiling?" And Rick says, in the most condescending and epic Rick way possible, that the governor, he just made the biggest mistake of his life. He messed with Rick freaking Grimes. And he made the mistake also of getting out of that cell, killing Andrea and taking everyone hostage and then killing them. Because now, whenever Rick, or he would say, "Now, since I'm taking you all on alone, I don't have to worry about collateral damage." And with that, he pulls out his python straight after he says that and takes the shot. Rather than Carl shooting the governor, this time Rick's shot connects, like, the season 4 moment. That's what I'm referring to. Straight after it hits the governor, Rick dives out of the way and starts running for cover because he knew the second that he did that, no matter how crazy he was, he knew that the second that he did that, he would get fired upon. And he was lucky to get out of the way because straight at that moment, Martinez, Shumpert, and every single governor soldier start rounding on Rick alone. And yeah, Rick is physically outnumbered here. So that's why he was smart enough to know that after taking that shot, it might be the only shot that he's getting. Luckily, he would only sustain probably a few scratches or maybe a bullet wound or two from the impending bullet threat, but he did hit his target. He just didn't kill him. It was more or less a distraction, if you will. But they did come back with all those weapons from Morgan's house, mind you. So they didn't come back with as many because the governor wasn't an immediate threat as to what he thought he would be coming back to. They're all wishing that they'd come back with more. Now the governor is furious, and he stages a plan to not only kill Rick, but go after Carl, Morgan, and the baby. Now, he's done playing around and being nice. So, he sets up a plan. One group he will be in with Martinez to stay behind and fight off Rick. But he will split the group of the entire Woodbury soldier camp in half. Shumpert will lead an army to go after Carl, Morgan, and the baby and kill them. The other, him, Martinez, and the other group will stay behind and kill Rick. And Rick, now knowing of what the governor's doing, seeing the entire town of soldiers and everything split off, and I'm sure he would hear a little bit of the plan, knows that if he doesn't try and do something to divert their attention or, kill almost all of them himself, even if it costs him his life, he will not let his son, his daughter, and his friend, even though he caused the death of Lori and everyone in there, he still cares about him for saving his life. Rick would... It's very mixed. You gotta think of how he would feel in this moment. So, with a grenade he had gotten from Morgan's apartment, he throws it, and the explosion rings out. A small one, mind you, because it's just a single grenade. But after the grenade goes off and many of the soldiers are injured, Rick bursts out from his cover with an AR and starts loading down on every single soldier. The governor and Martinez's group, mind you, because Shumpert and their group had already gotten away from the crossfire to go after Carl, Morgan, and the baby. But the governor and Martinez are the two soldiers that survive the grenade and Rick's AR assault. So, whenever Rick goes in to inspect if anyone's still alive, whoever it might be, Martinez bursts from behind a corner, which scares Rick to get out of the way just in time before Martinez hits a wall with his bat. And now, this would spark an awesome fight between Rick and Martinez. Far more on Rick's end, but still an awesome fight nonetheless. A machete versus bat fight. We almost had something like this with Rick's axe and Negan's Lucille bat in season 8, but Rick threw his axe, and it was almost like Negan expected the fight more than we did, I bet. So, regardless, they would spark an ultimate machete versus bat fight, even if it lasted for just a few minutes to maybe just a minute. It would seriously be something to witness, especially from what we all just saw the past few minutes of this video, if not the entire thing. But the fight doesn't last too long because Rick's anger, fury, and hatred and everything he's feeling, and the smartness that he still possesses, would enable him to take the high ground of the fight almost instantly. And after just a few strikes of almost hitting Martinez, one of his machete strikes lands straight into the smack dab middle of the bat. Whether it be metal or not, it would be a drawn out fight, so there's no reason why it wouldn't at least get some ways into the bat. The governor then bursts from behind his own corner with Michonne's blade, Daryl's crossbow, and Dale's rifle, about to land a sword strike since Rick is preoccupied. But Rick, knowing the governor for who he is, how he got out and everything, he doesn't care. He should have known that he survived the grenade explosion and the AR assault. So, right whenever he sees a slight version of the governor out of his peripheral vision, he slams Martinez out of the way, striking him with his foot, kicking him out of the way, and then throws the machete bat straight at the governor. Now, you'd think it would just knocked him straight in the face with the bat side, or even the machete side, right? Well, wrong. Instead of it knocking him out, the machete part comes out of the bat since it wasn't stuck into the bat completely, and it goes straight into the governor's neck. And this would be something really awesome to witness. This whole episode has been full of twists and turns, and like I said, it's the changing part of the entire story. So it's gotta be influential, and that's why it's this long. And the governor, of course, with this, and whatever shots he might have gotten after the grenade and the AR assaults, plus the shot that Rick delivered to his shoulder, this, of course, puts him down. The governor falls to the ground in a heap the minute the machete lands into his throat. Martinez aims his gun square at Rick after getting back up from the blow that Rick had landed on him. And he is the only one left. The only Woodbury person that is left standing. And, well, even though they had a decent machete versus bat fight, Rick's done playing games. And with only one person left, he knows that if he kills Martinez right then and there, he'll be able to get back to Carl, Morgan, and the baby before anything bad could be done to them. And before he's about to fight Martinez with one last gunfight or something, an arrow, all of a sudden, right in that moment, strikes straight into Rick's chest. And this, of course, would be a complete and utter right-in-the-moment thing. It was the governor with Daryl's crossbow, clutching onto every bit of life that he can, but with a hole straight in his throat and whatever gun injuries that he has gotten, he just barely got the strength to even sit up, let alone stand up. It literally took whatever life force he had out of him. So after getting all this force that he could just to shoot the arrow into Rick's chest, whatever life was in the governor is sucked out completely. And this time, he falls to the ground completely dead. But he at least got to land a hit at Rick before he died. And with this, Rick is just sat there, laying on the ground, injured, but triumphant seemingly. And this would get him impaled with something a lot sooner. And it's not often that I make him get impaled or anything. Oh, I've had his hand get cut off and maybe some other stuff, but really? I haven't touched upon him getting impaled or hit by something like that in a very long time, I don't think. But there's one loose end left. Martinez is still alive. That's the one thing that Rick forgot to finish before he was hit by that arrow. And Rick looks up knowing this. What's going to happen now? Will Carl, Morgan, and Judith get away from the incoming threat of Schumpert and all those other men? Or is this the end of the complete story? And if so, why are there teasers for more in-depth versions of the story before Dale even gets the shotgun arm or the blood red eye? Is there more to the rest of the story than meets the eye? Will Martinez actually help Rick? What new twists and turns lay in wait for What If Dale Survived the Remake? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I truly 110% hope you guys liked this episode of the story. Like I said, besides finales, this is the longest rendition of an episode that I've ever done on the channel. And I really hope that you guys enjoyed the twists and turns and unpredictability that this episode had to offer. Because there's still far more to come with this story. Even if this is the turning point of the story, this is where it officially gets very long. So I hope you guys are strapped in for next time, and I'll see you then.
Welcome to a brand new beginning, you sorry shits.
Hey guys, Nick here. And today, we're getting into part 14 to What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, if you guys haven't caught up with the two big parts that we just left off with, please do that before getting on to the rest of the series, because you're gonna need to understand what happens afterward, and why the series has been teased to be so great, so long, and the way it is. But anyways, we left off with Rick getting impaled by the governor's last arrow from Daryl's crossbow, and Martinez standing over him, the last Woodbury soldier, and what would happen afterwards. And that's where we're going to resume. But before that, really quick, did you know that physicists believe that there are two alternate realities in which we stem ourselves in? One in which you do subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. So let's set the scene for these two universes. If you don't subscribe to Next Topics, the entire world as we know it, all land will be removed from it, and our world will be nothing but water. So we're basically going to have no houses, no grass, no land, and it's going to be all water. Just imagine how terrifying that would be if there was no land. But if you do subscribe, you will be given the chance to have 15 free Pokeballs transported into your home the second that you hit the subscribe button, and you will be given the chance to become the world's best Pokemon master. So, if I were a betting man, and someone who knew how to make decisions rationally, I would choose the option to become a Pokemon master, or at least, get those free 15 Pokemon. And even if they were sort of lame ones, a few of them, it would still be better than the entire world as we know it being consumed by nothing but water. Because, let's be honest, especially with big fish, sharks, and just everything we know to happen with water, nobody wants to be swimming for the entirety of their lives and then drown. So, yeah. I suggest that you guys subscribe to Next Topics if you do not want that to happen. But anyways, let's get into the story. So, Martinez is the last Woodbury soldier, and he stands over Rick, impaled and not dying, but he's still definitely injured. And then Martinez walks straight up to him and points his gun straight at Rick, who's on the ground, the arrow still in his chest, and all of the anger and energy sapped out of him. Rick basically just gets ready to close his eyes and just accept that he's about to die, sacrificing himself to save Carl, his baby, and Morgan. He's ready to just accept his fate after everything that just happened here in Woodbury, and is like, if I couldn't save everyone here in the town, especially like Dale, Michonne, and Daryl, at least I saved my kids and the person who saved my life. At least it meant something. And he gets ready to just shut his eyes and accept his fate. But then, something very unexpected happens. Martinez throws the gun to the ground, and then every walker around them, the ones that would appear, at least in that moment, near them, and the walker versions of like the governor and the people that the governor just killed, they would all be taken down by Martinez with his bat alone and whatever small guns he would have, like a pistol or something. But he threw that gun down very much on purpose to discard it for who he was. But I'll touch more on Martinez's redemption here in a minute. But anyways, Martinez, after all this, hangs out his bat and is like, you planning on getting up anytime today? We should get out of here. Now, Rick slowly starts to get up, but he's very unsure of this. Because remember, even if he's yelled past his vocal cord range, gotten angry to the point where he could become a friggin' Super Saiyan, ironically, that's going to be a video in the future, and it's just affected him so much since he got back to Woodbury, he's still not thinking straight. So this definitely is not going to be like an instant, oh, you want to help me? Okay. And Martinez can sense this and sense that, like, Rick knows that he's, like, he doesn't know if he's up to something or not. He can sense that Rick thinks this way. Because Martinez wasn't stupid, even though he did get off guard, killed by the governor, but that's another story. But anyways, he senses this and is like, we can solve our differences later, but we need to get out of here now, and I'm the only one that can help you. And with that, Rick really is no place to ask any more questions or try to fight, especially after the governor shot a crossbow arrow through his chest. So, Rick kind of begrudgingly grabs Martinez's bat, helps him up, and the two of them get out of Woodbury. Soon enough, they find the same house, or come across the same house that Rick Carl found in the original, and where Rick, rested for a while, and the house that the claimers eventually came to. You guys know what I'm talking about, that house. Why? Because I feel that they might have stopped at that bar or whatever and got Rick's axe, but it really depends. It wouldn't matter anyway. I mean, Rick's axe is cool enough, I guess, but it really wouldn't matter. But as soon as they get to the house, Rick, with the help of Martinez, because even if Rick's not, like, injured, he's still got an arrow through his chest, and I feel like he would sustain, like, maybe a few gun scratches or, like, bullets in, like, his legs or arms or something. It wouldn't be major besides the arrow. But after much help from Martinez and himself, he gets the arrow out finally, bandages himself up, and basically, without saying too much to Martinez, just basically readies himself to, like, rest and, like, stew upon everything that's just happened. Because it's a lot. Like, a lot for Rick to have taken in all this. But we'll get back to that. Carl, Judith, and Morgan. After they ran from Woodbury, all they could hear was explosions, gunfire, and chaos. But Morgan did not stop Carl from safeguarding Judith and getting them out of there. Because as I said, Rick snapped Morgan back with how he acted. He basically reminded him of the monster he had became, and like I said, Rick, in that moment, just in that moment, was like a villainous Eastman. So to bring Morgan out of that clear state is why I chose to, well, not at first, but chose to give Morgan time to shine against the governor. And that'll have more twists and turns later on. But anyways, Morgan convinces Carl that if they truly want to survive, and they know they're being followed, I'm pretty sure that Morgan or Carl would have heard, like, Schumpert or the governor, like, say they're coming towards them. So Morgan decides, or Carl, it really doesn't matter, that they would go back to Morgan's apartment, because remember, since the governor at the time wasn't thought to have been a threat because he was locked up and everything, or at least not dead, you guys get what I mean. Over 50% of the weapons and everything there would still be there. And Morgan didn't burn down his apartment. So that means that 50%, over 50% weapon cache and all that stuff will come very much in handy. And just, it's pretty much down to Schumpert and his crew. They would be able to track Morgan and Carl, but at times it would become rough. Soon enough, they would lose them, because Morgan, Carl, and Judith had kind of a lead. So by the time that they thought they had them, they just arrived here, in the entire point of Atlanta and everything. Luckily, it gave Morgan and Carl time to hide before anything could be truly suspected. But Schumpert and several men assume that everywhere is trapped, because they can already see the traps, and Schumpert basically decides that everyone needs to, like, stay close together as to not get, like, freaking hit with a trap or something, because who knows? They could have planted this here even with the little time they had, which is stupid, but they're not going to be thinking straight, because one, Schumpert wasn't truly on board with the governor's villainous ways. We know that much. And it would come down to them doing this against their will, and because they... pretty much against their will. But Alan disregards this and says they don't have anything to worry about, and certainly a kid and a lone man couldn't have done all this in the little time they had. But they're proven wrong by how dangerous the place is when Haley, one of the other Woodbury residents that Rick killed, Rick or someone else, I can't remember who specifically killed her, steps on the mat that had the spikes on it, the welcome mat. So, yeah, someone just fell for the trap. Now, this doesn't kill her, but it does, impale her through her foot. Now Schumpert looks at Alan as if to say, like, you believe me now? Even if they didn't plant all this in the little time that they had, this place is still rigged from whoever was here. They need to be on guard if they really want to do this. And it's like a 50-50 mash, but wanting to do this versus, like, just giving it up. And Alan's like, you know what? Whatever. Even if they did or did not plant this, he's more open to being careful now, since it's proven that these traps could literally be disguised as anything, like a welcome mat. So that actually worked, rather than, Rick and Michonne and Carl stumbling upon it, and because they already been here with Lori, so they already knew about the traps. Carl did, and Morgan, he's the one who placed them. So, yeah. Meanwhile, we're cutting back to the house in which Rick and Martinez are at. Now, even though Rick is not beat up or totally injured, besides, like I said, a few gun scars or maybe a few bullets he had to pick out, maybe, but it's mainly the arrow. So he only has to rest for a little bit, but he's resting enough because there's just so much going on with him. And Martinez, just staring down at Rick, just sleeping, can also see heavy tears in his eyes. He's either went to sleep crying, or he's dreaming about everyone he just lost in that town. And even though Martinez wasn't a true, he didn't do any of the killings, he was still part of it. And this would really, hurt Martinez. Because Martinez was an honest guy. And that's why he said that if it wasn't for the people the governor brought in, he would have never saved him at all. So him being honest here about how he would feel towards, what happened with Rick, how he feels, how he lost everything, it would really sit hard with Martinez. And kind of hurt him, honestly, to have even been a part of it. Sort of like Tara, whenever she was part of the Governor Crusade in Season 4. If you guys get what I mean. Except it's different with Martinez. But anyways, before he can stew upon his conscience further and think upon this further, he hears a big rumbling sound with voices some ways from the house that they're residing in. Martinez, obviously, to avoid, like, giving away their hideout in case, like, Shumpert or the guards from the other half of the governor's men are coming this way, but it's not. Instead, it's a tank. And they didn't have a tank. Oh, they did. And they had vehicles. I don't think they had a tank, but disregarding that, it's not Shumpert or any of the governor's soldiers. Instead, it's a bunch of random people with a black, shaggy-haired man and a blue-shirted, bald man with a cap, along with several women and just other seemingly fighters and a child. This is a very strange group for Martinez just to come across here randomly, with a tank no less, and this is the militia who would originally go to meet Negan, like I've had happen before, if they didn't meet with another group, except since it's on their travels and so much has happened, so the group is away from Woodbury or from another, like, place, that means that the militia is not going to meet Negan in this story. Martinez, knowing that they're about to get spotted and afraid because of the tank, not wanting to know what the two of them can do against this group, slams his bat into the wall, breaking a part of the wall and putting a hole in it, which scares Rick out of his slumber and wakes up immediately and points his gun around the room, wondering what the crap was that noise and why it scared him and woke him up so. And remember, even if Rick's gotten rest and just stew upon this, he's still pretty much lost everybody except his kids and his friend Morgan. So even if it wasn't anything and it was just Martinez, Martinez knows just as well as anybody the way that Rick is and the way that he woke up, and especially, and everything else, they're still not on the best of terms, even if Martinez wasn't part of, like, killing anybody. But he says to Rick, they gotta go now. They got company, and he doesn't think it's friendly. Rick is still pointing his gun, staring daggers into Martinez's direction, and is like, should I really trust you? After all, you were part of the governor's group. And I doubt that he would say too much on this, but it would be enough for him, I feel he would say that, or at least basically signify himself in a way where he still definitely does not trust Martinez. Even if he has sort of a good conscience on him, and actually had a loaded gun unlike Tara, he's still not an angel. And Martinez is like, I'm sorry. Alright, Rick? And actually say his name here. And interact with Rick. This would be a very good character interaction. He said, the governor did all the killings. Was I wrong to be at that part of the town and assist the governor in staging the whole plan to kill your family? Yes, that is my fault. But I absolutely and completely didn't think that it would go that way. And I know you want to kill me. But we can't do this right now. If you want to settle something, we'll settle it later. And Rick just collapses again. He is about to cry again, because remember, he's just lost everybody that has been around him since he got out of that hospital, besides Morgan, Carl, and Judith. Especially Glenn, because he saved his life too. But before he can stew on his thoughts any further, voices start to come from the front door, and shadows begin to loom forward, suggesting that this group either knows they're there, or is ready to raid the house. And Rick basically looks at Martinez and says, alright, we will settle this later. But we gotta find my kids and Morgan. So let's get out of here. And with that, Rick and Martinez book quietly, of course, as to not, get themselves killed. So by the time that Mitch, and all the other people of the militia get themselves in, the house is empty. I don't know why I said Martin there, thinking of someone else. Anyways, they search the house, and there's nothing. There was clear signs that someone or some people might have been here, and Peter Mitch is sure that they might have heard something. But they don't, stew on this because the house is empty. And they just raid the house, and we'll get back to the militia later in the series, next few parts. Meanwhile, back at Morgan's apartment, Schumpertz and all the rest of his group of the governor's soldiers have searched pretty much all the surrounding areas of the apartment, and now that they see the trap is part of the apartment, that's a weird way to say that, it could be very close to infer that Morgan and Carl and the baby might be residing in that apartment. It just stands out from everything else. How can they not be? But will they find them in there? Will they all die to the traps? Or, with all the weapons that they have, will Carl and Morgan make a comeback for everyone that they've just lost? Well, Carl and Rick mainly, but you guys get what I mean. And that's where we're leaving things for the moment. Hope you guys liked this episode. It might not have been as impactful as the other two by a long shot, but I hope you guys enjoyed nonetheless, and there's still plenty more to come, especially considering the fact this was another long one. But anyways, like, subscribe, comment, and I will see you guys in the next episode.
Today was a productive damn day.
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 15 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. The last few episodes, I bet you guys can agree, we've built up for a heck of a story, and I really hope that you guys have been enjoying it, because let me tell you, this has been so far, and I'm not even done with the story production-wise yet, one of the best stories that I've ever worked on or thought of in general. But anyways, last time we got into Schumpertz and his crew in the place where Carl, Morgan, and the baby were in Atlanta, and what's going to happen now. But before that, really quick, did you know that physicists believe there are two alternate realities in which we find ourselves in? One in which you subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you do not. So, I've said a bunch of scenarios and what-if scenes and everything, because it's me, first of all. Second of all, it's funny, about what could happen and what physicists believe could happen, which is really just what I think could happen. But let me set the scene for this one. If you don't subscribe to Next Topics, Adolf Hitler will come back from the dead in 2024 and approximately start World War V. It will be like an older, yet not older Hitler, by the way. And he'll start World War V. Why World War V? Well, Family Guy pretty much said it first. It's so intense, it skips over the other two. And yeah, for those of you who've never heard that or anything like that, you best believe it, because who knows? It could happen if Adolf Hitler were to spawn out of existence like he just got brought back with the Dragon Balls or some crap. But if you do subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel, you have a chance right now in your kitchen of your house itself to have a time machine directly teleported into your kitchen, so you can change any moment of your past, your present, and your future. Now, if I were a betting man and someone who knew about making decisions, especially when it involves a time machine versus a possibility of a World War V, I would go with the option to change anything in my past, present, or future, mainly because I love the crap out of exploring multiple realities and what-if ideas, if the channel didn't tell you enough about that itself. So I'd go with the option to have a time machine instead of Adolf Hitler coming back and starting World War V. So you'd best subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel. Without with all that out of the way, let's get into the episode. So, if you guys haven't caught up with the series, I suggest you do that now, especially parts 12 and 13, because you definitely are gonna need to. But anyways, the basis of last episode is Schumpert and his group, who had went after Carl, Morgan, and the baby, tracked them directly to Morgan's apartment where they're laying themselves low. And Schumpert and them have all searched around the area, bar it getting, Haley got her freaking foot impaled on the doormat, the welcome mat with the spikes, and they've gotten into the apartment after searching all around the area. And once they get in, they accidentally set a tripwire, which releases the axe that was perched up originally higher, like literally right at the top of the staircase, and that's what Rick and Michonne had to avoid, also to keep Morgan alive, because, Rick wasn't obviously gonna kill him at any point, because Rick held people who saved him in high regard, obviously. I don't know why I'm explaining this. I'm just explaining why the axe is higher up now. Or lower down now. And it would kill, maybe one or two, minor characters, soldiers. So it wouldn't be too big a deal. So after that's done, and it doesn't seem like there's any more traps, Schumpert advises the group to, while remaining with caution, slowly go up the staircase with their guns drawn. Because this place is a house of horrors. But in doing this, they really don't expect anything else until another person sets off a second tripwire. And this second tripwire sets off a 4-shotgun brigade blast. And this would be, and is, a direct ripoff and callback to the first Saw movie, where at the end, the 4-shotgun blast killed Detective Tap's partner, or whatever his name was, Singh. And yeah, it's pretty much a direct callback and ripoff to that. And when the shotgun blasts go off, because I love the trap, first of all, but when the shotgun blasts go off, it kills Haley, Ben, that's just a picture of Ben that I had to find, and Alan. After that, Morgan and Carl whirl around from behind a corner and corner Schumpert with their guns drawn, because I feel that with the shotgun blasts, he would be the only one left. And if he wasn't, Carl and Morgan would kill all the other soldiers, because I'm pretty sure that they both would have deduced that this guy was the third in command, or at least one of the top soldiers of the governor. But Schumpert says that he's the last one left, and that they don't have to do this, or shoot him, or do anything else. They've made their point. And he didn't really expect them to be here, but he was just not thinking they could do all this in such a short amount of time. Morgan says that that's none of his business, and why should they save or spare his life whenever all those people in Woodbury died because of his leader? Schumpert says that he had nothing to do with that. The governor got out on his own. And if it were up to him, the governor would have gotten out sooner. Before he can explain this anymore, because there's obviously a more detailed explanation, Carl just straight out yells and curses even at Schumpert's general directions, saying, "You got my mom and everyone that we cared about in that town killed, even if it was just your leader." Schumpert says, once again, he didn't have anything to do with this. The governor got out on his own the second that Rick left, and he doesn't blame Rick for leaving if they wanted to protect the town and the people more. He gets that. And the governor got out on his own. And he even goes into this further, saying, if he and Martinez were truly on board with the governor, they, for one thing, would have shot all those people along with the governor, and for another, they would have rescued the governor secretly and possibly even gotten themselves killed. But no, the governor did all that himself. And while he respected who the governor was, him and Martinez, he never expected him to go crazy like this. And he never expected his leader to be harboring such a huge secret. But he gets why Carl and Morgan feel this way, even if Morgan wasn't with them, like, originally. And now, he didn't even want to come out and kill him or the baby. He would never kill a baby. So him and all those other soldiers, they were just doing what they were told. It's not that they wanted to do it, especially not kill a baby. That was all the governor's idea. He would never go along with that, and he knows Martinez wouldn't either. Carl just breaks down crying because he actually believes the governor, and he just mourns the loss of his mother and all the people that he lost in the town. Morgan also would feel very upset because he kind of set off that motion by shooting. So he would hold this in high regard too. And he and Carl would just start to believe Schumpert and maybe let him be on the team when suddenly, from the right side, almost seemingly out of nowhere, a gunshot rings out from Rick. While all this talking and distraction and everything had been going on, Rick, along with Martinez, had snuck in without them even knowing. They were so preoccupied with the conversation. And Schumpert is now lying dead on the ground. Martinez, he would originally snap at Rick for this and even get away from him, seeing him just as crazy as the governor was. But really, Rick has so much more a reason to be crazy than the governor. He just lost a zombified daughter. Rick lost everyone that he cared about except his kids and his friend. So he understands. He's going to keep his mouth shut. Rick would have a very sorrowful and very good reunion with Morgan and talk about what happened beforehand and that they're glad to see each other. Rick would also have a very tearful and great reunion with his kid Carl and the baby, who he is just very glad that all of them are safe. And that brings back a little bit more in Rick. Just like at the end of whenever we were done with Terminus and everything. Well, obviously they came back, but you guys get what I mean. Now, while all of this is going on, we return to the ruins of Woodbury, or what would be the ruins, because it wasn't burned down, but it was, vacated. So there's no one there anymore, and walkers pretty much own the town for the most part. Now, you guys are probably wondering, and yet maybe some of you aren't, because of what I've been teasing this entire time, why are we going back to Woodbury? What could be the reason behind this? Well, like I said about those multiple flashbacks thing, I'll give you only one hint for now. This is the prime reason of how we're going to get those flashbacks. Woodbury is the center of it all. Because on the outskirts, there are survivors. Survivors that were able to get away from all the chaos. And these are the ones that we have. Milton, Lizzie, Mika, Karen, David, and Bob, who had all gotten out of the chaos and escaped Woodbury pretty much before the governor died. So none of them even got shot. They just sort of, booked. Now, how and why? Weren't they with another group like Schumpert or Martinez or something? Well, no. You see, they had nothing to do with it, at all. When the governor had started shooting, true, they were around it and could have very well gotten killed. But that doesn't mean that they were on board with it. They were just bystanders. They weren't soldiers, and they weren't going to go along with it. Sort of like Tyrese and all those other people. So when Bob and Karen, the two leader types of this whole group, saw what was going on, they decided the governor is a little too cray-cray for their liking, and they all booked, taking Lizzie, Mika, and Milton, and David all along for the ride with them, going right to the right side of the Woodbury town and dipping. They didn't care where they went, they just cared that they got out of there and never came back. Because, yeah, it was a doomed town at this point. But they couldn't get far. Oh, they got a good distance away from Woodbury. But as soon as they thought they got far enough, they're struck, or one person struck rather, by an incoming arrow, killing Milton. And who did it come from? Len, and the entire group of the Claimers, who were on their tail for a little bit, and eventually decided, you know what, we're just going to take these people's stuff, and we're just going to, they didn't care. The Claimers didn't care who they fought or killed, and especially not whenever it came to people who attacked them, obviously. And now they've decided, you know what, we're done playing games from being hidden, we're just going to kill them all and take their stuff. But before they can, and after killing Milton, Lou is sledgehammered with a weapon down by Jody, another surviving Woodbury soldier who also escaped the chaos just on his own. And he didn't think he'd find anybody, but once he saw this, he knew he had to help, and tells everybody, hey, you need to get out of here. I'll hold them off. And with a flashbang grenade in his hand, or a smoke grenade rather, I kind of messed that names up. I get the two confused sometimes. With a smoke grenade in his hand, he clenches it and tosses it straight towards the Claimers, putting smoke all around the area. And at that moment, the others don't need to be told twice, or at all actually. They book, they run. They already had to run away from the Woodbury confusion. They ain't gonna be told to, or they don't need to be told to run again. So they just start booking it, and they don't stop. But they don't get far, because not even 5 minutes later, Karen and David, not burned this time, are shot down by arrows or guns, or really it doesn't matter. They're both killed by Joe, Len, and Dan, the last surviving Claimers. Because luckily, whenever Jody threw the smoke grenade, he was able to take at least a few down, but he didn't get to take all of them down, and he died in vain, pretty much. Bob, knowing this now, is about to lay down his life for Lizzie and Mika, but the both of them now, they've braved up to the point where they're going to stand by Bob's side. They're the only three left, so they have to fight. And if you don't believe they could do this, watch the prison scene again. And Joe just looks at this like, oh, how adorable. Another foolish person about to lay down his life, and even the children are too stupid to see that they're outnumbered. Even if it is 3-3, it's just one lone man and two little kids. And Joe says that they got lucky with that one guy. For that one dude, him and his whole group could have killed them all easily. But sadly, Joe was utterly, completely, and just unmistakably mistaken. Because right at that moment when he ironically jinxes himself, him, Dan, and Len are all gunned down almost instantly, without even getting a chance to see who their attackers are. And who were their attackers? Well, it's the form of Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, who saw all the chaos from a distance, but didn't know what was going on at first. But they did see the smoke, and the minute they saw the smoke, it's like, maybe it's some people in trouble. And even Abraham and Rosita's like, hey, they could be people that maybe we could take with them, and maybe they need help. And Abraham, he doesn't need to be told twice. He books his van straight towards, or truck, straight towards the carnage and saves Bob, Lizzie, and Mika's lives. And soon afterwards, he's like, looks like you've been through some tough, SHIT, and looked like you could use a lift, and then sees the dead bodies on the ground and it's like, you lost some people, huh? So have we. But I think that we can help each other. We've got a very important mission if you're willing to help us. And it looks like you definitely need help. Bob, Lizzie, and Mika, they do sense suspicion at first, considering they had just been with the crazy group, the governor, and then just got encountered by another crazy group, the Claimers. They're going to have a little bit of trust issues, even if it, Bob, Lizzie, and Mika, who they are. But this group, being with them, they definitely just saved their butts from getting killed. So, yeah, they're definitely going to go with them, even if they don't know what this quote-unquote mission is yet. So, they all hop in the truck, and with that, they all set off on their way towards Washington. Now, with all these twists and turns, with the claimers being killed, with survivors like Bob, Lizzie, and Mika going with Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, and with Rick, Carl, and Morgan and Judith all reunited, with Shumpert and his crew dead, and Martinez joining the group, what other twists and turns could we be expecting? And what other flashbacks and soon-to-be future events will shape the future of this series? And do you think that it will progressively get darker? Or do you think that that this might be the light at the end of the tunnel, considering that Rick has been reunited after seemingly thinking that everyone has died? And that's where we're leaving things for the moment. I mean, he's only reunited with his kids and his friend, but it was just using for, a twist. That's what I do at the end of my videos. I don't know why I'm explaining this, but I really hope that you guys enjoyed this episode. Might not be as impactful. I don't know why I'm saying that, but honestly, compared to parts 12 and 13, yeah, you're not going to get really more impactful than that for quite a while yet. But I hope you guys enjoyed nonetheless, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're back with part 16 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now in the last episode, Rick had a very good reunion with Carl, Morgan, and his baby, and with the help of Martinez no less, and we got to see that there are survivors from Woodbury. But how many more plot twists and great discoveries will happen with such a dark moment in part 13? Well, we're continuing today. By the way, did you know the physicists believe that there are two alternate realities? One in which you subscribe to Next Topic's YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Now let's set the scene for these two universes, alright? If you don't subscribe to the Next Topic's YouTube channel, the Donut Devil will spawn directly in front of your bed, demanding all of your precious donuts that you have in your house, and will eat them right in front of you. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to mess with the Donut Devil. He can get really feisty about them donuts. But if you do subscribe to Next Topic's YouTube channel, you have the chance right now, right? If you have a gaming system, this is key, right where your current gaming system is, a golden Xbox will plant itself right on top of whatever gaming system or, computer, vice versa you have, with two golden Xbox controllers, and you will be, like Jumanji and Zathora, able to spawn into any video game that you put into your system. So, if I were a betting man, I'd hit that subscribe button and subscribe to the Next Topic's YouTube channel if you want to be able to get into your favorite game and, not get your donuts taken away from you by the Donut Devil. So you better hit that subscribe button. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the story. So, we leave off with Rick's group, even though we kind of left off with Rick's group and kind of didn't. It was more or less left with Mika and all of them, but we did end seeing what would happen with Rick's group. Now, Martinez, he knows why Rick killed Shumpert and what's going through Rick's mind and how he's feeling, even if he's reunited with his kids and his friend. But even if he knows why Rick killed Shumpert, he also says to Rick, while thinking it, that Shumpert could have joined them and there was almost little to no reason to kill him. But this almost gets shut down immediately by the likes of Rick, saying that he's in the same boat as his dead friend here on the ground. Even if they're not responsible for killing everyone that he and his kids cared about, they were still there and could have done something to, like, stop their leader once they even knew that he got out of hand. But Morgan says that it's also his fault because he's the one who shot the gun. They could have made a deal with the governor and all gotten out of there, but it really was kind of his fault. And he even owns this and says that Rick was right to throw him to the side after he just didn't listen to him. And he almost should have left him here in this apartment. Rick says that he wasn't going to do that. It was his duty to come back so he could heal. So, honestly, he feels like it's more like he doesn't know what to think. Rick's emotions are all over the place. But he does stand by the fact that if Martinez truly wants to change and prove himself, or anything like that, then he's going to have to accept the fact that his friend here made the wrong choice, and that he should have stayed behind and helped out. And it honestly should have came down to the fact that he should have stayed behind Martinez to help or been in his place. It really would have been the same outcome. It doesn't matter. And Martinez just smiles and says, "All right then, whatever you say, Officer Friendly." Rick just stares at him. Very confusingly, and is like, thinking to himself, did he hear that right? And then his mind flashes. Sophia flashes before his eyes as a walker. Shane flashes. Lori flashes. Daryl. And most of all, Dale. And then his mind flashes to the point of which he first got out of that hospital, was rescued by Glenn, Merle caused trouble, he handcuffed Merle, and he proclaimed himself as Officer Friendly to the likes of Merle. And then not 2 seconds later, was once again referred to as Officer Friendly by the likes of Morales. And Officer Friendly just echoes throughout Rick's mind and his thoughts. And it just echoes over and over and over and over until his mind snaps back to reality. And that sadness, confusion that he was feeling, the emotions spark back up. And all he feels straight in the moment, directed straight at Martinez, is anger. And Martinez, of course, isn't going to know anything about Officer Friendly. He was just calling him the name by, well, just him wanting to. But Rick just shouts out and points his gun straight at Martinez, meaning to kill him. But before he can, voices come from outside, telling him, and anybody who's inside, if anybody is in there, put your guns down inside of there and come out slowly. We don't mean to hurt anyone. We are out here for supplies, and this place looks like a literal death trap forest. So, we ain't coming in there. You're coming out to us. And these voices don't sound hostile, but Rick just closes his eyes and, tries to recollect his thoughts, especially after what just happened. Rick says he just ignores everything that just happened, what Martinez said, what he was about to do. He just ignores it and says, "Morgan, you bring Martinez. We're going to go confront these people. Enemy or not, we need to see who we're dealing with. Carl, you stay inside with Judith." And with that, our group doesn't say another word. Morgan and Martinez grab their stuff, and they get ready to go out and confront whoever these people that just appeared here are. Carl just stays behind with Judith, not only to guard her, but guard literally every single other piece of importance, weapon-wise and medicine-wise, that they have up here. It's the militia. And Mitch is the first one to speak out once they step out, saying, "You better be wise to drop your guns." Pete just looks to Mitch, saying that he's got this. They don't need to do anything yet. And it's obvious to Rick and everybody else that he's the leader. And Martinez recognizes the tank and Mitch and Pete. These are the people, he says, that were at the house. And then says, you guys should have killed us whenever you had the chance. Rick just says, shut up! And they haven't even talked to these people or understood what their motives are. And the fact that they didn't do anything, or even if they were going to do anything and got away, it doesn't matter. They're still trying to figure stuff out. They didn't even get to talk yet. Just shut up, Martinez. And Rick just points his gun square in the malicious direction. And they're right at the point of the traps. They're not even at the trap opening point where we saw it originally. So they're like right by the traps. They did say they weren't going to come towards the traps, remember? They were smarter than Shumpert's group. And Rick demands to know what their intentions are. Pete says they have no intention of doing anything wrong. And about being at the same house, he should have known that two people were there. It definitely seemed like there were. But honestly, he just says that even if the two of them were there, or however many people were there, or whatever, they weren't going to do anything. They were just searching houses and going along the way for supplies. They're just living in this, crap storm that everybody else is living in. They weren't going to hurt anybody, especially not them. It seems like they got so small a group, why would they want to hurt them? Martinez says he ain't buying a word of it, especially not coming from a militia with a freaking tank and it looks like somewhat of armed soldiers. Why should they trust a word coming out of any of their mouths? Rick once again yells to Martinez, telling him to dude, shut up. Just shut up. It doesn't matter if they're not done telling the story or done telling the truth. They're figuring it out. So you're just making things worse. Mitch tells Rick that you better quiet down the lapdog or I'll quiet him down for you. And yeah, this would be real funny and good dialogue coming from the likes of Mitch. And definitely something that we could hear him saying, basically. Martinez just smirks at this and says, aren't you the lapdog of your own little group here too? You're your own little backup dancer for these people? If so, why would they put you in charge of the tank? Seems like a waste of talent for someone else, if you ask me. And at that point, Martinez doesn't even get the chance to regret opening his mouth a third time, because right at that moment, he is promptly shown the error of his ways by getting shot in the chest, then the neck, then the head, all in the span of 3 seconds. So literally, boom, 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 like that. And Rick just stares at him for one more second before telling his dead corpse, I thought I told you to shut up. And since he was literally about to kill Martinez for calling him officer friendly, this death isn't really that stupid because remember, we're dealing with Rick who's lost everybody but his 2 kids and his friend. So yeah, Rick isn't all there. So him killing Martinez here, especially after he was just about to, it isn't too out of character, really. After that, Pete just looks to Mitch saying that you better take advice from Rick and not have to follow his second in command, apparently's lead. Basically telling Mitch not to end up like that guy Martinez and keep his mouth shut so they can talk it out, leader to leader. Rick says that now that that's out of the way, he wants to know if any of what Pete has said so far is actually true, now that they're actually going to have like a full in-depth conversation without getting interrupted. Is everything that he just said true, or is it just some bullcrap story? And for all he knows, they could be extra soldiers from the governor. Pete says that he has no idea who this governor is. And if he wanted to kill him or or however many people they got here or anything like that, he would have done that already and not even asked them to come out or anything. He would have just blown up the freaking whole surrounding area. But he didn't. They can help each other. And like he said, they would have let him and his kids and his friend join their militia if they had just stayed at that house. It seems like they definitely could have used the help then. And now says, now that they are here, he thinks that they can help them out a lot, especially Rick, since it seems like he's been going through a lot. It seems like this group used to be bigger at one point. Pete can just tell that. But he thinks and says that if he and the militia join Rick and company here, maybe they can make something more out of this place and actually turn it into, like, you know, it is kind of a town, but it's more or less an abandoned, desolate town. Maybe they can turn it into something more and work with each other. They don't have to be foes, and that's not Pete's intention. Rick senses this, and Pete might be telling the truth, but he's looking for any skepticism, any lies, but senses nothing, even if Rick is a little crazed. And after a minute of thinking, he says, "All right, I believe you. Yeah, the group used to be a lot bigger. We lost a lot of people due to one crazed man. And we thought you and your people were extra soldiers, especially with the tank. But if you really want to help out here, we'll allow it. Just as long as you don't threaten my kids or my friend or me. As long as you don't do that, we got a deal." And Pete agrees. So they shake hands and they got themselves a deal. And soon enough, Morgan's apartment and the entire surrounding area of all the traps and everything is fortified on completely. Whatever traps were there, double trapped. Whatever safety measures and, you know, extra ways to get in and out of that whole surrounding area, double checked and, you know, everything like that. And soon enough, they actually takes a little bit of time, but they make a garage for the tank. So now they have a place to hide the tank, and they won't have to just leave it out in the open for the risk of it getting stolen. Sure, it still has a tank garage, but not too many people in the apocalypse might not know what a tank garage is or pay attention to that it's in there. And because of the militia being there and everything and scouring the whole surrounding areas with a bigger group, that means that huge armory with over 50% of weapons still stocked in there, that means that their weapons are like 70%. So whatever weapons that they took before they went to Woodbury, it's almost looking like they never were taken at all. So that's pretty freaking good. But then after everything has finally been taken care of, Rick and Morgan are at the top. And Rick sees Morgan in a corner just thinking and off in his own ways. Rick is scared that he might be going back in the clear Morgan again and asks him, "Hey, what's going on?" And Morgan says that he's fine. He's just been doing a lot of thinking since everything happened, especially since Woodbury. And he's been thinking about all that and even what's happening now. And he's thinking that he needs to go. And what he means by go is he needs to go out there and be on his own for a while. Being here, being like this, it's just brought too much conflict. And like he said, he should have just been left to his own devices and just been left in this apartment by himself. Going, it honestly meant more and just more chaos. And who knows, him going off on his own, maybe he can find more weapons or save more people back at the Woodbury town, find more stuff there, since it's not destroyed or anything, even if walkers are there. He just needs to go on his own for a while. And Rick says he can't be going just because of him. He gets that he was out of control and everything, but he can't put the blame on himself. It's not right. If anything, it's maybe his fault. He shouldn't have been so insistent on Morgan going, and he shouldn't have been so rough on Morgan back at Woodbury, even if his friends' lives all were in danger and then ended up in danger. He can't go just because of that, and even if he goes, what's he gonna find there? The town will be filled with walkers, even if it's not destroyed. What could he find there? Morgan says, well, all that might be true. He just needs to be out on his own. He'll figure stuff out on his own for a while now, and then has a much more thorough, in-depth conversation with Rick. That yes, he admits that it's not Rick's fault for the way he acted, because if he were in his shoes, he would have acted the same way, especially if it were his wife and son. And after Rick snapped him out of his own dark age with just throwing him down and acting the way he did, he finally snapped back and saw Rick for who he used to be. And that people in this world, most people just change for the worse. And he doesn't want Rick to end up like that. And he just needs to be out on his own. Does this mean he's leaving forever? Of course not. But he just needs to be out on his own to clear his head. To, actually figure stuff out. But he will return. And leaves. After having that talk. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene, along with Lizzie, Mika, and Bob, are all off on their way to Washington when they begin to see signs for the town Terminus. Now, with just the 6 of them going, and with Morgan now out on his own, with the militia joining Rick, Carl, and now Judith being abandoned by Morgan to go wherever he's going to go besides maybe going back to Woodbury, what other twists and turns will lie ahead? Do you think that the militia being around will help Rick in the long run? Do you think that Morgan will find anything at the ruins of Woodbury or just being out on his own? You think he might encounter Abraham and company? Or do you think they might be doomed to die at Terminus without a savior? Or will they save themselves? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Once again, an episode filled with twists and turns. Because there's going to be a lot more of that where this comes from. Especially after episode 13. Because, like I said, it's just where the point where more craziness and darkness and just a lot more suspense comes into hand. And more drama. But I hope you guys enjoyed nonetheless. And I'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 17 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Gonna be a shorter episode than the past 4 to 5, but hey, for what it's worth, it should still be interesting nonetheless, considering what the series has had to offer. And it will be a nice tie-in to our little group of people heading for Terminus and how it will end up. Now, let's get into it. But before that, really quick, did you guys know that physicists believe, and I'm sure many of you have grown accustomed to believe, especially being on the channel, that there are more than 2, but especially 2, alternate realities. One in which you subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Now, the settings for these are very interesting. If you don't subscribe to Next Topics YouTube channel, Beerus the Destroyer will spawn straight in front of you and Hakai you out of existence. And if you do subscribe, Whis, the angel from Universe 7, which I'm sure every Dragon Ball fan knows about, will come to you firsthand and take you to his world where he will teach you every manner of Ultra Instinct. So, if I really had to choose, I would rather Beerus not Hakai me out of existence. I'd rather be a destroyer. But hey, you know how Beerus can be. So honestly, I'd go with the decision to get Ultra Instinct from the likes of Whis rather than get a purple spear straight in front of my face before I get completely erased from existence. So I'd hit that subscribe button to avoid that gnarly fate. So, with that out of the way, let's get into the episode. Now, we cut to our group at the end of last episode. Bob, Lizzie, Mika, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene have come across the signs for Terminus, and soon enough, they reach Terminus. Now, pretty much everybody, except maybe Abraham and Rosita, are kind of happy to be here, because what they've seen from the signs and now this place, it looks as legit as it's said. And even though it's the apocalypse, literally this could be a trap, Bob is really hopeful. But Abraham, like I said, him and Rosita, they just kind of want to get Eugene to Washington to save the world. But it's good to both of them, especially Abraham, on two things. Number one, it could actually be real. And number two, whether it's real or whatever, they could ask these people to come along with them and help them save the world. So, they approach the insides of the Terminus building, where they meet Gareth and all the other undercover cannibals, and the introduction pretty much goes as you would expect from Maggie and Abraham and all them other people, and when Rick and them obviously appeared. But, just like Abraham said himself in canon, obviously we didn't get to see that, he mentions Washington and saving the world and everything, and that's when crap goes downhill fast. Gareth and every one of the people there turn the switch in their heads instantly. Alex gets killed in the crossfire, and everybody else is taken into the train car. Whenever everything happens, and Alex is unexpectedly killed, and they're all forced into the train car, literally thinking that they're all gonna die, Mika's trying to calm down Lizzie because they just lost an entire town of people and ran away, and the people that they were with, Karen, David, Milton, and Jody. But Mika herself is trying to not freak out herself because she hasn't gotten brave yet like I've made her in many of my stories. So she's not exactly in a position to be telling Lizzie to calm down, even though she's way more sane than she is, but that's beside the point. Gareth, we all know that him and their people, they didn't care about killing or eating kids or babies. They were literally going to do it to Judith and everything else. But because the group here, besides, Abraham and Rosita mainly, and maybe a little bit of Bob, they weren't exactly hostile in the very, big sense like Rick and their people were, he decides to grant them a token of reprisal, if that's the right word, that he will not kill the kids until last. But he's got plans for all of them, and they're not exactly going to come out alive. He pretty much says that even though the kids are going to live till the end, they're not living, to see everything else. They're not going to come out of it alive. You guys get what I mean. I don't know why I was stumbling over that. But anyways, when we get to the room where everybody's, gets bashed with the bat and then their throats slit and everything so that way they can be eaten, the first 4 people that we saw and then they got killed, they still get killed. But there's an extra addition, Clara. Because remember, I had something lined up for her character since Rick and their people never crossed upon her. She was taken. And she, unfortunately, ends up being one of the victims too. And I know that I said that I was going to do something with her, and I know it's kind of stupid that I'm killing her, but I have a what if specifically saved for her, so it's not like I'm going to throw her character out the window. I mean, I did in the past, but once again, besides the point. Next, Bob, the last person in the room besides Clara and all those other 4 people. He's about to get killed when bang! An explosion goes off on the outskirts of Terminus. An explosion resembling something a certain woman named Carol did to, save everybody's lives. So, I bet you guys are wondering, wait a minute. If Carol is supposedly dead with everybody else, Morgan is out there, but he's still in Atlanta. Who did this? Was it maybe more survivors? Or what? Who could have possibly done this? Well, it's not who you expect it to be, especially regarding the distance. It's none other than Morgan Jones, with a sniper just like Carol. So, yeah. I know I kind of left it ambiguous there, but hey, it's Morgan Jones. Now hold up. How in the world did Morgan reach that point so fast in the time it would be needed from Atlanta leaving to go and rescue them? How would he even know? Well, this is why the episode was so short, because this is a great place to leave the episode and the story for now. So I hope you guys enjoyed, because that's where we're leaving things for the moment. I know, mostly all the episodes except for the first few, and then it progressively got longer. But like I said, this was just an extremely good place to leave the story. Especially because, Morgan saving everybody in the place of Carol, and it being really strange how he would get there so fast. But next episode is going to be another big one. This was slow and short because it really just had to be that way. But next episode will be long again, so stay tuned.
Shall consume the future. The dead shall consume the living. And chaos shall reign supreme!
Hey guys, Nick here. And today, we're getting into part 18 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, this is going to be a decently long episode regarding what and how Morgan got to Terminus to save the lives of Bob, Lizzie, Mika, Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita. It will be a long in-depth episode regarding where he went, how he got to Terminus, and what happens after. So, strap yourselves in, because we got another long one ahead of us, as I promised last time. But, before that, did you guys know, and you guys probably knew this already, that physicists believe, as well as myself and many others believe, that there are 2 alternate realities. One in which you subscribe to Next Topic's YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Now let's set the scene. If you don't subscribe to Next Topic's YouTube channel, every nightmare, scary vision, or bad dream creature or demon or monster that you've ever seen any time in your life will spawn straight in front of you and cling to you like a magnet, haunting you for eternity. But if you do subscribe, you will be gifted the opportunity of a lifetime to be hired by Ray Manchester and become Captain Man's sidekick and be a part of the Man Cave. And believe me, there are plenty of cool frickin' stuff in the Man Cave, so yeah. If I were a betting man and knew how to make decisions collectively and knew what people were talking about when they asked me these things, I would take the option to be Captain Man's sidekick and get to go along with a bunch of cool gadgets, food makers, etc. You name it. So, if you want to become Captain Man's sidekick and get a chance to be part of the man cave, I'd hit that subscribe button so you can get that wish. Otherwise, you'll have demons and entities haunting you for all eternity. So, I'd hit that subscribe button. Anyway, let's get into the story. So, this is going to happen straight when Morgan leaves, and before Lizzie, Mika, and Abraham and all them get to Terminus. So this is the flashback, which I've already done so far. I said that there would be a few of these, decent few, so strap yourselves in. Morgan, after leaving, stews in his own thoughts, because he really went to, clear his head and everything. And while walking, searching, and just being on his own, he stops at the first place that he told Rick that he would go to, Woodbury. And there are walkers there who have infested the town. Ones that have been killed at that town, and walkers that have just stewed in from all the gunfire. Because even though Woodbury wasn't flamed and destroyed as the governor did it in the original, it still drew a lot of walkers from gunfire and everything, and it's still infested with walkers. Because like the prison, they're not just going to leave it alone. Walkers don't care. So, Morgan, seeing and knowing this, begins to take them down. One by one, another after another, Morgan takes down every single one of the walkers that comes his way. And at first, it doesn't seem like a few, because they were here a good minute ago. Like a good minute. But it wasn't long enough for, to him, walkers to infest the town, but he's kind of wrong, because half the town on its own has a bunch of walkers, and it seems like they just keep coming. But more and more, as he continues to kill them, Morgan begins to not care how many there are, and begins to keep killing and killing. The hesitation, the fear about getting killed or bitten, that begins to leave him. And soon enough, Morgan's monstrosity nature, his clear side, begins to resurface. His eyes turn a blood red. And he keeps on killing and killing, one by one. And the more that he kills, the more monstrous he becomes. Red, visioning in his thoughts, his mind completely clouded. Him only having that one objective that he had before Rick came back to him. Clearing anything and everything that got in his way. And he just keeps on killing and killing without stopping. And this would be something very sick to see. Morgan taking on an entire town of walkers. We've seen Morgan do unbelievable things and pull up to a lot. But taking on an entire town alone, full of flesh-eating monsters? That's a very tall order, especially for even a main character. I mean, Rick blew up a bridge and killed all the walkers there, but that's beside the point. Anyways, soon enough, after what seems like hours, all the walkers, probably over 100, maybe 150 max, I'd really put it at, are killed, and right at the gates, Morgan stands, calmer, cooler, and triumphant. This wasn't his end goal. His end goal was to search the town for more survivors, and to just clear his head, but he feels like he might have just went a bit overboard than he thought he would. Now he's actually seeing oh crap, I just took on an entire town. And then, at the entrance, he spots things on the ground he didn't before, and claims them. Daryl's crossbow, Michonne's blade, Dale's rifle, Tyrese's hammer, and the governor's burst assault rifle. And once he stops at that weapon, he stops entirely. Because he recognizes who the weapon belonged to. All the other ones, he had a clue about who they belong to, not really seeing or caring about much before he shot at the governor and it all went to crap. But he knows who this weapon belongs to full on well, and that the governor and him both changed the outcome of this entire apocalypse and the story. And he just looks to the side, looking at all the dead bodies on the ground, and it's like, I did this. I'm the one who caused this to happen. Had I not shot, everyone would still be alive right now. And Morgan would hold this in high regard, knowing that he should have just stayed at that apartment, no matter how much Rick wanted to talk him out of being, so sorrowful. It's just not enough. But he feels like getting these weapons and everything, and honoring the memory of those who fell and everything, that'll make up for a lot. And so, he moves away from Woodbury and the doomed town. Soon enough, in the woods, the same woods that Morgan from Season 6's flashback went to, he sees the two people that he killed in the original, but this Morgan doesn't kill them. Now, why is this? Well, like I said, besides killing all those walkers in Woodbury, Morgan is not in the clear state as of this point. Because if I were to put him in the clear state after Woodbury permanently, then it would etch the entire point of Rick throwing him to the ground and snapping him out of it. And it would defeat his whole purpose of going out and clearing his head and getting these weapons to honor his own mistakes. So if I made him kill these two people and made him, go clear mode or anything, that would defeat the entire purpose. And I ain't gonna do that. That would demolish Morgan's character. So, he just leaves the two alone and just lets them go. They don't even know where he is. They didn't when he killed them. Soon enough, he comes across a familiar setting. Eastman's setting. And before he can even vacate the premises, because he's not planning to stay here this time, Eastman confronts him about who he is, why he's here, and where he's going. Morgan says that he has no interest in fighting him, killing him, or anything like that. If anything, this place would just be good to get a few small things. But he's not interested in staying here. He has to get back to his friend. He was just out and about. He's part of a smaller group, and he just needs to go. He doesn't care to elaborate too much, even if it is just one lone man. But Eastman says he doesn't have to go right now. He could stay for a little if he needs something or something. And what's the point in just rushing off? Doesn't he want to, stay and know who he is? Maybe get some help? Morgan says while he appreciates the thought and the effort Eastman's trying to put in to be nice, even though it's the frickin' apocalypse, he just says he's not interested in staying. He's got to get back to his friend. He left him behind just to clear his head, and they've been through a lot, a lot, and he's sure that Eastman must understand in some way, shape, or form. Eastman this time, rather than just disregarding Morgan at the start but still wanting to help him, completely understands where Morgan's coming from. Sort of. He's not going to understand yet where Morgan's come from, but he does acknowledge how Morgan feels and what he's talking about for the most part, because like I said, Eastman wasn't there. And he says, well, if he doesn't want to stay here, surely he wouldn't mind some extra company. Him and his goat, he mentions he has a goat, they don't have anywhere they're going either. They've been here for the longest time, and they were thinking of leaving soon anyway. So, surely Morgan wouldn't mind some like-minded extra company. Morgan would like to shrug this off, but hey, having some extra help, especially after taking on a town and kind of being exhausted, Morgan doesn't admit that he wants to stay, but he'll at least accept the help. So, Eastman and Tabitha are going to join Morgan. Soon enough, after leaving Eastman's hut, not even 10 minutes of being there, they begin to see signs for the town Terminus, and come across the hut or cabin, whatever you want to call it, that Martin was secluded in, and see him outside, tending to whatever he was doing and just being outside, get a good look at him, But just before they're about to go away and maybe check out Terminus or just maybe keep going on, they begin to hear him talk about a shaggy black-haired man and 2 little girls, along with some several unidentified people. But Morgan, he might have only seen, like, Bob, Lizzie, and Mika out in the back of the town, and he was still crazy, mind you, but he definitely recognizes the descriptions, even though he really wasn't paying attention. The most he could see, very close and personal, was Daryl, Dale, and Michonne, but he did see them. He remembers who they are, or at least what they looked like. And right away, Morgan rushes towards Martin and pings him up on the side of the cabin with a spear, weapon, whatever you want to give him in that moment, and is like, even Michonne's sword would fit, and that's actually going to play a part here in a second. He holds Martin up and demands to know what he just said and who those people that they have are. Eastman tells him, dude, we hardly know anything about these people yet. Calm down. Morgan, he takes a breath for a sec and is like, my group used to be bigger. At least I was even on my own for some time. But then my friend that I was talking about saved me from the dark place I was in after getting into a dark place of his own. I didn't listen, and it ended up with almost all of his group, except his 2 kids, killed by a mass murderer back in a town that he just came from. And hearing that there might be survivors, don't be mad at him because he's trying to figure out stuff. He says this all to Eastman, mind you. And Eastman's like, oh, now he understands why he wanted to get back to his friend so much. Because he wants to, be there with him because of everything that's happened. I mean, yeah, sure, he's not going to understand all of it because he wasn't there, but Morgan giving this descriptive analysis, yeah, it's going to make sense. But Eastman recommends a better suggestion. He'll stay here with Martin and keep things secure, especially if this guy is, like, bad or something. He'll take care of it. Morgan will go to the town and see what's going on. But he does say he doesn't have to kill any of them. If they're holding their friends hostage or something and they've really been through a lot, Morgan, then, okay, maybe torture or kill maybe 1 or 2 of them, but he doesn't need to go through an entire town. Morgan's just thinking to himself, dude, I just did go through a whole town. Of walkers, that is. But he does tell Eastman that he's not going to make promises he can't keep, especially after all he's been through and his friend's been through with basically a whole town of people dying. So, with that, he just, accepts the suggestion that Eastman offered and goes on his way. Meanwhile, Eastman stays with the likes of Martin, who he does tie up like Tyrese. And this would spark a very familiar conversation between Eastman and Martin, sort of like Tyrese and Martin. It would be almost the same, except a little bit different regarding Eastman. He would have more authority than Tyrese. But the minute he looks away, Martin strikes. And he's not going to have a baby that he's holding at hostage point this time, but Tabitha. He gets Tabitha straight by the neck and is like, dude, drop the stick and go outside now, or this goat is going to be my next lunch meal. And even though it's not man meat because, it's a baby, it was a baby in the original, but it's a goat now, it's much different. Eastman says that he doesn't have to hurt her or anybody, but Martin says, tough luck, dude. Don't make me kill your little goat here. I mean it about turning him into lunch. Eastman's like, I shouldn't have turned my head. I shouldn't have told Morgan to go that way. Now I understand why he probably is going to go end up killing all those people, because they're crazy. So, wanting to keep his goat alive, he drops the stick and goes outside. But there's a big difference, Eastman going outside. I bet you're wondering, is he going to die or get bit because of the walkers? Well, when Tyrese was sent outside, then busted back in, killed the walkers outside, and then busted up Martin something fierce? True that it didn't kill him, but, he busted him up. Side note, and this all happened in Season 5. That's what happened in the original. But, because it's Eastman, a different character, and it's not into the Season 5 territory yet. So we're still, nearing Season 5, but we're definitely a bit more away from Season 5 than the original in terms of what the story's going for so far. So that means that there's not going to be 10 walkers or a good amount of walkers around that area, even if there is an explosion, but rather there's going to be 5, maybe 3, 4, 5, something like that. It's definitely not as much, even with the explosion, which has not happened yet. So that means there's even fewer. So even though Eastman doesn't have his stick, we've seen him at least be able to fight somewhat without the stick in small bursts before he was killed, but this only lands him with tears in his shirt, and unlike the original where he was bitten on his back with the shirt, this time his shirt's just teared. So overall, he is able, like Tyrese, to fight off the few walkers near him, bust into the house, get the upper hand on Martin, grab his stick, trip Martin, and knock him to the ground. So, overall, a very impressive feat by Eastman. And Tabitha is spared a gnarly death. So, I'm actually going to give Tabitha a little bit of reprisal in this story, because many people like that goat. I honestly like Shiva and a few other animals more, but that's beside the point. Even we get to Morgan seeing Bob, Lizzie, and Mika, along with 3 people he does not recognize, but seeing these 3 people, he knew that they sounded familiar. And even though he didn't see or know too much about them before he, went red and went crazy, he still knows there's actually survivors, and he's got to save them. This will definitely please Rick, and might even, boost their efforts in surviving more. And then he shoots, just like Carol, and blows up Terminus, or, that part of Terminus. Gareth, he obviously, none of them know what's going on. And Bob is the only one in the room this time, because remember, those 4 people, plus Clara, they took up the rules of pretty much, well, Clara took up the rule of one of them, at least, but Bob took up another. I feel that Abraham, Eugene, Rosita, Lizzie, and Mika would just be left in the train car. So, Bob, seeing his chance, breaks his restraints and throws one knife straight into Gareth's leg, and then another knife straight into one of the guards' shoulders. And with that, he slams his hand straight into the other guard while Gareth and the others are reeling in pain, and goes to get the frick out of Dodge. Meanwhile, in the train car, the likes of Abraham, Rosita, Eugene, Mika, and Lizzie are all just completely unaware of what's going on, and they're like, are we being saved? Because Bob is the only one that was taken, and it's hard to believe for any of them that Bob alone could have saved their lives. Because I'm not trying to diss Bob in their perspective, but hey, it's going to be hard to believe. Morgan takes up the role of Carol fully and completely with the sniper and everything else, and then, like Carol, meets with Mary in the candlelit room, and after hearing her just completely go off with this, crazy behavior and, nature about eating people and everything, Morgan's like, no, none of that. I already dealt with one crazy leader, got a bunch of people killed, there's survivors, I ain't listening to this crap. And in a swift, awesome strike Morgan uses Michonne's blade to kill Mary. And yeah, we get to see Morgan with Michonne's blade here. And this will definitely get a lot cooler going down the line. Now, Morgan, soon enough, he sees Bob at a separate end of where he just was after getting out of the room that he just killed Mary in. Bob says about everything that's happened, even though he saw Morgan, but neither of them know anything about each other. They both know they just saw each other. So Morgan, with the help of Bob, rescue everybody else from the train car, whatever you want to call it, and get back to the hut in which Eastman was at, where they both explain what just happened to each other. Morgan explains about the survivors here, and then the few people he doesn't know, but they know, Bob, Lizzie, and Mika. And then Eastman explains that he almost just got himself and Tabitha killed because he let his guard down around the guy Martin. But luckily, neither one of them sustained anything lethal. He just got a few tears on his shirt, and Tabitha is completely okay. Rosita, Lizzie, and Mika taking a very fond interest in Tabitha because, hey, you got some people here or people later down the line, they're gonna like the freaking goat because plenty of you, and I bet, and plenty of people on the internet really like Tabitha a lot more than I thought that people would. Heck, Shiva, I thought was the most important animal. But anyways, side note, that was just a side note. Abraham, after all this, is like, now that all that's done and taken care of, do you two, Morgan and Eastman, want to join us on our trip to Washington to, save the world? Because this was a ginormous sidetrack. And probably a bad move talking about Washington to these people. Things were going well, but honestly, seeing as what happened now, it would have ended badly either way. But Morgan says that he has to get back. The whole reason that he was out here in the first place was to clear his mind and just figure stuff out. He's got to get back to his friend Rick and several other people he left behind. Bob hears the name Rick and several people and is like, what? And he's like, no. Both of them did not know too much about each other. But he definitely knows that if Morgan knew Rick, they had to be friends from long before, or Morgan was just like someone they met or something. And he asked for Morgan to elaborate. Morgan explains everything that's happened after Bob, Lizzie, and Mika vacated Woodbury before the governor went crazy. And how Rick and his two kids, along with meeting another group called the Militia, are staged at his old apartment in Atlanta, and they've been there for some time before Morgan left to clear his head after everything happened. Bob, even though it's just Rick and his two kids along with just a small militia, he's still glad to hear of some other survivors, even if it is just 3 people. But with the militia, that's definitely good too. On the other hand, having been with Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita for a little bit of time, he wants to go to Washington, and he suggests that Morgan come too. Eastman says that, sure, he'll go, and he'll bring Tabitha along too, and Morgan should definitely consider, even if he doesn't want to go now, how about he goes to Atlanta and tell Rick, Carl, and Judith, obviously he's going to say Rick and his 2 kids, he doesn't know their names, and the militia, why don't they bring all of them, and then they can all go to Washington together. So that way, they don't have to worry about leaving anybody behind. That's honestly a much better idea. Morgan tries to take all this in. Even though his head's cleared for the most part, having to deal with these cannibals, and it's just way too much weighing on his mind. And there's still 20% of him or so that's like that clear state, you know what I mean? So even though he's there, he's not all there, if you get what I mean. He's way more there than, like, he was before. Morgan acknowledges what everybody said and says that he'll go to Atlanta first and see what happens. But there's no guarantees that by the time that he gets back there and tries to get everybody, that even this group here will be in the same place. Even if they said they were going to wait, who knows what could happen. But he will say that he will try and convince Rick and his kids to go along with it and try and get them to go along. Because he doesn't really disagree with the idea of saving the world either. He just doesn't know what's going to happen whenever he goes back to Atlanta and what's going to happen here. Because who knows, those cannibals could still be alive. Stuff could go down. So as long as they both take care of each other while not taking care of each other, well, as long as they take care of their own groups and make sure to stay alive, he's pretty sure that it can work out. Abraham smiles at this and says, yeah, they can take care of themselves, and he's sure Eastman and Morgan can too. So he hopes to see him soon. And with that, Morgan goes off to the direction in which his apartment is to try and get back to Rick and explain everything that's happened. Right after Morgan leaves, Eugene's like, we still have a person locked up in the cabin. Aren't we going to do something about that? Because Morgan's right. Those cannibals could still be alive. Nobody saw them die, besides like 2 of them. So, in all things considered, if we don't want this guy following us or those other guys getting more of a track on us, we should probably knock him out to at least prolong any, bad people coming their way. We've just had we were almost killed. And Eastman agrees with this, even though he wasn't down there, but he still saw plenty of it, and says he'll take care of it. He kicks open the door, where Martin is really injured, but not as injured as Tyrese left him. But before he can even begin to process what's going on, because he was still knocked out, Eastman just takes a stick and knocks him out again. How would that feel, though? It's just like a Tangled reference or something. Just to get knocked out again after being knocked out. That would be humiliating. But anyways, now Eastman and Tabitha have joined Abraham's group to go to Washington. And Morgan begins his travels back to the apartment in Atlanta. Now, how will all this go? Will Rick and company and the militia want to go to Washington? And if they do, what will the cannibals, Father Gabriel, maybe even the hospital group, what will all of this offer? And will it be more and more trouble? Or do you think that the group, especially after hearing that there are survivors from both sides, do you think that will actually begin to turn the story to a good heel or make things even worse? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Like I said, this is a decently long episode, but it needed to be this long. If I would have put this all in the last episode, I know the last episode was short, but this sort of had to be for this, to not be 40 minutes. Unless it's a finale, I'm not going to go over, 40 minutes to, 30 and a half for an episode. But I really hope you guys enjoyed. Stay tuned for the next one, and I'll see you guys then.
One shall stand, and one shall fall.
Hey guys, Nick here. And today, we're back with Dale's Tale, that rhymed, with part 19 of Dale surviving the remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered Terminus very extensively, and Morgan going there, saving Bob, Lizzie, Mika with the help of Eastman, and Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, saving them too. And then Morgan going back to talk to Rick into going to Washington, and both groups going their separate ways, with Eastman going with Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, and all that. And now we're going to see what's happened at Morgan's apartment since then. But before we do, did you guys know, if you haven't already, that there are thoughts about 2 alternate realities? One in which you subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Let's set the scene for these 2 universes. If you don't subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, you, unbeknownst to you at all, will be drugged and put into a torture trap by none other than John Kramer, aka Jigsaw, aka Billy the Puppet, aka the sick man who started the entire Saw franchise. But if you do subscribe to Nick's Topics, before you even know it, will see a very strange portal straight behind you, and when you turn around, you will be able to go in said portal to any reality you wish to go to, either in real life or fiction. It could be a what if, it could be anything that you put your mind to. Now, technically, I already live in that world because look at the channel. So, if I were a betting man, I would choose the option to ponder any reality, be it what if or real life, and jump inside that portal. Otherwise, you'd get stuck in a torture trap by none other than Jigsaw, aka John Kramer, aka Billy the Puppet. So, you guys should probably hit that subscribe button if you don't want that unfortunate thing to happen to you. With all that out of the way, let's begin or resume the story. Now, while Morgan is returning back to his apartment with Rick to go see Rick, the militia, and Carl and Judith, Rick is just at the top of the apartment pondering over what Morgan said and thinking about everything that's happened since that fateful day in Woodbury. Pondering everyone he lost, and the thought of being reunited with his kids and everything that's happened. But he also ponders who he's lost most of all. He ponders Sophia, who he failed to save. He ponders Shane, who he failed to reason with. Even Dale failed to reason with him, and it ended up with him dead. And Lori, especially Shane and Lori, because they were the closest to him, and Lori, Daryl, and all those other people in that town. He felt like he should have stayed at Woodbury and not just went out for a simple weapon run. But if he hadn't gone, Morgan would not be here and still be crazy, and it probably would have just ended very differently. He has no idea. But no death, and I mean absolutely no death, matters more than Dale Horvath. Because even though it was touched upon very briefly in What If Dale Survived the original, and What If Eastman Survived pointed upon it more, the moral compasses in the show were very underestimated. If given the chance, these grand people, these people that stood above all in a world consumed by chaos and darkness, Dale saw it for people to still remain in their humanity and not let it get to them. He talked to Rick and them countless times, even if it seemed the situation didn't call for it. And he knew about Shane, about Otis. He knew about everything. He was very perceptive. And more than anything else, besides keeping his humanity, being very friendly, a nice, generous old man, even before he died, he only turned dark a little. The governor had to just take that all away from him, especially Dale. And whenever it all snaps back into reality for Rick, he closes his eyes and then roars out with this head tilted up to the high heavens. A roar so inhumane, it's not even coherent enough to understand. And then, after yelling this enormous roar, he grabs the closest weapon to him, that of which being an RPG, and is about to point it and shoot it straight in the building. Even though it would kill him and likely injure everybody else, he's not thinking straight. Rick's mind is gone at this point. But not before Carl jumps in, hearing his father yell and being the first closest to him, yelling this inhumane roar and going to see what's wrong with his dad, and then sees that he's got an RPG and is about to literally commit suicide while harming everyone or not killing everyone in the building. He's like, Dad, stop, snap out of it. What are you doing? Rick looks over Carl, snaps back into reality, and is like, oh my God, I was just about to shoot and kill not only myself, but my kids. The one thing I have left. Oh, and before he can even finish his train of thought and snap back into reality fully, he realizes his finger was 2 inches away from fully pulling the trigger of the RPG. But before he can release it, it goes off. He was too late. Carl wasn't in time enough, and Rick was just too fast with his rage and monstrosity. So the trigger gets pulled. Bang! An entirely, amazingly destructive explosion erupts in Morgan's apartment. And the building right at the top going down is instantly consumed by flames. And it didn't come without a cost. Rick was able to survive, but he is plenty burned, scarred, and injured, and holding on to the edge of Morgan's apartment side, like the side where they first walked up to it, Rick, Michonne, and Carl. So he lived. He's hanging on. But if you thought that no one died miraculously, for some reason, if any of you thought that, think again. Carl is unfortunately a circumstance here. He is impaled by one of the traps from outside, falling the second that the RPG hit the ceiling, and then impaled through the eye. So if the explosion didn't kill him, if the fall didn't kill him, if the impalement didn't kill him, then getting impaled through the eye and the chest would definitely kill him. And with that, Rick just looks behind him. He just killed his son. Now the only thing left, if she even is alive in there now, is his daughter. But where Rick's mind is, at this point, he's convinced that he's lost everyone important to him. And it was his fault. And now, especially, he let his rage get the better of him. And he's like, I don't care at this point. If I have to die, then it's worth it. I've killed and hurt too many people and destroyed too much. At this point, I deserve to die. And this would be very, very traumatic and hard to watch for anyone concerned. And with that, Rick prepares to embrace his own fate along with his sons and possibly his daughters. But before he falls, a hand grabs him. Grabs his hand from inside the burning building, which, closer and closer, slow by slow, the building from the top down is beginning to get utterly, completely destroyed. And the savior was Morgan. He had come back just in the nick of time to see the explosion and save Rick's life, but he couldn't save Carl in time. Rick, he's still not thinking straight, so he's like, is he seeing things? But Morgan says, no, I'm real, and we gotta get out of here right now. We gotta save everybody in the building. Your daughter is most likely alive. If we couldn't save your son, we gotta save your daughter and everybody else in here. He doesn't even question what's going on. He's like, he's got a bunch of stuff to explain too. So they get out of there with the building slowly but surely crumbling into dust. But luckily, they do manage to get out of there and get survivors. But once again, like Carl, it didn't come without a cost. Pete and Alicia, luckily, were the only two, besides like maybe small militia fighters and stuff, but these are the main two that suffer at the hands of the fire and the burning apartment. But survivors, Judith is gotten out of there with the help from Tara and Mitch, getting Megan out of there too. So, Tara, Mitch, Megan, and Judith, along with Rick and Morgan, obviously, but that's the main thing. And, luckily also, even though it's like the last thing they should worry about, they do manage to scramble 28 to 30% of their weapon cache and everything else of importance in there. But as for the other over 70% of their stuff, yeah, it's burned to the ground. There ain't no way they're saving all of it. Like, come on. I would have to pull major hamstrings to be able to do that. And I'm really going to be pulling major hamstrings, like, regarding characters. But I'm not going to say anything else besides that. But, yeah, you guys get the point. Anyways, after all this, and after everyone is accounted for besides, the people that aren't, unfortunately, dead, Morgan asks, what happened here? And Mitch, very angrily, considering his brother is dead, along with part of the militia, almost none of the militia is left now. He demands to know very angrily what happened. So emphasis on what Morgan just said, except even angrier. Rick just looks down. Because his mind is still, he can't process what has all just happened. But then it comes back to him, and Rick starts bawling his eyes out and just shouts to the high heavens to everybody while just crying and being very upset with himself that I killed my son. First, I kill everyone in the town, and Sophia, my best friend, my wife, and now my kid. I have lost my son! And after that, Rick, he's just bawling, and this is even starting to make me feel sad just thinking about this. And not as so much doing this part, but just saying it right now, this would be very traumatic. Like, think about how much this would impact Rick. Like, I don't even want to imagine what that man would go through because of all this. But Morgan, trust me, he knows that this is plenty, like, he wants to tell Rick, dude, this is not all your fault. I'm the one who shot the gun, but he feels like he needs to give Rick time to, like, think for a second, like, collect himself. He needs to mourn for his kid before he, like, goes into anything, like, talking to Rick-wise. As soon as he's kind of sure, after, like, 5 minutes or 8 minutes of everyone collecting themselves and Rick trying to, at least, Morgan decides, hey, you know what? I'm going to talk to Rick and also let him know where I've been and how I was able to get here and what's happened. So he goes up to Rick and asks to talk to him. Rick is just very much against talking or seeing anybody right now, and is just very dark in his own thoughts and just very unresponsive, but he just nods and it's like, all right, where were you at? Why couldn't you get here sooner? But Morgan knows that he doesn't mean what he's saying. He's just very upset. Morgan explains that he had went to Woodbury and got every weapon of the deceased people in the town, including Daryl, Michonne, Dale, and everybody else. Afterwards, he had met a man named Eastman, and together they saved 3 survivors from their old group, that of which being Bob, Lizzie, and Mika, along with 3 other people called Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, who are all going to Washington to get the cure because Eugene knows the cure, and came back to try and get Rick and everybody in the militia to go. Rick actually gets snapped back into reality, surprisingly really quick, to hear that there are survivors, but honestly, it's not enough. Even if there are survivors, that doesn't change the fact that his kid is dead, and everyone he still really, really was close to is gone. So, pondering what Morgan said, and thinking about going to Washington and all that, Rick stews upon this while burying a proper burial for his son, Carl. And, soon enough, he begins to talk to Morgan and actually delve into a deep speech, saying that he can't. And then he talks about Dale, the true reason why he's most upset of all. Not just because of his wife, his son, his best friend, but most importantly, Dale. And how much he meant to him. How much he cared about him. How much Dale cared about everybody in the group. And how perceptive he was, even in the darkest of moments. Dale never wanted to fling from humanity's side, and wanted everyone to be better than the monsters that they were starting to be. And that keeping the humanity in them, it was a choice, and something Dale, he didn't want a world beyond that. And nobody would ever listen to him. And true, they did listen to him, but it always ended up backfiring on them. And Rick wishes that he would have ignored and yet not ignored him. In the moments that really counted for it, true, they lost many people because of what Dale has said. But at the same time, Dale was just, he could never say no to him. It was like, Rick just says that he wishes he could have done more, stayed at Woodbury. But then Morgan would have still been crazy. He says this to Morgan. And he honestly wishes that Morgan would have just gone with him from the start. But even that, he couldn't tell what would have happened then. He doesn't blame it on Morgan, especially saying that you might have been the one to shoot the bullet, but I'm the one who left the town. If it weren't for me leaving, every person in that town would have still been alive. But you probably would have been down a darker path. But I can't be down a darker path. I've lost so many people I care about, everyone that's close to me. So going along with this Washington thing, I feel like I might just end up like you. And just end up more crazy than I've already become. Losing everyone that I care about. And don't try to talk me out of this, Morgan, but I have to follow my own path. Tell Carl and Judith that I'm extremely sorry. I have to leave. Morgan is instantly against this. Like, Rick, you can't leave your kids. You risk everything after Woodbury to be reunited with them with that guy Martinez. And you're the one that saved me from the dark side. We can work this out. You forced me out of it with your own dark side. So, but Rick stops him right then and there saying, I can't! And this would be very like Morgan talking to Rick in season 3 of the original when Rick tried to get Morgan to go to the prison with them and everything. This would be very much like that. And saying that, Morgan, I can't. But Morgan doesn't stop. He says, he can't blame himself for becoming a darker person. He can't. That's what the apocalypse does. And if Rick is to shelter away from that, even for Dale's sake, he gets it. But that kind of prowess and anger, we need that most of the time, even if we don't. And Morgan says that he went to another place that Rick definitely thinks that he definitely thinks Rick should know about. And Rick's like, where? How could this pertain to what we're talking about? And why should I care? Morgan begins to explain he went to put down Dwayne. He said that Dwayne was bit, but he never said where he ended up or if he killed him. He went back to Atlanta to put him down for good, right before he went back and saw the burning building. That was in the vicinity, and he was able to get back there in time. That's why he couldn't save his kid, because he had to put down his. And Morgan deeply apologizes for that. But like he said, Rick pulled him out of his darkness. So, with his own darkness. So, Rick shouldn't feel bad for this. They've come through everything to be reunited with each other and losing the people that they've lost, but they can't just turn away after everything. That will just make it like it's square one. Like Rick is in Morgan's place and Morgan's in Rick's place. That's what Morgan says to Rick. If he goes, he'll be no better off than when Rick found him. So he has to be here. Even if he only has his daughter left, he needs to stay. And by the way, I made a Carl mistake earlier saying tell Carl and Judith, I'm sorry. It's Judith. My bad for anyone. Just stay tuned and I'll say I corrected that mistake. Anyways, Rick is like, I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't. He ponders what Morgan said, but he just says that he can't. Even if it results him turning darker, he doesn't care. He just doesn't want to be dark around his daughter. The only thing in this world that he has left. He's killed, and every time someone relied upon him, they ended up dead. Sophia, Shane, Lori, Dale, Daryl, Carl, everybody. And he says to Morgan, he doesn't want his daughter to die, and he doesn't want him to die. So, he has to go. Whether he dies on his own or not, he doesn't care anymore. He just wants to be on his own. He doesn't really care. And now, he tells the actual, fix thing to tell Judith that he's sorry. Not Carl, because like I said, I made a mistake there for anyone who would correct that. And with that, he begins to leave when he hears a voice behind him. A very, very familiar voice. Rick, leaving without saying goodbye to us? That ain't no way to treat your family. And then he hears a few other little laughs with this particular comment, because they all knew when Rick would turn around, he would be devastated to see who it is, in the good way. So Rick, hearing this voice and hearing the little giggles or laughs, he begins to turn around very slowly, and who these figures are would etch into his brain as very mind-blowing. Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, and Sasha are all standing at the entrance of where Morgan's apartment was, all looking beat up, tired, but alive. How in the world did these 5 come to be alive? And if these 5 are alive, what happened to everybody else? Are they truly dead? Or were there more survivors than we accounted for? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I promised you a serious plot twist along with the dark ending, didn't I? Well, we're at that part, 6 parts later from the dark ending, and we're at that part. So, I hope you guys really enjoyed this episode, because believe me, this will probably be in the top episodes of this series, to my knowledge. If it doesn't become like that, then you guys are just underestimating the potential of this episode in the series. But I hope you guys enjoyed nonetheless. Stay tuned for the next episode, and I'll see you then. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 20 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. After the big plot twist of Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, and Sasha being back, we delve into the question in today's episode, in 2 episodes, this one and then the next one, covering the entirety of what happened, of how in the frick these people survived and who else may have survived. That's what we're tackling with half of it today, because all of it would be over 40 minutes or something. Anyways, before we get into that, did you guys know the physicists believe that there are 2 alternate realities? One in which you subscribe to the Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you unfortunately, whatever the case may be, don't. Well, here's the first universe. If you don't subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, you will be bitten by a walker from The Walking Dead. Yeah, that's right. And then you'll unfortunately have to join the dead. But here's the cooler twist, if you would be interested in such a scenario, and one of you guys wanted me to do this with Rick in the future, if you do subscribe, you will get bit but get walker powers. So it's a mixed package, but the walker powers thing, with your integrity still being halfway intact, definitely would, influence me to hit the subscribe button if I did not own this channel. So I'd hit that subscribe button if that is what you want. Anyways, let's get into the story. So, I bet that all of you are probably asking yourselves,
Alright, would anyone care to explain?
after the recent development bringing Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, and Sasha back, even though I kind of brought back Lizzie, Mika, and all those other people, but those were way more side characters than these main ones, obviously. And you might think that it's complete and utter BS that I seemingly just out of nowhere after that killer freaking episode with part 13, went out of nowhere, used the Dragon Balls, and brought them back as if it were a day, just another day's work. Like it was not a big deal that I just killed all these characters off and I just brought them back to life out of nowhere. Better yet, it's almost like I used Whis as my little trusty little loyal minion and boop, just reverse time as if it never happened. Well, it's not as simple as that. Remember when I said that I was really conflicted after, that dark ending? Because I thought it was the ending. But truth is, I found a workaround. Especially when Martinez saved Rick. So let's reverse ourselves back to when the governor shot at everybody after Morgan shot at him. And what actually happened. So, the governor shoots at the direction behind him towards Woodbury and all of Rick's friends. Keep in mind you, the governor and every one of the soldiers, as well as Rick, Morgan, Carl, and Lori and all of them, they were at the front of Woodbury, the entrance. The governor's men, a little bit more upwards. But like Lizzie, Mika, Bob, Milton, and all of them, and Karen and David, Sasha, Maggie, Tyrese, and Glenn, they were all in the back, farther than Lizzie, Mika, and all those who escaped. So, even though whenever the governor turned to them and they all knew that they were about to get shot at, even though they knew that if they left their friends, they'd most likely be leaving them to die, whatever happened, and the four of them literally just dipped. But didn't come without a cost because all of them at least wound up with a bullet wound in some part of their body. Luckily, not fatally, that we know of. But Daryl, he sees this, but he's not mad. If anything, it's the best case because he knows that they're not dead, at least to his knowledge, but everything's happening so fast at once. So while this is happening, Daryl takes this opportunity to quietly signal and whisper to Michonne and Dale that they're next. And the governor might not be noticing them trying to get away and everything and what's all happening, but they need to be ready for when he targets them. So, when the governor does target them, Daryl signals and Daryl's plan is set into motion. The governor shoots at Daryl with his crossbow, but luckily, Daryl is able to dodge roll out of the way, but still ends up with an arrow in his chest. And this would bring back a Season 2 moment, where he got the arrow in his chest from falling. Jeez, that was painful. Not to watch, but just painful to imagine. But anyways, he still acts like he's dead because far be it from him to get himself killed by the guy who just killed everyone who didn't get away. Like Herschel, Beth, and Carol. People that we, didn't get more notice on so far. And Michonne, she's not so lucky. Sure, she manages to get out of the way, but whenever the governor aims her own sword at her, unfortunately, her arm gets cut off in the process, so she falls to the ground regardless, still faking the act of death, but very much injured, so it's almost like it's real. I guess cutting off the governor's hand in the comic, Tyrese's hand in the show, and Morgan's hand in the comics, I guess that all came back to bite Michonne in the butt in this story.
Right? Right? Am I right?
Even though besides the governor, Michonne did it just because it needed to be done. But it's more or less a joke because, it's a very funny and, poetic comeback. And Dale, he's another one that's not so lucky because, sorry, I'm still laughing at that recent thing. He manages to move out of the way from his own rifle shot, but still gets shot in the side. And even though he's an old man, and this hurts a lot, he manages to duck from whatever comes next. And him, Michonne, and Daryl all just stay down until all the gunfire, the immense amount of yelling, Rick, and everything stops. Until Woodbury is a complete ghost town. And everything's silent. Besides hearing a few, but a lot, Walker groans. Then Daryl's like, no, we gotta get up now. Whatever is happening, we gotta move. So, with that, they all try to stand up, injured, and then tend to themselves as fast as they can. Daryl gets the arrow out of his chest, much like he did Season 2. Michonne gets up, but then, very achy, weakly, and, kind of near death's door, realizes that she just lost a limb. So, she has lost a lot of blood, and untreated, Michonne is definitely not at 100%. But being Michonne, she does not die. But it's not exactly putting her in a good place either. Dale is much more, if not maybe around the same boat as Michonne, being an old man and being shot in the side. Luckily, he is okay. But, like I said, being an old man, he is definitely not at 100% either. And you guys, I bet, are really happy that Dale is still alive, because a bunch of you were wondering, well, if Dale's dead, why is the story still called What If Dale Survived? Well, obviously, I couldn't continue the story if I didn't bring Dale back somehow. It'd be no point to it. Anyways, he is wondering himself, what's happened to everybody? Did they all leave too? Like, what's happened? Daryl says he doesn't know much of what happened before he signaled to Dale and Michonne. But he does know that Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, and Sasha managed to escape. So, for all they know, they could still be alive, as well as Rick and maybe more survivors. But from what they're seeing, people have died. He just doesn't know how many or how few, because there's walkers everywhere, there's dead bodies everywhere. It's really, and they're injured, it's really too much to keep track of, so they just need to leave. Woodbury is doomed at this point. Michonne says, why don't they stay at least a little longer to not only recollect themselves after what's just happened, but maybe see if there's other survivors here. They could be hiding in the freaking buildings, as much as she doesn't want to stay here because of the governor literally almost killing them. But Dale, he agrees with Daryl that if they stay, as much as he would like to find more people too, they're not in any position to exert themselves more than they have to. So, if anything, while Michonne's right about recollecting themselves, they can do that when they find a place that's not slowly going to get surrounded by walkers. So they should just leave. This is not safe anymore. So, with that, Daryl, Michonne and Dale very achy at first, get themselves up. Daryl a little bit more intact, but still hurting. And they all collect themselves to the best of their ability in the short time period. And with that, they don't run, but they do speed walk out of there, because they need to do something to get away. They're not going to let themselves get bit after surviving, because the walkers become more present, and these are the walkers that Morgan kills. So, that's where we're at in this flashback. Now, the three continue, and they go on the road for quite a while, and they're all bruised and battered up, and soon enough, they find the church that Daryl and Beth went to after Beth got hurt from the bear trap, and they went there to collect themselves, and that's where Beth was taken. And that's where Daryl, Michonne, and Dale find themselves. And like the original Daryl, Daryl knows that something's not quite right here. Seems like a trap, or someone's in there. And sure enough, this time, they actually hear someone. Or more than one person. And Daryl's like, no. We just survived. We ain't gonna risk almost dying twice. And he gets his knife, which is still on him, by the way, because they had to leave their weapons in case that's how Morgan gets the weapons. They literally had to leave their weapons. But when he turns the bend, Maggie comes out of nowhere with a machete and literally almost chops Daryl's head off. But Daryl, luckily, is able to nearly dodge this because he's still injured, mind you. And they see each other, they reunite. It's a very good reunion. And they talk about how they've survived. And that Daryl doesn't blame Maggie, Glenn, Tyrese, and Sasha for getting the crap out of there when they did. Because had they not, they would have become literal bullet meat for the governor. Bullet meat? I don't know if that's really sensical, but you guys get what I mean. They would have been dead. So, I kind of did make them dead in part 13. You could call this a reversal. I don't know why I'm explaining this, but I'm just talking about bullet meat. Anyway, Tyrese comes out of the corner too, and he's here, and he mentions why Maggie attacked and why they're still here, because they were not only trying to collect themselves, but figure out a plan because Glenn and Sasha were taken. And Daryl's like, taken? By who? Did the governor? Is he still alive? Did his men come here or something? And no, it's not him. They were taken by a car with a cross on the back. And this is the Grady Memorial Hospital group. Maggie says that they were just about to leave after trying to collect themselves for as long as they can to either see if they would come back or just figure out a plan to get there and figure out a way there, or wait for more survivors. It was literally a waiting game. And when they heard them, like Daryl and them, Maggie thought that they were the people. And Dale's like, a cross? That must mean they came from a hospital. And then he says to the group, you don't think... Daryl says, he definitely knows. It has to be a hospital from Atlanta. The cross and everything that they explain, it's Grady Memorial. So, because I guarantee you that Dale and, like, maybe Tyrese or Sasha would know about it. Daryl, not so much, but they would definitely get the clue. And he says that they're going to go to Grady Memorial, rescue Glenn and Sasha, and kill everyone there. Tyrese is like, even though they've been through, like, everything after literally almost dying, Tyrese is like, can't we try to talk them out? It's a hospital, and it had a cross and everything. We should definitely try to talk it out. There might be more to these people, and they just needed help or something. Maybe they were trying to help them. Michonne says, no, they kidnapped them. There is no help. And she even shows that she lost a limb and everything to prove her point further. This is a very weakened and achy Michonne, mind you. And she's like, no. You saw what the governor did. He almost killed us and possibly killed half our people. We don't even know where Rick is. And the fact that these people kidnapped Glenn and Sasha, there ain't no nice about them. The apocalypse doesn't belong to nice people now. She understands how Tyrese and Dale are very similar in their moral ways, but she doesn't believe that these people were nice if they kidnapped them. The governor was the he was the polar opposite of nice. And Daryl unfortunately has to agree and say that they gotta do what they gotta do, and if they have to kill him, they have to kill him. So, they traversed a long way after recovering for a good minute and collecting themselves to Atlanta, and then soon come across the outskirts of Grady Memorial Hospital. Now, this is where part 1 to the flashback will end, with Daryl, Michonne, Tyrese, and Dale on the hunt to save Glenn and Sasha. But were they successful, or did it have a very terrible cost? And that's where we're leaving things for the moment. Hope you guys like part 1 to this epic flashback and the little funny moments in between, because it definitely called for it. I saved some parts specifically long for this specific reason. One part I kind of just added in, one part was saved. But I hope you guys enjoyed this part nonetheless, because next time is going to be just as, or even more so, epic to witness. Part 2 of the flashback will come next time, and I'll see you guys then.
I carry within me the pride of a
Bullshit.
Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to part 21 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Hope you guys liked the last episode and the entrance into the flashback of how Daryl and several others survived, and what actually happened to the other people that weren't on the roster in the last episode. This is going to cover the rest of the flashback and tying into the present. So, let's dive in. But before we do, did you guys know that physicists and scientists and everyone around the world who is a smart person, me, believe that there are 2 or more alternate realities, but mainly 2. One in which you subscribe to the Next Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. Now, these 2 are very interesting to think about, so let's set the scene for these 2 particular worlds. If you don't subscribe to Next Topics YouTube channel, you will be spit on by Deborah the Demon King and turned into a stone statue, never to be reformed again, and even risk being broken if Deborah isn't killed. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to get spit on, let alone have it turn into a statue. But if you do subscribe, you will be given the opportunity of a lifetime to get the magic lamp with the genie from Aladdin to give you 3 wishes, except you can't kill anybody, you can't fall in love with anybody else, and you can't bring anybody back from the dead. I don't know why I'm explaining that, but anyways, if I were a betting man and a guy who knew how to make smart choices, which I am, I would hit that subscribe button so I can get my free genie in a lamp and get those 3 wishes, even if, there are crutches to the wishes. But hey, Shenron has crutches, so why not? Anyways, I'd hit the subscribe button, and let's get into the story. Now, as we touched base upon last episode, Glenn and Sasha were taken by the hospital group, and Daryl, Tyrese, Maggie, Dale, and Michonne are all going to rescue them. Meanwhile, Glenn and Sasha get to meet Dawn, like Beth meets Dawn, and it pretty much goes the same except it's 2 people. I mean, Beth and Carol got kidnapped, except it was way later times. Here, Glenn and Sasha got kidnapped at the same time. So, they both get a feel for the place, and then get to meet that pervy officer who, tried to assault Beth. So he would go after Sasha, most likely, which this would be a David situation. The characters in The Walking Dead just cannot get a break from these kinds of people, right? Anyways, they get a feel for the place, even that, and get to meet Noah, along with the fact that Noah has a plan for how they can get out of here, because he knows they want to get out of here. So does he. So, ultimately, with the help of Noah, they begin to formulate a plan to get the F out of Dodge and escape the hospital. And with two much smarter people than Beth, no offense to her character, able to work with Noah, they would actually get out a lot sooner. Keep in mind you, this is sooner than when Beth got kidnapped in the canon storyline. Not too much sooner, maybe by a few episodes, maybe even a decent few episodes, but point being, they actually escape and get to see Daryl, Tyrese, and all those other people that I mentioned, and they get to see them again. But right as they're running towards them, and Daryl and them approach the hospital, the cliffhanger from last episode, Amanda Shepherd, Bob, and all those other officers literally come out of bloody nowhere, like they did with Beth and Noah, and surround them. But the officers are more or less outnumbered. But not in the case of real emergency, because, there's a one-armed lady and an old man, Dale and Michonne, so it's not real. It doesn't matter. Either way, doesn't look good for either party. But Dale says they don't have to hurt anybody, and that they just came here to get their people back. Maybe if they could talk with the leader here, whatever her name is, which figures out as Dawn, Dale says maybe if they can talk to this lead officer, Dawn, maybe they could just get their people back and be on their merry way. Nobody has to get hurt. And as the officers can plainly see, they haven't had it easy, at all. Amanda Shepherd being the nicest officer out of all of them, in my opinion, and I made her a very important character in What If the Governor Met Negan remake, she agrees to this, but she says it's not going to be easy whenever it comes to Dawn. She is not easy to negotiate with, and she wants to make sure that Dale and everybody else here, if there even is a leader, know what they're doing. Dale says, well, even if she's hard to talk to, it's a risk that he at least is willing to take to get their people back. They've been through way too much. And Daryl says they should just stick to the original plan that they had and just kill everyone here and just get their people back by force. If there's really going to be a problem with this officer, Dawn, maybe they should just end them all right now. He is definitely tired of the group literally surviving through bloody torture and half their people dying to have this happen to them. But Dale says, like I said, it's a risk that he's willing to take. Soon enough, Dawn comes out and the meeting room wherever Rick and Dawn made the trade and everything, that room, literally the main hall. And Dale speaks out in turn for everybody, saying that they're just here because they heard that two of their group, Glenn and Sasha, were kidnapped. He doesn't mean anything for, hurting Dawn or anybody here. It's a hospital, especially the officers. All he wants, as Dawn can see, he points to everybody, including himself, they have been through too much to not be with each other anymore. And while they would like to be here, who knows how long this place will even go. And he wants to find everybody else, because he knows there's more people out there. So he just wants the people back that were kidnapped here. Whatever the reason, as long as they're okay, and they make a cohesive trade, nothing needs to happen. And he knows that many of Dawn's group might be hostile, including his own. But as long as they just make a common agreement, everything should remain okay. And like he said, as Dawn can see, they've already been through a lot. And even if she could treat them or something, that would even be a greater gesture. But the main goal overall is for them to just get their people back. That's the be-all, end-all. And Dawn, unlike Rick or Beth, really, or Daryl, sees Dale as a truly honest man. And honestly agrees to this. This is a very good deal. And this would be very against Dawn's character, but for Dale, very with her character. But she says that she still wants Noah to stay. And Daryl says that after Noah talked to them and everything and saved Glenn and Sasha, Daryl, like his canon counterpart, just states, no, he ain't staying. And then Dawn would go like her canon counterparts and say that Noah is one of her people and they have no claim on him. But Michonne speaks up, one-armed Michonne, mind you, and takes the place of Rick, saying that they know that now, after Noah saved Glenn and Sasha, him talking to them, and a little bit of talk before they came in here, that Noah wants to go home. So that means that she has no claim on him. So, yeah. After seeing Michonne and having people stand against him, against her, after having this deal, like, you know, so good and organized from Dale's perspective, she's like, why should I listen to you guys now? Especially some one-armed lady who acts like she's all in charge. She probably could cripple over any minute now. And even though Michonne's literally not in any kind of good position to put up a fight, she doesn't take this lightly and is literally angry at the point she wants to attack and begins to step up. But Dawn points her gun and is like, if you want to get hostile after we literally were just about to make a deal, all I want is Noah. You take another step and the deal is literally null and void. And Daryl then, very against like what would actually happen here, but very good for in the moment, would say just what his season 11 counterpart from the canon side says to Pamela, and saying that Dawn built this place to be like the old world, and that was the problem. Dawn then goes on to say that they know that people are out there. They just have to wait it out and do the best that they can here. And Noah has been very handy for that. And for these people to just take him, no matter the cause, she, at this point, would like their help. They're out there, they are nothing, and would say most of what she said to Beth. But Daryl says, no. There is no one coming for them. The world is empty. And how they are, and what's already happened, that should be a dead giveaway. And they've got one enemy. They ain't the Walking Dead. And even though this would be many seasons early in very much different context, this would be a very in-character line for the moment. Dale says that, once again, while they want to make a good deal, Dawn needs to be more reasonable and just let Noah go. Because even if Dawn believes that there are people out there, which he doesn't want to believe that the world is truly ugly either, even after all that's happened, he stands by Dawn for the most part. He just thinks that Dawn needs to be more, like, on point with her directive and how she leads. Dawn, even though this would anger her, she still knows Dale in this moment to be just an honest man and wants to accept the terms. And she even says to Dale, I get where you're coming from. Dale, is it? And I agree that this is a good deal. But Noah, I still need him. As I feel all the people here do. Like I said, the deal stands as long as Noah stays or you people can stay here. You're much better off. But I'm not going to take orders from a redneck and a one-armed lady who looks like she's about to keel over and die. And at this point, Michonne, whatever patience she has, just rolls back in the back of her mind, and all she can see is the governor killing everybody and this girl being just like him, and rushes forward to attack. But Daryl yells out, "Don't do it! You're not going to do anything other than kill yourself!" But Michonne ain't listening. She's rushing forward, and Dawn, literally now at this point, she's like, no, I tried to warn her, tried to warn them. Now, someone has to die. But Dale, he still believes in the deal and doesn't want anyone to die. And Michonne is just making a killer mistake. And after surviving, she doesn't deserve this. And Dale pushes Michonne out of the way and against the wall. And when the bullet fires from Dawn, It doesn't fire at Michonne, but it fires at Dale, right near the tip of his shoulder, like on the back mostly. So he had already been shot previously in the side, near his arm, and now the back of his arm. So his arm, if he were to recover from this, would be almost inactive, and that's going to play a major part later on. But people, and even Dawn, Dale is unconscious now from being shot and not recovered. So Dale, literally to everyone, and even to the storyline's perspective, literally is very close to death's door. But they just think that he's dead. But I'll tell you right now, after nearly killing him off and everybody else, he is near death's door, but he's not. For Michonne, remember what Beth did to Dawn? Well, after this happens and Michonne regains herself, she pulls together all of her strength, because one-handed Michonne, mind you, and she's very, very weak, especially after getting pushed against the wall, even if it was just Dale and he's an old man, is just fed up at this point. So she tries to replicate what Beth did to Dawn, but she doesn't even get close. She gets shot fatally. And this is the end of Michonne. Dale is on the ground literally several feet from her. And Michonne is definitely dead. But Dale, he is not dead, but he is very, 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 very close. Like literally, especially because he's an old man. From getting shot twice and the crap that Dale's gone through, he'll be in the story later. He is not going to be the same. Straight after Dale and Michonne are both to the ground, Daryl, out of nowhere, is just like, you know what? Screw the deal. We're going with my plan. And shoots Dawn just like his canon counterpart. So 2 dubs for Daryl for the Dawn situation. And afterwards, Amanda is like, I didn't want this, and I warned you people about what would happen, but it was only ever about her. You guys can stay here, like she said. You don't have to go out there, especially with 2 people now gone from your much larger group from before. But Daryl says that, no, he wants nothing to do with this place, and they're going to do and honor what Dale and Michonne wanted, to find the rest of their people. And Michonne and Dale are lying on the ground. Dale inching very, very close and beginning to accept that he might just die, but Michonne, she's already dead. I know I'm really hinting at Dale surviving, but I can't really do it any other way, but it doesn't mean that he's going to survive the same way. Daryl, he doesn't know what to do at this point. And Glenn, he just says to Daryl, they need to stick with what Daryl said after all this. Find the people that they lost. And especially to honor Dale and Michonne. Dale most of all, because he mattered a lot to Glenn. And none of them think that Dale's alive. And because he really is not in a situation where he should be alive. He's like barely alive, still clinging to life. And Glenn is just thinking about this nonstop. Even if they think there are more survivors, Glenn just cannot stop thinking about Dale. And whether or not he might just be dead. But everyone knows Michonne is at this point. So I'd leave it to the group maybe thinking that Dale maybe lived, but from everyone's perspective, Dale is dead in this story. Like, for good. But we don't know that yet. For all we know, he could survive and end up being a freaking cyborg, but I ain't gonna say anything yet. Maggie just goes to comfort Glenn when Daryl spots something out of the corner of his eye from the way distance of Atlanta. He sees, up in the sky, which they never paid attention to, unless it just appeared, a gigantic, huge cloud of black smoke, getting slowly bigger by the second, and rising from the distance in the sky. And then, Daryl looks closer beyond and sees something else. A second big black cloud of smoke, kind of smaller, but almost equal in size. And these aren't too far from each other. They could be beacons. And Daryl's like, he points this out to everybody who's still mourning at the fact that Glenn or Michonne and Dale are freaking on the ground and they had to leave them and everything, what they've just experienced. And Glenn's like, no, that can't be a coincidence. That must be a signal for more people being alive. And they all book it towards the smoke, unaware of what's happened in both places. They go for the closest area in which the first cloud of smoke that Daryl saw originated. And once they get into the place, it's not even that far from where they were. It's still in Atlanta. And they turn the bend of where the smoke was coming from to see Rick, Morgan, a burning building, and several other people around a big, gigantic apartment on fire with traps and just complete and total mayhem all around the area. And that's where it ties in to Rick almost leaving and Daryl and everybody else surprising Rick. And that's the second end and the final end to this flashback of how the group came to be back with Rick and how Michonne and Dale, Michonne lost her life, and Dale, do you think that he is still alive? Or do you think that if he is alive, he'll never be the same again? And that's how it ties into the red eye and the shotgun arm. And what will happen with Rick now that he knows more people are alive and Daryl and them are back? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope that you guys liked this episode. Sorry if there was way too many obvious signs that Dale was going to be alive, but after literally killing him and mostly a bunch of other people off, and then bringing a bunch of people back, I kind of had no other choice but to tell you that Dale was going to literally come back somehow again. And plus, I hinted that he was just shot in the back of his shoulder. So that should be enough of an obvious giveaway in of itself. But I hope you guys enjoyed this part nonetheless. There'll definitely be way more to add on if that wasn't already obvious. And I'll see you guys next time.
Now it's time. Get out!